Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 Cyber Stability Conference organized by UNIDIR. My name is Giacomo Persipaoli. I'm the head of the Security and Technology Program, and I have the pleasure of being the MC for today, so you will be hearing a lot of me over the course of the next 8 hours. First and foremost, I would like to share with you some operational administrative points to allow you to make the most of the hours that will follow. First, the agenda that you see in front of you, and for those following us online, first of all, welcome to you as well. Whether it's early in the day or late at night, we sincerely appreciate you taking the time to follow this conference. So we have assembled quite an interesting agenda that will run us through different phases of what we call the UNIDIR intrusion path, which is a framework that we will describe more in a minute. But the agenda is really built around two key factors: a scenario that will be continuously evolving, and this framework that we'll be introducing soon. I would like to start also by thanking and acknowledging our donors. As you know, UNIDIR is a voluntary funded organization, so everything that we do, including this conference, is only possible thanks to the generous contribution of our donors. And in particular, for this event, I'd like to thank the Czech Republic, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Switzerland, and Microsoft for their support. Hopefully, we will be engaging with you all over the course of the day. The way in which you can be part of the conversation is by joining our online Q&A platform, Slido. You can either scan the QR code that, again, you have on your desk, or if you're following us online, we will be showing it periodically over the course of the conference. Or if you go on sly.do or slido.com, you can include the code CS25, and this will lead you to the platform. Please feel free to ask all of your questions there. These will be made visible to the moderators, who will then pass them on to the speakers. You also have the chance to upvote questions asked by others, and if you like a question that's been asked by somebody else, please do upvote it, and that would also help the moderator to prioritize it during the discussion. Luckily, we tend to receive more questions than there is time to answer, so it really helps us if you do express your preferences. As I mentioned, one of the key innovations of this year's conference is that we will be using a scenario to really run us through different phases of a cyber incident. And then the panels will be taking turns in trying to unpack what could have been done to mitigate or prevent each phases from taking place. I think it is important, though, that we would like to be very clear and read. I'm actually going to read a disclaimer to make sure that everyone in the room and online understands that the content presented in this scenario is for illustrative purposes only and was drafted solely to facilitate conversation and analysis during the conference. Any facts, figures, or situations that are mentioned are fictional and should not be interpreted as reflective of real-world situations. This scenario is designed to present the worst-case cybersecurity preparedness and outcomes, only to provoke discussions and encourage critical thinking. Please note that some details or context might be missing, and this is not intended to provide an accurate or comprehensive overview of any specific situation, but rather to provide a catalyst for experts to further develop their views and recommendations. All information, again, is fictional and should not be relied upon for any real-world analysis or decision-making. So we will now be looking at the video, and the video will be followed by the official opening remarks of our director, Dr. Robin Geis, here on my right, that will officially open the Cyber Stability Conference. So with that, if you can please play the video.
The first signs of cyber disruption were subtle: flights delayed, intermittent power outages. But within hours, the scale of the crisis became apparent to the wider public across the technologically advanced region of dystopia. Air traffic control systems began feeding conflicting data to pilots mid-flight, causing confusion. Then came the collision. Two commercial airliners crashed in mid-air with hundreds of casualties reported. sending shockwaves through the aviation industry and the region. Airports across the continent suspend operations as authorities scramble to assess the failures, leaving tens of thousands of passengers stranded mid-air and at airports across the region. On the ground, the impacts are equally severe. At first there was unusually heavy morning traffic, then widespread gridlock. By midday, the entire transportation network collapses as self-driving vehicles, automated logistics systems, and artificial intelligence-run traffic management infrastructure malfunction across major cities and the busy highways of dystopia. Emergency services struggle to respond to calls as power outages affect hospitals and communication networks. By the next morning, the crisis deepens as several news outlets report that amidst the chaos of the previous day, several wastewater facilities experienced unexpected discharges of sewage and industrial waste, contaminating dystopia's largest lake Proxima, a popular recreational area and a lifeline for dystopia's vibrant agricultural sector. Additionally, municipal water treatment systems in several countries are rumored to have reported erratic chemical levels, sparking a region-wide public health scare over the safety of drinking water. With the transportation grid paralyzed, panic buying intensifies. Over the course of just 24 hours, essential services that underpin the daily lives of dystopia's citizens are thrown into disarray, leaving governments, businesses, and individuals struggling to understand the full extent of the disruption and its cause. How could this happen? Welcome to 2025 Cyber Stability Conference, Crisis Averted, Cyber Resilience in Action.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, whether you're here joining us in the Palais des Nations in Geneva or you're following online from around the world, it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 2025 edition of UNIDIR's Cyber Stability Conference. The title this year is Crisis Averted, Cyber Resilience in Action. And as those of you familiar with UNIDIR will know, we're never shy to innovate. And so this year's conference will be somewhat different from past iterations. Discussions today will revolve around the fictional scenario that you've just seen, a fictional scenario of a region in complete disarray with air traffic systems failing, transportation networks collapsing, hospitals barely functioning, and even access to clean water under threat. We call this fictional place dystopia. The disruptions depicted in dystopia are not mere products of science fiction. On the contrary, all of them are technologically plausible and feasible, and some are uncomfortably familiar. But nor is the scenario that you've just witnessed a prediction. It is specifically designed to make real the theoretical, stimulating the productive thinking to animate our discussions here today. The dire state of dystopia begs two simple questions, urgent questions. First, how did dystopia reach this point? And second, how can we in the policy, diplomatic, technical, business and civil society and academic spheres all work together to ensure that this scenario never becomes a reality? Our approach today will mean that we start at the end, with the crisis at hand, and then working our way backwards. Like forensic analysts, we'll aim to retrace the sequence of events that led to the collapse of essential public services across dystopia. To do this, UNIDIR has developed a detailed simulation of a major cyber incident, and as you've just seen, a seemingly minor vulnerability soon unfolds across a software supply chain, ultimately cascading across sectors and borders. Throughout the day today, UNIDIR will reveal elements of the evolving story of the perpetrators, how they gained access, escalated the breach, and then went on to destabilize entire systems. But our main focus will be the story of the defenders. And you, our participants and panelists, will be cast in exactly that role, charged with retracing each stage of this fictional cyber crisis, to analyze what went wrong and what could have been done differently at different stages, particularly in light of the UN framework of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. Crucially, we'll also hope to highlight what is already being done by states and the broader stakeholder community to prevent such scenarios from becoming a reality. As our choice of theme this year makes clear, what we want to see ultimately is crisis averted and cyber resilience in action. This scenario-based approach responds directly to a need flagged by a number of delegations to the UN Open Working Group on ICT Security, whose latest progress report underscores the importance of, and I quote, conducting training and exercises to enhance response capabilities and to test continuity and contingency plans in the event of an information infrastructure attack. End of quote. The same report also encourages stakeholders to test and build incident response capacity by engaging in precisely the kind of practical scenario-based discussion that you will be involved in here today. UNIDIR has long been an active contributor to such initiatives. Earlier this year, under the leadership of the Open-Ended Working Group Chair, Ambassador Gafour, UNIDIR conducted simulation exercises with the UN Office for Disarmament Affairs and the International Telecommunication Union to test communication channels for the Global Directory of National Points of Contact. Our capacity building work has also seen us conduct numerous scenario-driven discussions tailored to local and regional contexts. And the positive impacts of this work are further reinforced by our provision of tools like the UNIDIR Cyber Policy Portal, our threat-based framework for norm implementation, and our research on ICT incident taxonomies, AI risks, and the operationalization of norms. UNIDIR's work in this area comes at a critical moment. The year 2024 saw sophisticated challenges to ICT supply chains, a surge in ransomware, and an intensification of malicious ICT acts against critical infrastructure. States' concerns extend far beyond isolated cyber incidents today, as they recognize that the impacts of ICT malicious acts could cascade across regions and even the entire world. The latest Open-Ended Working Group progress report, the most comprehensive and detailed to date, revealed a growing consensus around the need for common action to mitigate such grave cyber threats to international peace and security. This message is further reinforced by the Secretary General's new Agenda for Peace, which calls for greater accountability in cyberspace and also importantly and innovatively underlines that critical infrastructure delivering essential services to the public must be protected from malicious cyber activity at all times, full stop. To help us make progress towards these shared goals, today's scenarios discussions will be guided by a framework that we at UNIDIR have developed in-house, the UNIDIR ICT Intrusion Path. This simple but powerful model enables policymakers to understand how cyber incidents unfold by breaking down malicious activities according to where they occur in relation to a system's digital perimeter. Think of this perimeter as a digital fence, the boundary between an organization's internal systems and the wider internet. Just like a physical fence, it defines who and what remains inside or outside. The aim is to keep intruders out while still letting legitimate users and traffic and data in. Some of today's panels will focus on individual specific phases of malicious ICT activity. This approach will allow us to examine the same incident from multiple angles and at different points in time, providing in turn an opportunity to consider practical steps for resilience at every stage. In our final session, we will move beyond the ICT intrusion path to explore how international cooperation, diplomatic action, and normative frameworks like the UN Framework for Responsible State Behavior in Cyberspace can enhance preparedness, support recovery, strengthen collective defenses, and prevent escalation. Finally, I'd be remiss not to highlight that this conference also marks the start of the inaugural Geneva Cyber Week. This joint initiative between UNIDIR and the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs will see stakeholders from across the cybersecurity, diplomacy, and development communities come together throughout the course of this week to explore a wide range of digital challenges and opportunities. We are proud to launch Geneva Cyber Week with today's conference and to kick off this wider dialogue with an innovative, scenario-based format that helps make the abstract concrete, the risks tangible, and if we get it right, the response collaborative. Let me close with this. ICT operations against critical infrastructure are no longer a question of if, but when. And when they do happen, no state, no sector or organization can face them alone. This is why the ongoing open-ended working group discussions towards a future permanent UN mechanism on international ICT security are so crucially important. This mechanism could help embed cooperation, could help build confidence, and strengthen the implementation of norms and principles to keep cyberspace open, stable, and secure. Cyber diplomacy backed by practical collaboration and sustained dialogue will be key to this effort, and UNIDIR remains committed to supporting states and stakeholders as they travel this path. With that, it only remains for me to wish you all a productive and thought-provoking day of discussions, and indeed an excellent first day of the Geneva Cyber Week. Thank you all, enjoy the conference, and I hand it back to Giacomo Persi-Paoli, please.
Thank you very much, Robin, for your opening remarks that really set the scene well and provide a framework for the whole day. Before I have the pleasure of inviting here on stage our keynote speaker, I just wanted to elaborate for 30 seconds on one of the key concepts that Robin just mentioned that is going to help us understand both the keynote that will follow, but also help us follow the development of the whole day. And this is about the mentioned UNIDIR cyber intrusion path, which is an accessible framework that is being developed by us to analyze both malicious and security activities in the ICT environment, and is really built around the concept of the network perimeter, like Robin just mentioned, which categorizes and characterizes the ICT environment into what is outside the perimeter or inside the perimeter. So outside the perimeter is really the external environment. This is where malicious actors operate before they even touch or get close to protected systems. They might scan for weaknesses, collect data, or identify vulnerabilities, often in third-party systems or cloud services, for example. And from a defender's perspective, this is the time for early warning, information sharing, and threat intelligence, as well as responsible vulnerability disclosure. On the perimeter, this is the point of entry. This is where malicious actors try to breach the digital fence, like Robin mentioned, using tactics like phishing emails, infected software updates, or exploiting unpatched systems. And for defenders, this is really about strengthening their perimeter defenses, including firewalls, authentication, intrusion detection, basic cyber hygiene practices for employees, etc. And then last, it's inside the perimeter, which is the network itself. This is where the real damage can happen. Once inside, perpetrators may try to move through the systems, steal credentials or disrupt services or exfiltrate data. And defenders need tools and protocols to detect abnormal activity, isolate threats, and respond quickly to contain the impact. So we have put on your desks, if you're here in the room or if you're following online, you can go on our website where we have recently made a summary of this cyber intrusion path available for you to follow, and you will see how it's going to be, hopefully be a useful tool to follow the discussion. But now, without further ado, I'd like to invite our keynote speaker for today, Will Smart. Please join us, Will, here on stage. He's a director at Care Tech Partners and the former CIO of the NHS England. Please, Will.
Imagine walking into a hospital where screens have gone dark, where the digital pulse of modern healthcare has flatlined. Ambulances racing towards trauma centres must change course, diverted mid-journey. Cancer appointments, treatments that can't wait are cancelled. And perhaps most frightening of all, the professionals we trust with our lives are standing helpless, uncertain about what's happening or how to respond. That was the NHS on Friday, May the 12th, 2017. I'm Will Smart, and I was the NHS's Chief Information Officer when WannaCry struck. And what I want to share today isn't a technical post-mortem, it's a human story of care disrupted, healthcare professionals fighting to protect patients when their digital tools fail, and most importantly, lessons we can't afford to forget. So I was in Oxford when it all began. During the morning, I received a couple of emails. IT services were down in 2 hospitals. Nothing alarming, just typical outages, I thought. Systems go down, systems come back up, business as usual. By lunchtime, the trickle had become a flood, with more hospitals reporting IT failures. The pattern was unmistakable. The NHS was under attack. NHS England declared a major incident at 4 p.m, and emergency protocols were activated. Shortly afterwards, NHS Digital released technical guidance, and at 5 p.m, the Secretary of State for Health was briefed. By this time, I was in my car, racing home from Oxford. My connection to the crisis was fragmented, patchy mobile signals, intermittent updates from colleagues, and listening to radio news bulletins telling me about my own organisation's crisis. Even when I reached colleagues, nobody had the whole picture. How many hospitals, which systems, how many patients affected. The metaphor of the fog of war was never truer than in that moment. By the time the major incident was closed on the 19th of May, the damage was clear. 80 out of 236 hospital trusts had services affected, 595 GP practices had been infected, 1,220 pieces of diagnostic equipment stood idle, and emergency departments had turned away ambulances. Over 6,900 appointments had been cancelled, including 139 urgent cancer referrals, and patients travelled miles beyond their local hospitals for emergency care. And the cruel irony, this entire catastrophe exploited a vulnerability that had an existing patch that had been issued 2 months earlier. Remarkably, through it all, no data was stolen and no patients came to harm. That wasn't luck, it was heroism. NHS professionals across national and local teams working together and refusing to let a digital attack become a human tragedy. WannaCry spread across the globe like digital wildfire. Within hours, it had torched 230,000 computer systems across 150 countries. And the NHS wasn't the intended target. We were caught in the crossfire. We were collateral damage. The NHS in England is huge. It serves 56 million people, employs 1.4 million staff, making it the 5th largest employer on the planet. It operates 24/7, 365 days a year, delivering everything from routine checkups to life-saving trauma surgery, mental health crisis care to community health visits. Every day, over 1 million patients depend on its services. But despite its name, the National Health Service is a labyrinth of independent organisations. The Department of Health and NHS England sets a strategy, policy and commissioning frameworks for clinical services. Hospital trusts operate with independent boards. Foundation trusts are accountable to Parliament while being scrutinised by regulatory bodies like the Care Quality Commission. It's not a single entity, it's a complex ecosystem of interconnected but autonomous parts. And the digital landscape mirrored this complexity. As National CIO, I straddled multiple reporting lines to NHS England and NHS Improvement, with a mandate from the Department of Health spanning both healthcare and social care. I was responsible for digital strategy, chaired the National Digital Delivery Board, led transformation programmes and managed a £3 billion budget. And then there was NHS Digital, formerly the Health and Social Care Information Centre, who serve as our digital backbone. They published the statistics that kept the system accountable and maintained critical infrastructure, the NHS national network, email systems, and crucially, cybersecurity services. They issued care cert alerts when warning local organisations about vulnerabilities and providing remediation guidance. Those alerts would later become central to the WannaCry story. Meanwhile, on the ground, each trust manages its own IT operations. The result of all of this is a vast patchwork quilt of systems, some custom-built, some decades old, many cobbled together through mergers and reorganisations. It's a system that cannot afford to fail, and yet in May 2017, that's exactly what happened. But contrary to what the media reported during the crisis, most infected systems weren't running obsolete software. They were running supported Windows 7. The critical fact was that none of the infected organizations had applied the Microsoft security patch released in March, 2 months before the attack. So this wasn't about outdated technology, it was about outdated thinking. Patching wasn't prioritized, firewalls weren't fortified, cybersecurity was still viewed as an IT department problem, not a board-level strategic risk. So picture the NHS as a medieval city. The perimeter, where our systems meet the wider internet, should be our fortress wall. But WannaCry found what every invader dreams of: gates left ajar, watchmen asleep, and inconsistent defences. Firewalls, our digital sentries, were supposed to be our first line of defence. Their job was to block exactly the kind of unauthorised traffic WannaCry exploited. However, across the NHS, these sentries were either looking the other way or missing altogether. And the technical details mattered here. Server message block ports, SMB, the channels WannaCry used to spread were left wide open. Some trusts had sealed these vulnerabilities, many hadn't bothered. On paper, our firewalls should have contained a threat. In reality, they might as well have been made of paper. And it wasn't that we hadn't been warned. The NHS Digital Care Service had sounded the alarm, explicit high-priority alerts identifying the exact vulnerability WannaCry would later exploit. But here's the critical flaw. These warnings were optional, opt-in. NHS Digital could send alerts, but they couldn't enforce action. The warnings were sent, but who was listening? Who was acting? We simply didn't know. This patchwork approach to digital defence was not only a technical failure, but also a cultural one. Cyber alerts were seen as background noise in a system where a clinical alert about contaminated medicine would prompt immediate and coordinated action. Too many leaders regarded cybersecurity as a technical sideshow, not the cornerstone of modern healthcare delivery, not as a matter of life and death. When our perimeter defences collapsed, they didn't just allow virus entry, they gave it a guided tour. The digital collapse rippled through every aspect of care. Pharmacists couldn't access electronic prescribing systems, forcing manual verification of medication orders, a process that's prone to human error. Laboratory results that normally flow instantly to clinicians were delayed by hours or days. Some pathology departments couldn't access their own systems, affecting everything from routine blood counts to critical tests for cardiac patients. Even primary care wasn't spared. GP practices operated with severely limited capacity that weekend, and some out-of-hours services simply had to close their doors, unable safely to treat patients without access to their medical histories. The financial impact was staggering, £92 million. However, the true cost transcends balance sheets. How does one quantify delayed diagnoses, the erosion of patient trust, the psychological toll on healthcare workers who suddenly couldn't deliver the care they were trained to provide? These are the inevitable costs of digital collapse. Remarkably, miraculously even, no patient data was stolen and no deaths were attributed to the incident. But let me be absolutely clear, this wasn't because our systems were resilient, it was because our people were extraordinary. Doctors, nurses, technicians, administrators, digital teams, they became the human firewall when the digital one failed. They improvised, adapted, and refused to let technology's failure become healthcare's failure. And then came our stroke of fortune. A 22-year-old British cybersecurity researcher, Marcus Hutchins, noticed something peculiar in the malware's code, a reference to an unregistered internet domain. On a hunch, he registered that domain for £10. Unknowingly, he had activated the kill switch, This was blind luck, a £10 domain purchase that saved organisations worldwide from further devastation. Let that sink in. WannaCry didn't stop because of our sophisticated defences or rapid response. It stopped because of an accidental discovery by a researcher. Fortune smiled at us that day, but we cannot and we must not rely on luck to protect patient care. Next time, and there will be a next time, the system must be ready. We had turned a corner by May the 19th, 1 week after the attack began. Most GP services were back online, hospitals were functioning, albeit with reduced capacity. Yet the human toll was immense. IT teams worked 20-hour days for a straight week. Clinical staff operated under a dual burden, delivering care without their usual tools while supporting recovery efforts. No healthcare system should require heroism as part of its business continuity plan. As systems came back online, one thing became crystal clear. Recovery wasn't about returning to the pre-attack state, which was demonstrably vulnerable. This wasn't a restoration. It was the beginning of a transformation in how the NHS thinks about and prepares for and defends against digital threats. WannaCry ripped away the digital veil, exposing the NHS's cyber vulnerabilities like an X-ray reveals a fracture. And we learned 6 critical lessons. First, governance matters. NHS Digital could warn, but not enforce. It was like having a fire department that can only tell you your house is on fire if you subscribe to their newsletter. We needed mandatory compliance, not optional advice. Second, basic hygiene saves lives. WannaCry exploited a known weakness with an available patch, like an infection spreading, not because we lack antibiotics, but because we forgot to wash our hands. Third, infrastructure matters. You wouldn't perform modern surgery with Victorian instruments, yet we were running 21st century healthcare on 20th century technology. We accelerated the modernisation of infrastructure, creating customer support agreements with Microsoft, accelerated migration to supported platforms, and a comprehensive hardware refresh targeting the oldest and most vulnerable devices. Fourth, preparation is everything. The NHS regularly drills for mass casualty events and for terrorist attacks, but cyber response was ad hoc and inconsistent. We needed cyber-specific playbooks and regular drills. Fifth, continuity planning. The review emphasised regular rehearsals of analogue feedback procedures, ensuring that when technology fails, care continues. This wasn't about rejecting digital healthcare, but about acknowledging its vulnerabilities and having backup plans ready. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, the review acknowledged the human dimension. The NHS response to WannaCry was powered by people pushing themselves to exhaustion. The review demanded that we build systems that don't require heroism to function, that we plan for human endurance as carefully as we plan for system resilience. These lessons became the blueprint for a fundamental reimagining of NHS cybersecurity, transforming not just our technical defences, but our culture, our governance, and our very conception of delivering safe healthcare in the digital age. WannaCry wasn't just an incident we survived, it was the catalyst for the change we needed. In the years since WannaCry, the NHS has undergone a cyber revolution. Today, cyber is hardwired into NHS governance. Every organisation must have a named executive responsible for digital security. At a national level, we have a security operations centre standing watch 24/7. Meanwhile, the NHS has embarked on the largest digital infrastructure modernisation in its history, replacing vulnerable systems, implementing multi-factor authentication, deploying endpoint detection, and segmenting networks so that future infections can't spread unchecked. But perhaps the most transformative has been the cultural shift. Cybersecurity is no longer viewed as an IT issue. It's recognised as an imperative for patient safety. Yet, despite these advances, we harbour no illusions. Recent events prove this painfully. In June 2024, Synovus, a pathology provider serving South London healthcare organisations, was crippled by ransomware. The human impact was immediate. 10,000 outpatient appointments cancelled, 1,700 surgeries postponed, and blood transfusion services severely compromised. These incidents hammer home a fundamental truth. Cyber resilience isn't something you achieve once and check off a list. We stand stronger and we operate wiser, but we must remain vigilant. The next WannaCry isn't a question of if, but when. So let me leave you with this certainty. Sophisticated cyber attacks targeting healthcare aren't anomalies, they're inevitable. Healthcare's foundation isn't technology or even medicine, it's trust. Patients trust us with their bodies, with their information, and with their lives. So I challenge everyone in this room. If you shape policy, demand cyber accountability with the same vigour you demand clinical standards. If you lead healthcare organisations, recognise that digital security isn't a cost centre, it's care enablement. If you work in technology, build systems assuming they will be attacked because they will. And if you're a clinician, ask the uncomfortable question. What happens to my patients when, not if, these screens go dark? WannaCry was a catastrophic event that changed everything that came after. The next attack is already being planned. The only question is whether we'll be victims or defenders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Will, for sharing with us a story that saw, in a way, became the first popular in terms of like widespread and mainstream case of bringing really the issue of cybersecurity on the agenda of the public. And it would be hard for me to summarize all of the great lessons that you have identified. But if I had to, I would probably say that cyber resilience isn't a technical goal, it's not like a technical metric to achieve, but it's a system level, lifelong commitment that societies need to make. It requires policy and regulation in the same way in which it requires cooperation with the technical community. It requires individual commitment, cultural change, and the understanding that it's not a one and done deal, but it's really a lifelong commitment that requires continuous update and improvement. So thank you for taking us away from the fictional scenario of dystopia and into the real world to showcase that sometimes reality can go even beyond our darkest imagination. But I was glad to hear the number of lessons that were identified, and hopefully these lessons are also going to be useful in informing others. So thank you so much, Will. Let's now go back into the world of dystopia. You've heard in Robin's remark references to this region. We've started the conference by showing you the consequences of a serious cyber attack on the region of dystopia, but perhaps not all of you had the chance to look at the short video that we published last week introducing you to the region of dystopia. So before we get started with the first panel, let's just play a short video that will bring us back into the world of dystopia and help us understand who are the key players there. So please.
Welcome to dystopia, a region defined by its digital ambition. Over the past decade, it has undergone rapid transformation. Societies, infrastructure and services are increasingly digital, automated and integrated. Much of this progress is powered by the cloud. Across the region, most institutions and public services rely on a small number of providers, making digital operations efficient, but also closely linked. The states of the region share more than just digital tools. They are connected by common infrastructure, such as cross-border energy grids, regional water systems, and shared natural resources. They also share values. All are members of the United Nations and parties to existing relevant international treaties. Cooperation frameworks are in place. Diplomatic and technical channels are active. This is a region shaped by openness and innovation. Relations are generally peaceful, even if occasional tensions surface. But as digital transformation deepens, so too do interdependencies and risks. URSA is a small lower middle income country in the region. It has recently completed the process of cloud migration of its digital assets, now utilizing infrastructure and services from a private cloud service provider incorporated in the state of Malin to manage the state's IT infrastructure used in multiple critical systems endpoints. URSA's new National Cybersecurity Agency recently submitted a draft legislation on critical infrastructure protection, but political disputes have prevented progress on the adoption of these measures. URSA shares Lake Proxima with Virgo, the largest country in the region. URSA is also home to one of the main rivers in the region that flows into the neighboring country Centaurus and discharges into Lake Distal. Although relations among states in dystopia are generally stable, there have been some recent trade tensions between URSA and Cosmos. In an interconnected region where digital dependencies run deep, even a localized disruption can cascade across borders. For dystopia, the question is no longer if something could happen, it's how ready is the region to respond?
Okay, so now that we've taken our guided tour into the region of dystopia, we're ready to start the conference with the first panel that is going to be looking at outside the perimeter. I'll start with giving you perspective from what happened outside the perimeter. We're now 60 days before the day the networks failed. URSA's National Cybersecurity Agency received a notification from a security researcher who had identified and reported a zero-day vulnerability in the private cloud service provider for the states. This provider, based in the state of Malin, is the largest in the region, delivering its cloud services to most neighboring states, including Virgo, Centaurus, Malin, and Cetus, as well as businesses across the region. In the absence of a national policy on vulnerability management and conflicting positions across URSA's national agencies, the disclosure of such vulnerability to the private cloud service provider or other states using its services is delayed. Meanwhile, the existence of this zero-day vulnerability is leaked and sold for further exploitation on the dark web. A malicious ICT actor bought and exploited this unreported vulnerability to gain unauthorized access to the cloud provider's environment. The malicious ICT actor subsequently installed a backdoor that persists in the cloud environment for weeks, lateralizing and reaching administration levels of access without detection within the cloud provider security systems. And with that, I'm very happy to give the floor to my colleague Pavel, who will be moderating the first panel. Please, Pavel.
Thank you, Giacomo, for the floor. And again, good morning to one and all. Welcome to the first panel titled Outside the Perimeter, Strengthening Digital Supply Chains. In this session, we will examine how cyber threats can originate and evolve in the digital environment. We will in particular focus, as presented by Giacomo in the prologue scenario, on vulnerabilities that can arise well before malicious actors breach the perimeter defenses of critical infrastructure. We will use the dystopia scenario as a sort of point of departure. Discussions will explore what are the risks posed by ICT vulnerabilities and some of the risks posed by software supply chain dependencies. The following guiding questions were distributed to our panelists ahead of time, but I encourage the participants, either here online or virtually, to also think about those and post questions in our Slido QR code. So what were some of the missed opportunities that existed to prevent this incident at a very early stage would be one question. A second question would be, how can defenders better manage the interdependencies in cloud-based environments that cross borders and jurisdictions? How can states, the private sector, the technical community work better together to detect and report vulnerabilities? share threat intelligence, and strengthen supply chain security. And of course, bringing this to the UN level, how can the implementation of the UN framework for responsible state behavior in cyberspace, particularly voluntary norms related to supply chain security and responsible vulnerability disclosure, help reduce the likelihood of such incidents in the real life? Of course, if you have any examples of emerging good practices or existing initiatives and innovative approaches, either at the private sector level or at the national level, please, you're encouraged to share those as well, and that goes to the panelists as well as our participants. So today, the run of show is we will have a moderated discussion with our panel for the next 45 to 50 minutes, and then we will also open it to the audience here and online to pose questions to our panelists. With that, the one thing that remains to me before asking the first question is to introduce our illustrious and very multi-stakeholder panel, where we have 2 government representatives, 1 civil society representative, and 1 representative of the private sector. So to my far right, His Excellency Mr. Ernst Norman, the Ambassador at Large for Cyber Affairs from the Kingdom of the Netherlands, who is also the lead negotiator for his country in the UN Open-Ended Working Group on International Aspects of ICT Security. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador. To my immediate right, Mr. Sharifa Rashida Binti Syed Othman, or as those of us who know her from different negotiations, just Rashida, Director of Cybersecurity Policy and International Cooperation at the National Cybersecurity Agency of Malaysia. She has 19 years of experience, having developed a lot of Malaysia's national cyber policy, which importantly includes Malaysia National Cyber Crisis Management Plan, which may be somewhat relevant to our scenario. I also want to introduce to my immediate left, Katica Rodriguez, Policy Director for Global Privacy at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. She focuses on global privacy issues and cross-border data flows, but at the Electronic Frontier Foundation, she has also led global advocacy efforts for protection of cybersecurity researchers, penetration testers, and ethical hackers in the recently concluded UN negotiations on elaborating the UN Cybercrime Convention. And finally, last but certainly not least, to my far right, Mrs. Patricia Elke, Director of Cybersecurity and Emerging Tech Policy at the Microsoft Corporation. Patricia has 15 years of experience working on development of cybersecurity and compliance standards for critical infrastructure, including in the cloud, where she spearheaded the creation of special standards in the area of incident response to ensure reliability of security of North American electric grid. So welcome to you all. And with that, I will go straight into the first question. And I will flip the usual UN script where the first questions goes to representative of states, with your indulgence. To start with the starts with the independent researcher who reports a vulnerability. So we see a security researcher in dystopia scenario reporting a rather serious vulnerability to regional that exists in the regional cloud service providers to a state. But due to a lack of policy and coordination, that report is neither acted upon nor shared in time. From your perspective, what are some of the risks of inaction or delay when it comes down to vulnerability disclosure? And perhaps to follow up on that, how can governments ensure that security researchers, penetration testers, and the so-called ethical hackers are heard and protected? Over to you, Katica.
Thank you, Pavel. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here today. Okay. Okay, for us, every hour of delay between identifying a critical flaw and acting on it converts a potential patch window into an attack window. In this scenario, the window stays open long enough for the vulnerability to leak onto the dark web market, resulting in a straightforward purge by a well-resourced malicious actor. This is the cause of delay. When someone reported the initial vulnerability to a responsible authority, it should have acted promptly. If it has, some of the organizations that were successfully attacked may have been able to mitigate the vulnerability before the attacks begin. There are always going to be at least 4 necessary phases in dealing with a security vulnerability. First is finding actually the problem, notifying people who are in a position to act on it, preparing a fix or other technical response, and actually deploying that response. All of these are time sensitive and can be complex in terms of technical details and in terms of different people's roles and incentives. At times, the incentive problems and risk of delay actions can be, we call it self-inflicted. For example, legal frameworks or certain industry reactions via lawsuits can have the effect of deterring security researchers from coming forward, share the vulnerability, share the problem, or from identifying problems in the first place. Overly broad cybercrime and copyright laws may equate good faith testing with malicious hacking, and some actors, private or public, might use legal threats against those who expose security flaws to protect us all. This can have a shooting the messenger effect. Researchers with a sexual fighting might hesitate to speak out of fear of persecution or lawsuits. Or they may create barriers to international collaboration, might make it harder or risky for security researchers to talk and collaborate internationally. For example, it was reported that a company did not pay big bounties to nationals of certain countries because they were part of a sanctioned country. Or the government might demand that researchers reveal their discovery only to a government or certain entities, like a technology vendor, with unclear results for getting the problem fixed promptly. In our experience, restricting disclosure to certain entities increases the chance that several flaws will go unreported or unaddressed. In some instances, the most beneficial action after a researcher uncovers a flaw is to report it to the general public. For example, when no single entity could adequately address the flaw, or when the product can no longer be used securely. Researchers, either by independent parties who were not working either for product developers or government agencies, have repeatedly led to essential discoveries about urgent problems. This research needs to be protected with legal clarity, among other things, with an intent standard that only punish access to computers systems without malicious intent. We also need to spread awareness that software vulnerabilities are flaws that endanger end users, and that they can be found and can be fixed. Someone working towards the end is ultimately working to protect everyone in the online environment.
Thank you so much, Katica, for kicking us off today with the scenario. I would now like to turn to Ambassador Norman. As mentioned by Katica, officials in our fictitious country of URSA clearly missed the window of opportunity to act on a reported vulnerability. This allowed a threat actor to compromise a widely used cloud provider. How does Netherlands view this kind of situation through the lens of the existing UN framework for responsible state behavior in cyberspace? And in your view, which particular elements of this UN framework would be relevant here? And how can their implementation prevent such incidents in the future? Over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Pavel. And I also want to thank especially also Will Smart for his keynote, because he said already so many elements, brought forward so many elements which are so important for the prevention of cyber attacks, while at the same time acknowledging that you will never have a 100% guarantee and will be attacked at a certain moment. So really useful recommendations also you brought forward. So it's indeed the question, how can we prevent it? And it's, prevention is something of, not, as mentioned by Will, it's not a technical issue, it's a multi-stakeholder issue. We have to work together across sectors, across different countries, between academia, private sector, civil society, to make sure we are organized well enough to prevent certain attacks. Like was mentioned, there was a researcher actually who just by sheer coincidence registered the domain and activated the kill switch, which maybe not have been done if only private sector was involved or governments. Now, also in our policy as a national government, Dutch government, we have a proactive approach as a priority in cybersecurity. So we really are looking together, how do we work together, how do we analyze with intelligence services, but also with private sector, with others, to analyze what's happening on the internet. and make sure that we already analyze activities on the internet before they start attacking. But at the same time, for us, also part of that proactive approach is the UN framework on responsible state behavior. We agreed in 2015 on 11 norms for responsible state behaviors. 11 norms, of which 8 norms tell you what to do, and 3 norms tell you what you should not do on the cyberspace. Now, for us, the implementation of these norms is crucial. That we really sit down together and to discuss how do we implement and how do we build capacity in those countries who do not have yet the capabilities to defend themselves. We don't see the normative framework as some theoretical exercise, it's a practical guide. And that's how we should go about it, also for the future. And on top of the international framework norms, we always have been stressing that international law applies both to the offline as to the online world. So we don't make a distinction, and we've been stressing the importance of international law time and again, and the different discussions on the cyber domain. And you can read it now back in those texts that international law applies to the online both as the offline world. Now, if we look at the case at hand in dystopia and look at the 11 norms, we can focus especially on 2 norms. And one is to ensure the integrity of the supply chains and the security of digital products. That's one of the norms. And the other norm is also the responsible reporting of vulnerabilities and the related information sharing respectively. So that's also a matter of trust, that you share information with other partners and so they can also act accordingly. So it is, it's not so the matter of the fact that we have these norms, but now the discussion is and how to implement these norms. And we are entering the final phase of the open-ended working group. And I know some of you, and like Rashida, also will be attending the final session in July of the open-ended working group. And there we really have to discuss how to go about in the future, how to make a very practical approach, a program of action, that's where we stand for the implementation of these norms. And also part of that capacity building to ensure that norms are implemented across the globe, because we all know in the supply chain it also means that a country is not implementing these norms, who do not have the capability, can be a threat to all of us. So that's where I would like to leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Norman, and special thanks for level setting the audience on the 11 norms of responsible state behavior. You've made my job as a moderator easier, because I wanted to focus our next questions on specifically on the 2 norms you mentioned, particularly the reporting of ICT vulnerabilities and supply chain security. And I would like to start with the ICT vulnerabilities. Patricia, if I can turn to you and a private sector view. In the dystopia scenario, a 0-day vulnerability in a regional cloud provider was exploited, and as we have seen from the prologue video, this may have ultimately started a chain of cascading events with effects across multiple states and sectors. Of course, this raises important questions around A, the role of cloud infrastructure in national and regional cyber resilience, and B, I am aware that Microsoft has advocated for recognizing cloud services as a critical infrastructure at the global level. Could you share how Microsoft approaches the protection of these services? And what are some of the good practices you see emerging to strengthen security of cloud infrastructure across jurisdictions? Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you for the opportunity to give remarks, and I thank everyone listening for your attention, and also to my distinguished panelists for the great conversation this morning. I think there have been some emerging themes from Robin's intro and Will's keynote, and some of the remarks that my colleagues have made around the theme that it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. That we're going to see some kind of compromise attack against critical infrastructure. As we all know, critical infrastructure underpins some of our most critical and essential services in daily life. And Microsoft has and considers cloud services as critical infrastructure. because it underpins economies, it underpins societies, and crucial services for our everyday life. Secure clouds are vital, and we not only understand that this is important, we also feel that it's our global responsibility globally to ensure the resilience and security of cloud services. For example, the Ukraine example has shown that defense against any military action, that a country's ability to distribute and disperse their digital infrastructure, including assets and operations across borders, can be life-saving. And so we've advocated for quite some time now that cloud services should be viewed as critical infrastructure with protection against attack under international law. What does this look like? We're looking forward to see three related commitments to this. First, the state should not engage or allow any persons within their territory or jurisdiction to engage in cyber operations that will compromise the security, integrity, or confidentiality of cloud services. In a similar vein, states should not compromise the security of cloud for purposes of espionage, and when states construct cyber operations, they should avoid imposing costs on unintended consequences on the target of their operations. Specifically, how we focus on security, about a year and a half ago, Microsoft launched a first of its kind security initiative called the Secure Future Initiative. What is this initiative? Essentially, it's our cross-company approach to embody the security-first posture. Our CEO, Satya Nadella, and I can tell you live, we all got an email which pretty much instructed the whole company saying, when you are faced with a decision at any time, you must always pick security first over functionality or any other option that you're looking at. As part of this initiative, we have 34,000 security engineers that are working on implementing all our goals and objectives in this initiative. The initiative is anchored by three principles: to have security by default in everything that we develop, deploy, build, to have security by design and security by operations. Very specific to the conversation we're having around cloud services, we have 6 pillars as part of this initiative to define our approach to security, and it crosses from protecting identity and secrets to ensuring the security of our networks, to detect cyber threats and protect networking and engineering systems, as well as protecting our tenants and isolating key systems. I'll give you some examples. I know I just said a lot here. One of the objectives as part of the SFI initiative, which is Secure Future Initiative, is reducing the time that it takes to patch cloud vulnerabilities, for example. Another thing that we're doing as part of the Secure Future Initiative is we're starting to file our CVEs for significant vulnerabilities, even if there's no customer action needed, meaning we are the ones patching it, but for advancing transparency, we're actually publishing this for everyone to see. For those curious about the Secure Future Initiative, I think there's a lot of nuggets, lessons learned in there. You can pick up our April update, which was just released in April. In addition to that, thinking about cloud services again, underpinning so much of our global infrastructure, digital infrastructure, specifically to the EU. 2 weeks ago, we made some very specific commitments to protecting and defending the digital resilience and cybersecurity of Europe, even in the face of geopolitical uncertainty. We've announced a deputy CISO that's going to be responsible for all Microsoft cybersecurity operations in Europe. On a more technical level, we comply with over 100 standards and certifications globally, employing safeguards and ensuring customer data access in our cloud environment is secure and respects different laws and national laws around privacy, as well as designing our cloud services with resilience in mind, using defense in depth and diverse availability zones. By nature, I know you mentioned, Pavel, supply chain. The very nature of supply chains is challenging. I mean, when you think about it, what makes it so complex and dynamic is the interconnectedness of the ICT systems, which I think was something that was underscored by both the Keynote and Robin. If you think about it, supply chains, they're interconnected. It's a mix of hardware, software, services, that come from thousands of direct and indirect suppliers from different jurisdictions, right? With all different capabilities, different priorities, as well as different resources. And not the least, but to also mention different security posture. And so when we think of supply chains and what it looks like and how challenging it is to secure the end-to-end supply chain, we do need to think of some certain sort of policy principles in mind. The first one, which is improving cohesion. Usually attackers go after the weakest link, and they use that as a launching pad to burrow further into their into the network or whatever objectives they have, malicious objectives. So we want to make sure that whatever policies that we put in place don't create downstream effects and create weak links. We have to reduce global fragmentation. Cross-border should use consistent baselines across standards, requirements that can drive innovation and information sharing. Considering security and resilience, right? We shouldn't only focus on the confidentiality and integrity of the supply chain, but also what this means for availability. If you think about ransomware threats and attacks, for example, they usually affect the availability of systems. And then in terms of cloud services, the hyperscale cloud provider builds resiliency by design, and depending on the type of solution, it increases our responsibilities. And so it is a shared responsibility, just like cybersecurity is a team sport. It does take a shared responsibilities to make sure that our customers understand their risk profile and business needs and what it takes to secure the cloud workloads. Now, I'll stop there.
Patricia, thank you so much for this. I think I will come back to you in a second about some of the threats you mentioned that can originate outside of the perimeter of critical infrastructure, including the commercial exploits and the ransomware. But right now, I would like to turn to Rashida, who has a very difficult job, because apart from negotiating and developing the UN framework that Ambassador Norman mentioned, you have two hats. The other hat is you are charged with national implementation of this framework. And in our scenario, we saw that delays in responding to a reported vulnerability was partly due to confusion among national agencies and the absence of clear policy. So my question to you would be, from your national experience, how can states effectively translate the UN framework of responsible state behavior in national policies, but also practices? And especially in the areas of supply chain and ICT vulnerabilities, but perhaps importantly, how can governments also promote the whole of government and whole of society approach to managing some of these risks? Over to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to everyone. Thank you for inviting me, UNIDIR, and I would like to thank everyone for listening to my intervention today. So, Pavel, it's a very long questions for me to unpack one by one, but I will try my best. But let me know if I need to add more to the deliberations. Initially, I think based on our national experience, first and foremost, states can effectively translate the UN framework of responsible states behavior. In this regard, what we discussed today is about supply chain security and vulnerability reporting. I think the states itself needs to position cybersecurity as important fabric of digitalizations. I think the scenario today also mentions the importance of integrated and digitalization. And cybersecurity needs to be shifted to the most left, which we listened earlier to our earlier speaker about the need of security by design, where the development and the security needs to put even at the code level, and we need to embed security at the earliest possible. So that is what I think security by design, among others, mentioned by Patricia. And this is where the agile and adaptive cybersecurity governance is needed in achieving resiliency. And the importance of cybersecurity governance begins with clarity in roles and shared responsibility across entire ecosystem. The approach and experience that we have, the moment when the entity understands their roles, it will reduce complexity and create coordinated action. So way back home, my experience is more at policy level. I was in charge in developing of the National Cyber Crisis Management Plan way back in 2008, where I was a really junior officer. The approach that was asked and taken by the National Security Council at that point of time was, at national level, we need to look how our national agency can be prepared. And when we move around, we have no choice, but we go to the academia. That was in 2008. I mean, remember the phones that we have in 2008? There's no Wi-Fi and whatnot. And we also went to the private sectors and understand how their enterprise in protecting their cybersecurity. And it was a year of painful experience to me to learn, but it actually benefit a lot of experience at national level when we start to think about establishing an entity, the National Cybersecurity Entity, in 2017. And later, we introduced our Cybersecurity Act last year. So one thing that I was very interested, and thank Mr. Will Smart by sharing the WannaCry experience, allow me to take the 6th point that he left earlier and connect back what actually in our national experience, what we have done. One thing is about governance matters. I think same to Malaysia. We introduced our Act last year, where the Act is to enhance the national cybersecurity by providing the establishment of National Cybersecurity Committee, who is chaired by the Prime Minister, and impose the duties and power of the Chief Executive of National Cybersecurity Agency, and also indicate the functions and duties of critical infrastructure. We have identified 8 sectors in our Act, where healthcare services is one of it. And Katerina just now mentioned about time is an asset to associate with the scenario today. In our Act, there is a mandatory reporting where an authorized person in our designated national critical information infrastructure, when they actually learn if there are cybersecurity threats that may occur, they should link or prompt or ping us at the National Cybersecurity Agency through a system that was established way back in 2016, where it is an online platform to report to cybersecurity incidences in a timely manner. We have immediate reporting, 6-hour reporting, and 14 days reporting, depending on the severity of the incidences. And through the platform itself, the National Cybersecurity Chief Executive actually can mitigate any indicator, any disseminations of information in the National Critical Information Infrastructure Entity, in the sector, or across the sector itself. Can I continue? Do I still have time? So secondly, it's about the basic cyber hygiene, where one of the things that we put in the Act is to empower the NCII sector lead. For example, in the sector itself, for example, healthcare, we actually appoint and empower the Ministry of Health, because we know that as a national cybersecurity agency, health is not our core subject matter. We need people that understand the business of the health and work together with them. So the health experts in their particular matter, they will look into implementing the code of practice sector specific to the healthcare, and they will work together with us. And the moment that the Ministry of Health, for example, introduced the code of practice, the NCII entity, any entity that is designated as NCII, need to follow the code of practice, including cyber hygiene. The third and fourth, you mentioned about the Act introduced to perform self-assessment, where infrastructure protection is important. Preparation in the Act, it mentioned the Chief Executive may conduct cyber exercise to assess the readiness of NCII. I mentioned earlier regarding the experience that we had in developing the National Cyber Crisis Management Plan. In order to test the plan, we performed the first National Cyber Crisis exercise in 2008. Those days, only, I think, 10 agencies, public and private, participate in the end. And as time goes, it becomes hundreds of agencies. So it built, throughout the times, it builds the capacity and capability. Let me stop by indicating two last points, which is the fifth element, continuity planning, as well as system resilience. And in any cybersecurity framework, any cybersecurity practitioners knows that in order for you to start cybersecurity protection, you need to perform risk assessment and protect your crown jewel, because the investment in cybersecurity is a lot. So I will use the NIST framework, where it used to have the identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. But the NIST 2.0 indicate the importance of governance, where the cybersecurity, as mentioned by you earlier, Mr. Will Smart, cybersecurity is no more an IT issue. It puts the element of govern. It's becoming a national issue, a board issue, a management issue, rather than an issue that is managed day to day by the IT people. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Rashida, thank you so much. It's always a treat to listen to you on some of the challenges regarding national implementation and your ideas around this. I think you have decisively moved our panel from why are ICT vulnerabilities a problem to the question of what can we actually do about this on a national level and collectively. And with that, I would like to turn to Ambassador Norman. The Netherlands has been a pioneer in coordinated vulnerability disclosure. I was wondering whether you could, as Rashida did, share how your national CVD model works, including the Netherlands' work with the industry, the ethical hacker community, and the National Cybersecurity Center. How has it helped in the Netherlands to build a culture of security and trust in both public and private systems? Over to you, Ambassador.
Thank you, Pavel, and thank you also for this question, because it's something I always enjoy about talking about, the program we have on the responsible vulnerability disclosures. It started actually back in 2013 that we developed such a policy that we realized, we have to be not punishing, but protecting actually ethical hackers. That was also something, still mind shift, because it was a long-term thought also by the private sector. We have to beat and punish these hackers who try to find our vulnerabilities. So we developed a responsible vulnerability program, and it was managed also by our NCSC. Now, what we did is also that if someone found a vulnerability, we sometimes thank them publicly, and the NCSC has a wall of fame with the best ethical hackers finding important vulnerabilities. And on top of that, now you can also win a T-shirt. A T-shirt, I hacked the Dutch government and all I got is this lousy T-shirt. Now you think that's something, well, what would they care? No, we have a full-time employee at the NCSC dedicated only into distributing these T-shirts. So that shows that it's a real popular program, and they're not only looking for financially compensation. No, the T-shirt is something to put on your CV. And also we work very closely together with a NGO. It's called the Dutch Institute for Vulnerability Disclosures. It's an NGO with both professional and volunteer staff, who continuously are trying to find vulnerabilities and report to the organizations, and often together with our NCSC do that. They're also looking more and more for international cooperation. I know the CEO of the DFID recently traveled even to Japan to see how they can cooperate with NCSC of Japan, because they, while looking for vulnerabilities in the Netherlands, they often encounter vulnerabilities across the globe. And they want to share that information with other organizations. And again, you have to know each other, because otherwise, you receive a message from DIVD that they found a vulnerability, and you think it's a hacker who tries to enter your system. No, so you have to know each other, create trust, and it shows again, it's team sport to protect yourselves. And the DRVD even created an academia for teens, teenagers, who are, often in a period that they are in the attic of their house and on the computer trying to start hacking. And while with this academia, they promote ethical hacking. So the teenager can continue with the curiosity and try to find vulnerabilities while staying on the straight path. So they also work actually together with our police force, who has a program to deter teenagers from entering this criminal path, and then could go to the academia from our Dutch Institute for Vulnerability Disclosure. So you see, even there's an ecosystem. And of course, we set clear boundaries by our responsible vulnerability disclosure program on how far can you go as an ethical hacker. It doesn't give you free rein to do everything. There are clear boundaries in which you can work and help the system to become more secure and resilient.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Norman. I think the T-shirt metaphor is what we're taking away from it, but more importantly, also the principle of protect, not punish, legitimate cybersecurity research that does keep the digital ecosystem secure. From a state perspective on this issue, I would like to shift to a civil society perspective. Katica, I know you have worked directly with cybersecurity researchers and penetration testers. Clearly, in our scenario in dystopia, because we didn't have a national policy on vulnerability disclosure, the vulnerability ends up on the dark web and is ultimately exploited. In order to prevent this, from a civil society perspective, what are, in your view and in your experience from work, some of the key elements of a well-functioning vulnerability disclosure policy? What can really help the technical community? And how can this be promoted across jurisdictions, including in a regional cooperation? Over to you.
Thank you. So I will give some recommendations based off the experience of our Code Rights team. If an organization like the agency in this scenario is asking for vulnerability disclosure to be made to it, it should be prepared to act on those disclosures very fast. In this case, the agency ought to have capacity to do something meaningful with this information, including staff, timetables, and contacts that later respond in a way that best protects people. This process can be complex. For example, sometimes there is a coordinated process where various organizations will release fixes simultaneously when the same vulnerability or kind of vulnerability affects multiple products, in which case someone, and not necessarily the government, needs to coordinate that process effectively, including its associated timetables, secrecy, and publicity. I say not necessarily the government because we have examples of industry consortia or just ad hoc committees of affected companies, engineering teams that handling this process extremely well. A government agency could have a useful role in this sort of process, but not necessarily by exerting the power to run the whole process. It's true that dystopia scenario makes this more complicated by involving multiple countries whose relations are said to be strained or ambiguous. It may be comparatively easy to get a few kind of organizations in the same jurisdiction to work together on a response and disclosure plan. But that's normally based on trust, that they will all working together towards the same goal of protecting the public. In our scenario, some of the participants might be suspicious of the motive of other counterparts in other countries. They may fear that their counterparts have mixed motives and aim to cause embarrassment or deliberate delays. There's often a relatively high level of trust between engineers because they may have participated in the same cultures and communities, like attending international conferences or volunteering on industry committees that are international by nature. This trust and mutual understanding is very valuable and it can be very fragile. Many of the engineers we know and work with are closely connected to international social networks. It's easy to forget that having a relevant contact or a friend in a relevant company elsewhere in the world isn't something that happens automatically or will always be the case. Clearly, for emergency preparedness in general, we want to have resources and contacts and social ties in a place ahead of the emergency. If you imagine someone other than non-cyber emergency affecting one of those countries, it's obvious that they want to have contacts in place that help them cooperate to respond to that emergency. Some of those may be intergovernmental connections, some may be commercial, some may be journalistic or academic, some may be social. The more those connections are built in advance, the more useful they will be for reacting to emergencies. And the same is true for cybersecurity emergencies and for international technical cooperation. So maybe the simple answer is first, the people responsible for this in the neighboring country ideally should know and trust each other. And second, the people in the larger tech community in these countries should go to the international conference and socialize. The flip argument is to remind governments to not disrupt this type of collaborations with mechanisms like visa restrictions, technology export controls, or vulnerability disclosure restrictions. For example, there is a case of a big tech company in a jurisdiction that have been reported to not pay big bounties to nationals of certain countries as part of sanction regimes. And this hinders this international cooperation when we really need it. It's actually amazing if you look at some incident response to computer security problems in the past. How much of these responses was coordinated successfully between engineers on an informal basis, based on their prior professional and social relationships, and based on their engineer values. This is not to say that there isn't a role for government. There is, but it's to say that private sector networks are very valuable, even if they are not very legible.
Khadija, thank you so much. I want to take it from a civil society perspective to a perspective of private sector actor. Patricia, Microsoft clearly operates across many jurisdictions, and each of them has different expectations and different requirements for vulnerability handling. Could you reflect on some of the challenges that the private sector has in implementing coordinated vulnerability disclosure at scale, given the conflicting requirements, and whether you have some ideas for good practices that have already emerged in supporting effective cross-border vulnerability disclosure? Over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Pavel. So we have a lot of initiatives going on, and I'll try to touch on some of the most significant ones, looking at what we're doing as a company, how we're working with government partners and industry as well, and then what some of our thinking is around what some best practices are. We have a digital crimes unit that is committed to eradicating hack-for-hire services, including those with zero-day vulnerabilities. And so this team called the DCU, they drive takedowns and enforcement actions against cybersecurity criminals, and we're currently looking at zero-day marketplaces. We also have an internal policy at Microsoft that governs how we evaluate our customers and vendors that could be associated with cybersecurity mercenary firms. Industry partnership and industry collaboration is at the core of a best practice that we see for advancing coordinated vulnerability disclosure. We founded the Cybersecurity Tech Accord, which is an industry-led initiative with over 100 companies that are committed to protecting cyberspace. Of significance, the Tech Accord put forward principles to combat cyber mercenaries. The Tech Accord has signed in place that these companies that are part of the Tech Accord will have vulnerability disclosure policies in place. We're also working with governments as part of the Pall Mall process, which is an initiative led by the UK and French governments aimed at mitigating the threat of commercial cyber intrusion capabilities like spyware. And so recently, in April, they had released a code of practice for states and are working further for a code of practice for industry. I'd like to touch on our advocating for the protection of good faith research, which I think Khadija covered pretty well as Ernst Newman. We are advocating for good faith researchers. They play a crucial role in protecting human rights by identifying and addressing vulnerabilities in digital systems. And it is really important that we create a supportive environment for good faith research, right? So, for example, pen testing, AI red teaming, or vulnerability disclosure and management is very important, and we have to ensure that we have measures that build the confidence of researchers to report vulnerabilities. So one of the things thinking about the dystopia scenario here is the researcher reported the vulnerability to the cybersecurity agency in URSA, I think that was the country. And one thing that we do want to highlight, and a best practice that we've been advocating for, is that the researchers are reporting directly to the manufacturer, right? So the cloud service provider, because the manufacturer can verify the vulnerability and start working to release a patch. Because if there's a vulnerability, we need a fix. We need to move fast, but even if we're moving fast, we need to have a fix for it. And so in this particular scenario, it begs the question why the researcher did not have the confidence or did not make the decision to report directly to the manufacturer. And so we advocate and support for the right legal protections, the right liability protections to protect good faith researchers and reporting directly to the manufacturer. We do feel that governments and intermediaries, like for example the CERTs, that they can play a role for those researchers that just don't feel comfortable reporting directly to the manufacturer, that they can report to the government or to the CERT. And Katiza had underscored the importance of swiftly acting when the vulnerability is reported to this intermediary. For example, there are governments that have vulnerability equities processes that when the vulnerabilities are reported to the government, depending on what the process could be, they could stockpile vulnerabilities which could prevent in the delay of disseminating the information and reaching the manufacturer which can actually develop the patch. Governments and organizations should publish their coordinated vulnerability disclosure policy for transparency. For example, Microsoft has our CVD policy published online. This is very important, and we are advocating that governments and industry alike do the same thing. So thinking through the dystopia scenario as well, if the government, for example, in this situation had their CVD policy published online and explaining sort of its process of what it does when it receives vulnerabilities, the researcher could make a determination on whether that was the right place or the best way to report the vulnerability if the process showed that maybe it could take a longer time to disseminate the information to the manufacturers. We do have a bug bounty program for reporting vulnerabilities, but we pay to researchers that are looking for that, but we also supporting just giving them recognition. Some researchers just want recognition, and I may take back to Microsoft the idea of the t-shirt because I really like it. And then also we have a Microsoft Security Research Center, MSRC, and Katiza also, I was listening to your remarks and she underscored the importance of the trust in building these relationships. And so this team spends a lot of time building relationships with governments, with CERTs. There's a lot of one-on-one peer-to-peer sharing as well, right, in the technical community. And sometimes when you sit in the policy rooms and have these conversations, the technical folks will actually tell you they prefer to share one-on-one to each other. So trust and transparency have to underpin effective coordinated vulnerability disclosure processes. The one thing that I want to highlight, I know we've talked about all the best practices of things that we should do. What are some things that we are advocating is not the best thing to do? For example, reporting of unmitigated vulnerabilities, right? If it's unmitigated and you're reporting it, say, for example, to a government, and there is some kind of central repository that's now aggregating all your zero-day vulnerabilities and they have no mitigations. When you think about it, that's a pretty resource-rich target for an attacker that's looking to exploit zero-day vulnerabilities that don't have patches. And so we typically advocate that unmitigated vulnerability patches should not be reported and avoiding creating that kind of central place to house them. And last but not the least, public-private partnership, working with governments. I think everyone on this panel has said it in one shape or form, including Robin and the Keynote, that cybersecurity is a team sport, right? You either swim together or you sink together. And so collaborating across all the stakeholders across here that we have, from private, civil society, government, and putting together a healthy and supportive environment to advance vulnerability reporting and coordinated vulnerability disclosure policies.
Thank you a lot, Patricia. I was actually going to turn to this side of the panel, but with your indulgence on everything you've mentioned, I would have one follow-up question to Katica, and that's if we move beyond the dystopia scenario into the real world, I was thinking from your advocacy efforts, can you think of some positive examples where coordinated vulnerability disclosure and ethical researchers, penetration hackers really made a real difference in avoiding specific types of harm? And what lessons can we actually take into account and build a more responsive and resilient digital ecosystem with that in mind, with those positive lessons? Thank you. And then I will turn over to Ambassador Norman and Rashida for some questions about what can we do about this at the UN level and beyond. Thank you.
To say that some are coordinated, vulnerability disclosures are uncoordinated. We want to say that some are tidy ones and there are some that are a little more messy. The tidy coordinated cases is where only a few people know about something. It's clear who is in a position to fix it, and it's clear that everyone is prepared to work together to fix it promptly and not reveal details until the fix is completed. And conversely, the people working on it have trust towards each other and are not threatening legal actions. But there are also messy cases that are important to us, where it's not clear who knows what, or where it appears that the information has come out, or is going to come out, or it's clear that the problem is already being exploited somehow, and people have to move very quickly. And in some cases, you end up with very uncoordinated disclosures, which may still be made in good faith and still aim at giving people information that need in order to respond to a problem. And again, we have helped researchers and security ecosystem participants across the spectrum from tidy to messy ones, disclosures. And we might prefer the tidy cases, of course, but we also want to make sure that the messy ones come to a good outcome for everybody. So on the cases and lessons learned, one is the a good one, it's the one from 2017, a researcher from Google Project Zero privately alerted Cloudflare about a major bug coin Cloudbit. The researcher warned the company directly and in private with a deadline to react. The Cloudflare engineers team were able to disable the vulnerable features within hours, then fully patch and purge caches in just 3 days. They also publicly shared a detailed post-mortem, allowing peers and the broader tech community to learn how to prevent similar flaws. This demonstrates that how time-limited private disclosures plus transparent radical follow-up can drastically reduce the window of attack if the vendor is prepared to act swiftly. Another case, and it was mentioned in the keynote, it was the WannaCry ransomware. Until security researchers Marcus Hutchins halted the worms that stopped the spread almost immediately. Here, there was no formal coordinated disclosure process. Yet, this individual, acting on his own initiative, prevented even more catastrophic damage. It shows how outsiders without official mandate can play a critical role when we have laws and norms, or when we can provide protection for this type of people. And another example I would like to say is the Heartbleed example, one of the highest profile internet-wide vulnerabilities in recent years, involved a partially coordinated disclosure at first. But once it became public, many had to scramble to patch their systems. In this case, university researchers performed internet-wide scans to gauge the scope of the problem, and again, on their own initiative, without explicit permissions, helping organizations see how they can fix and apply the patches. That is a reminder that our legal framework should give well-intentioned researchers the confidence to act rather than chill vital emergency response. And just to finalize, sometimes reporting to the public is the right way to go. For instance, last summer, a prolific security researcher named Dennis found a vulnerability in a digital lock product. Dennis has presented his work at conferences around the world, and his talk was accepted at one of the major security conferences, DEF CON, that he planned along with his co-presenter about digital locks, and including a vendor on digital locks. The researcher shared his findings of the vulnerability with the company months in advance of his talk, and gave them a timeline to react, and sought to discuss also possible fixes with them. The company at first showed some interest in engaging with him on the issue, but nothing happens. Months pass, no fixes. On the eve of his presentation, Dennis received a last-minute cease and desist letter that raised a number of baseless legal claims. Fortunately, our EFF Coders Rights legal team was on the ground on the same conference and met with Dennis immediately. Over the next 48 hours, EFF engaged in direct conversation with the legal counsel of the company, who then elevated to the CEO of that company. Ultimately, the company rescinded its cease and desist letters, and then he was able to present his finding, now enriched by updates on how this company intended to fix the vulnerabilities. This incident illustrates how legal threats can still loom over good faith security researchers, even they have followed best practice, like disclosing flaws in advance. Sometimes vendors don't want to invest money on fixing the patches, and sometimes the only route the security researcher has is to disclose the research to the public. In that way, companies have acted immediately to fix the problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katica. Before I turn it to you, I will also give the floor to our participants who have submitted questions online. But before I do so, I want to turn with last questions to Ambassador Norman and Rashida. You represent Netherlands and Malaysia, respectively, in the UN Open-Ended Working Group negotiations. The Open-Ended Working Group is set to meet this July to discuss the new permanent mechanism on international ICT security after the mandate of this group expires. And my questions to both of you would be, how can international forums like the OEWG, but maybe also looking toward the future for this new permanent body on ICT security, how can they help us translate lessons from real-life ICT incidents to improving national cyber resilience, particularly when it comes down to early detection and coordinated response? And what do you see as some of the key roles that the future UN permanent mechanism could play in supporting states, especially developing countries, as they're building their national cyber resilience and incident response capabilities? So over to you, if I may, ladies first, and then to Ambassador Norman, and then it's over to the audience for their questions.
Okay. To answer these questions in a nutshell, in a summary, what actually we can do for the future permanent mechanism and how it actually will looks like, especially to the developing country that still are looking into the building the capacity and capability. I think, as I mentioned in my first answer, that you really need to shift cybersecurity to the left, where cybersecurity becoming the fabric of transformations. Because as a developing country, cybersecurity needs to be looked as an investment, and any cybersecurity practitioners knows that for cybersecurity investment, day to day, you need to use like 80% of your OPEX, operational expenditure, and 20% possibly of the development expenditure, where the day-to-day operation need to change, the tooling need to change. But today's discussions, we see the importance of capacity building and the element of building up the right culture, the right people, the right human, in terms of making sure cybersecurity becoming the culture of what we wanted to do. And the right engagement, the right housing for the future permanent mechanism, as capacity building will be the central of it, bringing the right entity, the right expert, the right stakeholder with the right mandate and timeline to perform some practical as well as outcome-based mandate will actually contribute to the issues that we face, and it needs to complement with the national and policy implementation, or else we will need to start from zero, where I think at the UN level, at the regional level, and at the national level, a lot of countries are moving in parallel, want to maximizing the digitalization and transformation, as well as look into cybersecurity as a national security issue, as an economic issue, as well as a societal issue. I will stop.
Thank you, Ambassador Norman. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and completely agree with Rashida, but also with Will Smart this morning that cybersecurity should be at the core of an organization, and it's not a given. Fortunately, we will have we're in the phase of implementing the so-called EU NIS2 directive within the European Union, which makes cybersecurity a C-level responsibility. So a CEO cannot hide anymore that it's a technical issue, something for the CIO, the CISO, and no, it's a responsibility of the organization. So I think that's crucial to bring it up to that level. That's of course meant for organizations working in critical infrastructure. But for instance, in the Netherlands, that means once the NIS2 is implemented, that the NCSC's responsibility moves from about 900 organization companies to 11,000 companies and organizations. So that really broadens the responsibility. Now moving to the UN, also your question. I think first of all, what we're doing today is extremely useful and an exercise discussing what. Given a certain situation, how should we react? Drills are crucial, trainings are crucial, not only at national level, but also international level. But at the same time, I have to acknowledge, if we talk about the normative frameworks, that we also have a lot of discussions, not only in the Netherlands, but other countries, who are more doubting the value of norms, these normative discussions. We are living in a geopolitical, very complex world right now. And it's getting more and more complex. We always have been defending the rule-based order, and it looks like more and more shifting to a power-based order. And of course, when we discuss the normative framework, which we want to defend, that means still a rule-based order, based on international law. And that's not a given. I think something worthwhile for all of us to defend and to work hard for that. But for that sense, also within the UN should provide a space to be very practical. That we do not only have political discussions on the norms and complex declarations, but be practical how to implement these norms, how to involve the multi-stakeholder environment in these discussions, which is not always easy in the open working group, and make sure everyone is at the table to ensure the cybersecurity for all of us. So that's something we want to do, work hard for and defend, but it's not a given, and I hope everyone here in the room will be at our side.
Thank you, Ambassador Norman. Speaking of the room, both the virtual and the physical room we have here, participants have submitted questions, and the people have also spoken on which questions are the most popular ones and voted on each other's questions. So I will pick the ones that have been most voted on. Bearing in mind which questions are the most relevant for the outside of the perimeter, some questions are already going into questions of legal attribution, what happens when critical infrastructure perimeter is already breached, so that will be subject of other panels. I do have one question for the two of you, and that is, should states be encouraged to designate cloud services as critical infrastructure, and what elements should they consider before making the decision? So that would be a question to both of you on your national policies of designating critical infrastructure and how you have approached that. I have a second question for Patricia, which I believe was as follows: whether Microsoft works with other vendors to establish industry-wide cybersecurity standards for cloud infrastructure protection. So I would hand it over to you first for this question, and then over to Rashida and Ambassador Norman, and then we can conclude this panel. Thank you.
Right, so I'll just repeat the question. The question was if Microsoft works with other industries to set cybersecurity standards for cloud infrastructure. The answer is yes, and not only for cloud services and cloud infrastructure. We work with the entire global cybersecurity ecosystem to be part of the standards development process for cybersecurity. Two significant ones that I'll highlight is we work a lot with NIST in the US, but they do have a international framework, which I believe Katisa had mentioned, or no, actually it was Sharifa that mentioned the Cybersecurity Framework 2.0. So we have over 10 years plus, we have provided comments, feedback, recommendations on how to develop the cybersecurity framework, which is for operational risk management standards. We also are very, very involved in the ISO IEC standards process, which develops cybersecurity standards across the board, from information systems risk management to cloud security and even on AI security. And so the way we work to set the standards through the collaboration with the industry standard setting body is usually by participation in the working groups, by providing feedback, participating in workshops, and sharing our lessons learned, our expertise on how we're implementing standards and what we're seeing out there and how that can better the standards community process. I know we touched on secure by design a lot here during the panel, and so another example of a way that we have advanced standards in the external settings is 20 years ago we developed the Secure Development Lifecycle, SDL, which is how we approach security by design at Microsoft. And it was a standard that we developed and we shared publicly to drive innovation and information exchange and lessons learned. And now we have actually made a commitment as of 2 years ago to do the same thing for the Cyber Resilience Act. In the EU, we do believe that will set the gold standard for cybersecurity standards in Europe and globally, and so we're leaning in to drive innovation on how to comply with that standard, and we're open to sharing it with the whole world to drive, again, innovation, lessons learned, and information exchange.
Thank you so much, Patricia. So over to first Ambassador Norman and then Rashida. I don't want to eat into the coffee break too much, so if you can keep your answers to 1.5 minutes, that would be appreciated, but over to you.
Thank you. Now, your question on whether we consider cloud infrastructure to be part of the critical infrastructure, the answer is, of course, yes. I mean, if you just imagine what it would mean if a cloud infrastructure goes down, then the whole healthcare system would go down. Our national government would, in large part, go down. So you could go on and on and on. And then maybe to add on that, because it's so crucial for our functioning as a society, you may have noticed, and I'm sure a number of you are involved in those discussions, that we are more and more discussing within the EU on about the digital autonomy, and the cloud sovereignty. It becomes more a crucial topic. It's very difficult because we are so dependent on the main providers from the United States. But we feel more and more the need also to develop our own capabilities, especially because it's so crucial for the functioning of our societies. So that shows how important it is and how critical we see it as a infrastructure for our society. Thank you.
Rashida, over to you.
Thank you. In our experience, when we engage with the cloud service provider, particularly when we want to do our cybersecurity bill and later being enforced at an act, we have a very constructive and close discussions with our cloud service provider. One of the things that we have decided where in our act, we specifically have a provision which is similar to any other acts in Malaysia, including our criminal procedure code, where we have a provision that talk about search and seizure without warrant, where this is one of the things that have an obstacle when we want to discuss with the cloud service provider. Then we decided to take a path where we examine the cloud service provider, which is Microsoft, Google, AWS, when we have a close engagement, but they are obligated to do some certain things under our Communication and Multimedia Act. At the same time, we learn from other countries, for example, the Singapore, on how they position cloud in their cybersecurity bill, and they actually have amended their Cybersecurity Act to put a cloud service provider not as the CII, but they actually named that as, if I'm not mistaken, foundational critical infrastructure, which have a different obligation, but not as stringent as the NCII or CII. So this goes back to the obligations that we have decided. And at this moment, we work closely together and we are looking into amending our Cybersecurity Act nearly to put this in.
Okay, thank you so much, Rashida. I have 4 pages of notes from this panel. However, I cannot summarize all of this because we are supposed to go in a coffee break minus 1 minute ago. So let me just say 4 points. What we're taking away from this panel is that early stage prevention starts with responsible vulnerability disclosure. The implementation of UN normative framework matters, but it also starts at home, as mentioned by Rashida. The private sector and independent researchers, as mentioned by Katica, both play a vital role in securing our digital ecosystem, and trust and collaboration are essential, both across sectors, but also across borders. This is, of course, not just a national, but also a regional and global challenge. And importantly, while the lousy t-shirt gift mentioned by Ambassador Norman is a nice memorabilia, it points to the wider issue of creating a permissive environment for cybersecurity research and penetration testing. So with that, I will conclude panel 1 and invite everybody to a coffee break that I believe starts now minus 2 minutes ago and goes to 11:15. And with that, I would invite everyone to join me for a round of applause to our panelists for panel 1. Thank you.
just have to be patient. All right, so I think we're ready to start our second session of the day. After exploring what happened outside of the perimeter from a malicious, the perspective of the malicious actors, as well as discussing the possible responses, we're now landing on the perimeter. And this second session, the title, Enhancing Endpoint Security and Protecting Critical Systems, is really trying to understand what can be done to enhance the protection of our networks. But let's go back to the region of dystopia. Some weeks after the initial notification of the vulnerability to URSA, and due to the inactivity of the state, the security researcher reported the vulnerability directly to the public cloud supplier. In response, the cloud vendor developed a software update designed to patch the same vulnerability. Once disclosed, the security researcher published an article in a well-known cybersecurity outlet about the technical features of the vulnerability. Meanwhile, the malicious ICT actor used the previously acquired administrative privileges in the private cloud service provider to embed a malware within the software update for the cloud services. Aware of the recently disclosed vulnerability threats, customers across the region installed the compromised software update, introducing malware into their cloud environments. 7 days before the network failed, the private cloud service provider unknowingly distributed the compromised update containing the malware to the entire ecosystem of downstream customers connected to the network, spreading from individual devices, self-driving vehicles, private companies, governmental entities, and public critical infrastructure operators. URSA's critical infrastructure was particularly compromised, since operators did not have supply chain security measures in place and thus failed to verify the integrity of the software updates distributed by a trusted source. Once the systems were compromised, the malicious actor installed rootkits to hide their presence from users and security software. And with this, I will be very happy to give the floor to my colleague Samuele Domignoni, who will be moderating the second session. Thank you, Samuele.
Thank you very much, Giacomo. Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In our journey following the malicious act, we arrived finally to the perimeter of the vital systems pertaining to several critical infrastructure in the region of dystopia. I'm Samuele Domignoni. I'm a researcher at the Security Technology Program, and I have the pleasure to serve as the moderator for this second station, the perimeter, on our journey from the outside to the inside and beyond a network. As we heard this morning, the perimeter represents the boundary of an organization between its internal systems and the external world. Will Smart, in his keynote speech, referred to the perimeter as the walls of a fortified castle. And I really like the metaphor. It allows us to really picture and grasp the crucial role played by this layer in network security. Here we find cybersecurity solutions that are designed to filter, monitor, and control the access, ensuring that only those individuals that are authorized, not only individuals, but also activities, traffics, and goods, if we want to keep on using the gates of the castle as a metaphor. Everyone else or everything else that is not authorized must remain outside. Thankfully, I won't explore the perimeter by myself, but I'm accompanied by excellent travel companions, if I may. And here with me we have Catalina Venatoro, Deputy Permanent Representative of Chile to the Organization of American States. Thank you for being with us. On my left, Evan Toki, Senior Foreign Service Officer, UN Multilateral Affairs at the State Department for Foreign Affairs, the Government of the Republic of Kenya. Further on my right, we have Haider Pasha, Senior Director and Chief Executive Officer from EMEA and LATAM from Palo Alto Networks. Welcome. And last but not least, on my further left, Serge Strauss, Chair of the Board of Directors at FIRST. Welcome to all of you. If you want to know more about our speakers, their bio, I invite you to check their profile on our conference webpage. Before we begin the exploration of the perimeter, I would like to remind you of a couple of housekeeping rules. We will have a Q&A, a moderated session at the end of the panel discussion, but you can already start typing in questions that you may have using the Slido platform. You can access it through the QR code or typing the URL and the code of our event. Without further ado, I will now move to the first question, and the first question is actually for all of you, and I would like to kick off by reflecting on the scenario and what it went wrong, and in particular the inactivity of State HRSA in properly handling and disclosing the vulnerability played a significant role in the unfolding of the events that eventually led to the major disruption that we saw. So what could the actors involved have done differently? And I'm referring to either the URSA authorities, the cloud service providers, but also the researcher or other fictional countries in the region. So I will probably turn first to Catalina, then we go to Eva, and following Aider and Serge in the order. Please, over to you. Thank you.
Well, good morning to everyone. I would like to start by thanking UNIDIR with sincere appreciation and to the organizers for convening this timely and essential dialogue. It's an absolute pleasure to be here representing Chile in a space that is meaningfully bringing us together, the technical, diplomatic, and policy communities. And I want to reflect on this because, as Ambassador Newman mentioned in the previous panel, there is this discussion within the open-ended working group in regards of how we make practical approaches and scenario-based. I think this exercise is precisely a way towards that, and also it's proof that we can convene with multiple stakeholders and states in a state-led process, maybe, of course, but being very practical in our approaches. And I said this because we're about to embark into the closing of the open-ended working group, and one of the key elements there is how we get multiple stakeholder community in the discussion for that practical approach on cybersecurity. This is a work that we've been doing with Canada, and also it goes down to also one of the other key topics on the thematic groups, those being capacity building and different approaches of the norms implementation. So with that, I will go into the scenario, but this dystopia scenario serves as a valuable lens through which we can reflect on real-world consequence of fragmented coordination, you could say, incomplete policy implementation, and insufficient cooperation in cyberspace. It reminds us that safeguarding the perimeter of critical infrastructure is no longer just a technical imperative. It is a matter of national security, resilience, and international responsibility. Also, I think that when we think of a zero-day vulnerability or scenario, the closest thing that we can come up with in Chile, for instance, it would be like one of those 8.8 earthquakes experiences that we had, right? But it goes beyond human control. So there is only the resilience aspect to it and the preparation for the consequences, not so much for the preparedness and what you can do to actually avert it. When it comes to cyberspace, it's a new dimension, a new human-created dimension, and therefore there is great work that can be done to prevent, to assess, and to control from human factors and lessons learned. So in that sense, on the scenario specifically, it illustrates how the failure to manage and disclose vulnerabilities at an early stage led to a cascading failure across borders. From a national standpoint, USA could have activated a coordinated vulnerability disclosure mechanism and transparent communication with relevant stakeholders. From an international perspective, a timely engagement with trusted points of contacts and neighboring states could have triggered a regional containment response, for instance. Doing a parallelism from Chile, we have advanced through a three-tier approach when it comes to this sort of scenarios. The first tier would be a coordinated vulnerability disclosure framework integrated with a national cybersecurity strategy and agency. Second tier, a trusted channel between the national certs and the private sector actors, including cloud providers and telecom operators. And the third tier would be participation in regional networks and early warning systems coordinated, for instance, with the Organization of American States, and also contributing into the establishment of regional and international CBMs, for instance. So to wrap up, had USA implemented a similar approach, it could have created a safety net for early mitigation. Diplomatically, the establishment of transparency and trust-based cooperation would have minimized an escalation and aligned its behavior with international expectations of responsible conduct. And this will eventually, as we move on with the discussion, will go into norms and responsible state behavior on cyberspace, because it has very clear implications, especially when we go into minimizing escalation and risk prevention.
Thank you very much, Catalina. We will come back on some of the points that you mentioned, because I'm very interested in understanding more the Chile perspective on how to secure a critical infrastructure. But now over to Eva with some reflection on the scenario. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Samuele, and good morning, everyone. And again, I echo what Catalina said. I just want to thank UNIDIR and the other organizers for this invitation, and just to everyone for their time for being here. Catalina and I were here just a few weeks ago, so it seems like we were just here yesterday, so it's good to be back again. So in terms of what the actors could have done differently, I think first I'd like to refer to the UNIDIR intuition part and just appreciate the fact that when you look at the different layers outside, on the perimeter, and inside the perimeter, you can actually break it down and see at different phases, different actors should have acted differently. And we've had it said that a cybersecurity framework is only as strong as its weakest link. So I do appreciate this breakdown in terms of how you can approach it, in terms of looking at every phase, where was the weakest link. And I believe that whatever responsibility of any actor, it should be in coordination and consultation with the other actors, as you have talked about the USA authorities, the cloud providers, the researcher, and the neighboring countries. So a few observations also from the dystopia. It is clear that and this was actually mentioned in the previous panel, that cybersecurity is not a technical issue. I would expand on it and say it's also a national resilience issue that requires multi-agency and multi-sectoral actors. In Kenya, this is the establishment of our Computer Incident Response Team Coordination Center was one of the ways that we were trying to make sure there's coordination in terms of bringing in the communication authorities, the financial sector, the academic and research networks, and then law enforcement agencies, and also collaborating with other external actors like ITU and FARS and other institutions to make sure the coordination is actually designed within the system from the get-go. From the scenario, my feeling was that it was more of a reactive response, and there was no balance between reactive and proactive measures in trying to mitigate the situation. And also, even if there was the right legislation or if the legal framework had been adapted, I think without an established cybersecurity response plan and a very well-rehearsed cloud-specific incident response plan in that case, the incident would still have occurred. Especially when you look at the cloud environment and the cloud interdependence, the actors could not have worked in isolation. So coordination, I have to insist, must have been inbuilt within this existing framework, which I feel was missing. There was also in the previous panel discussions about building trust, but I think once, for lack of a better term, the enemy is at your door, and in this case is on the perimeter. I think USA would have benefited from a zero trust approach because there seemed to be a lack of vetting and also what was provided by the third-party service providers. And so I think in this time when we are on the perimeter, cyber defense should assume a breach and prepare for it even before it occurs. The other thing, the breach very quickly became like a blackout in terms of the systems are so interconnected, and so there should have been a separation of the systems based on that criticality identified by the context of the country. And so one compromise in one area did not have to result to exposing the whole network to this catastrophe. So I know some of the things I'm bringing out, the responsibility lies more on the government, but as I said at the beginning, it has to be something that has to be done in consultation and coordination with all the actors. And this was also mentioned in the previous panel, investing in stronger perimeter security controls. I think it was a colleague from Malaysia who actually put it very well, looking at it as a national risk insurance, because the cost is really too high if left unattended to. And then there seems to have been lack of just regular simulation exercises, like drills, to make sure that there was safety before this happened. It just seems everyone was caught unaware, completely unaware, and everyone was just trying to independently solve the situation. So I think I just have to emphasize it's good to invest in smart coordination and practical processes that speak to the context, and assume a breach will happen and then prepare to contain it long before it happens.
Thank you very much, Eva. You already pointed to the fact that it seems that the stakeholders involved in the scenario took a reactive response instead of a proactive one, definitely not implementing any zero trust approaches, and also, I guess, still didn't figuring out exactly where and what the service provider should have done differently. And with that, I hand over to Haider and your first reflections on the scenario. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Thank you also to the UNIDIR for allowing Palo Alto Networks to be on this panel. It's a pleasure for me to be here. So just very short intro from my perspective as you could say a field CISO. One of the things that I do is work very closely with governments around the world, specifically in EMEA and LATAM. And unfortunately, the situation that you've provided here is very familiar. I mean, we don't see the full-blown essence of it, but we do see subsets of some of these challenges with governments all around the world, as I'm sure you know. When you look specifically at this scenario, I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have just talked about, which I absolutely agree with around vulnerability disclosure and obviously rapid coordination. But I think when we break down each of these different entities, if we start with URSA, I think from my perspective, governments generally can do a lot better when it comes to proactive and real-time attack surface detection and attack surface threat intelligence sharing. I think these are two key aspects that a lot of organizations at the government level generally tend to not focus on as much. I think also asking for help when it comes to legislation, I think is always a positive thing as well, specifically when we look at critical national infrastructure. And I think, again, in this scenario with URSA, I think if they could have fast-tracked some regulations or standards specifically around their CNI, I think a lot of what we saw could have been potentially prevented. If we switch gears and talk about the cloud service providers, again, the previous panel talked about transparency and trust. Again, I absolutely agree. But I think that there was a little bit of lack of, as we said earlier, proactiveness when it came to the CSP as well, right? So when it came to disclosing the vulnerability, when it came to looking at auditing themselves, when it came to sharing threat intelligence as a CSP to their customers, you know, I didn't see any of that in this particular scenario, and I think they could have done a better job there as well. As of course, you know, having some form of integrity verification when it comes to things like code signing, as an example, being performed by the CSP. On the researcher side, frankly, I think the researcher did the right things. I mean, the individual took the right first steps. I think maybe where they could have done a little bit better is actually collaborate more with the other entities a lot faster and not have to wait, which I think time, as we're going to talk about later in this panel, is ultimately the enemy at this point for cyber. It's not so much the complexity and all of other things, it's how quickly can you react and how can you scale your reaction. And then finally, when we look at the other countries, I think, again, regional cyber cooperation, I think, is very important. We made the point earlier about incident simulation exercises. I think that's an excellent idea, and maybe doing more cross-border incident simulation exercises would also have been a good deterrent to essentially prepare for something that transpired.
Thank you very much, Aider. A lot of interesting points. We will dig into them throughout the panel. Now over to Serge for his first remarks. Thank you.
So, thanks, Samuele, and welcome everybody to this panel. I'm going to be a bit of a party spoiler here, because I think the governments really shouldn't play a big role in this scenario at this stage. Why is that? Because the government at that point it plays the role of an intermediary. So what has gone wrong is that the actors failed to kind of establish a communication before the cloud provider, didn't listen to the security researcher and stuff like this. I think that is a big problem that we have. We heard a lot in the previous panel about cybersecurity as a team sport and all of this. That's absolutely true, but you don't build the team during the game. You build the team before the game. And what we're missing here is a cybersecurity community. And the state, or the National CSIRT or National Cybersecurity Center, obviously plays a role in there. And that role, in my view, would be kind of the point of last resort. So if the security researcher, who I think didn't do the right thing because he tried the cloud provider, didn't get a reply and then he went public, what he should have done is he should have approached the National CSIRT saying, hey, I tried to reach these guys, can you help me? I think people make it a little bit too easy. This is not just a kind of we tried once here, and if it doesn't work, boom. That's not how it works. And the Swiss government sponsors this Geneva dialogue that launches its thing called the Geneva Manual that exactly tries to spell out the roles and responsibilities of all the various actors that we have. And these actors are much, much wider than what we think. You have open source people who say, I give you the software, I don't really care what it is, you use it at your own responsibility. Do they have a responsibility or not? These are all questions that we could talk for days about this here. But I think, long story short, is that I think what the biggest failure here was is that we didn't have an existing functioning cybersecurity community where people knew each other. And also, don't forget the scaling issues. It's a national CSIRT cannot maintain trusted relationships to hundreds or thousands of service providers. So there needs to be a different approach, and I think that's what we need to explore.
Thank you very much, Serge. You raised the point of responsibilities, having to shape up a team before the incident and not during the game. And this gives me like a very good segue to ask questions that I wanted to ask later to Haider, but I'm gonna ask a little bit earlier in advance. So, given the fact that we are talking about a compromised update distributed by a cloud service provider, where does the perimeter for a client begins and where does ends for the provider and vice versa? Basically, where are the responsibility in each of these players? Thank you.
Thank you for the comment, and thank you also to Serge for his comments there as well. Look, I think in the traditional sense, the perimeter, quote unquote, isn't what it was, obviously, many years ago. We kind of grown up in this environment where we know our data, where our data resides, and we know where we can protect it, and so on. Obviously, all of that has changed in the last decade, and more so, especially in the last, I think, the last 18 months or last 2 years, with the rise of AI and how AI is essentially learning. So for me, I think the perimeter is where your trust boundary begins. Right, and the way I define a trust boundary is where you are actually sharing your data with an external entity. That could be a cloud service provider, that could be a supplier, it could be a contractor, but wherever that boundary exists, when you're making that transaction, that's ultimately where your trust boundary, I think, generally is starting. And I think when we go back and we look at it from the client perspective, I think from the client side, we need to do a better job of understanding where that boundary resides. We need to be able to vet, to test, to authenticate, and to validate any updates that are essentially coming from the other end. I think for us at Palo Alto, one of the key things we've been helping a lot of organizations, both government as well as in the private sector, do is to essentially build out this strategy known as zero trust. And I know, people in the room would probably be saying, yes, we know about zero trust, we've seen it and we've heard of it. But ultimately for us, zero trust is a strategy, it's not a product. And so the way we help is we firstly understand that there are essentially 3 vectors you need to focus on. It's the user, it's the infrastructure, it's the application. And across those 3 vectors, you have to almost look at what your threat aperture is. Right, the attack surface, as many people call it, right? If you understand what that threat aperture is, that includes your cloud service providers, people you're sharing data with, and so on, then you start to map, in my view, sort of 5 lenses of cyber. The first lens should be identity, of the users, as an example. The second should be the device. The third should be the access. Principles of least privilege, of course, apply in this particular case. The fourth is the transaction itself. How are you securing that transaction as it resides with the entities that you're sharing it with? And then the fifth is the user experience. And again, for us, user experience and cybersecurity are 2 sides of the same coin. So you have to be able to measure that. And as you measure all of these things, you start to reduce that aperture. Right? You start to control what you can and cannot share. And so in the scenario for the client, I think implementing that zero trust across those 5 lenses is really important and allows you to then build on things like rigorous validation of software testing and so on. Now, the second part of your question was around the cloud service providers and what should the CSPs do. Again, everyone knows the shared responsibility model when it comes to cloud and sharing data on the cloud. So, of course, I'm going to talk more and validate that is absolutely something that we need to understand is the CSP is only responsible for their network and for the assets that they have, the physical assets. They don't share any responsibility when it comes to protecting your data. That's your responsibility as a client. However, I think they do need to ensure they have rigorous supply chain integrity practices in place. They have the ability to detect and respond to threats in real time. Again, in this particular scenario, it would have helped if the CSPs had that capability. And again, going back to having a clear, timely, transparent, and trusted communication with their customers should have been something that should have been done in this particular case.
Thank you very much, Aider. A lot in terms of different responsibilities and roles by both, pertaining both to the provider and the client. And this actually helped me to move our focus from the provider to a client, so possible critical infrastructure, and so the role of governments in protecting the critical infrastructure. And here I think of the UN framework of responsible state behavior. As we know, all the countries in the scenario are part of the United Nations. And so I'm asking to Catalina, how could implementing the framework of responsible state behavior could have helped URSA, but all the possible other countries, to prevent or mitigate what happened?
Well, Is it on? Yeah, yeah, cool. So, as you mentioned, Sama, of course, all UN states are part of that responsible state behavior framework when it comes to the use of ICTs in the context of international security. So it's essential because it provides, though they're voluntary in nature, they're universally endorsed as a baseline of how all states should act in cyberspace to promote stability, trust, and peace. Those three elements are key. And it consists also of three interrelated components that need to be addressed interrelated. So it's the norms of responsible state behavior, confidence building measures, and capacity building support. They all sort of combined to be actually impactful and useful for that stable, trustworthy, and peaceful cyberspace. So the UN framework, of course, outlines the norms and CVMs that are key to preventing and managing incidents, and are described in this scenario. Specific norms that could be relevant to the case of USA would be, for instance, Norm G, the timely reporting of vulnerabilities. The CERT had the national mandate to coordinate such reporting, including secure sharing for international partners through points of contact, could have prevented escalation and how they could have addressed the issue in a timely manner. The implementation, for instance, of Norm A, protecting critical infrastructure, having appropriate laws that mandate minimum security standards on critical infrastructure operators, particularly like in industries such as energy, finance, transport, like water sources, could have helped address Norm F, responding to requests for assistance, had it participated in international cyber exercises and maintained operational channels with regional certs, for instance, for such cooperation, could have also helped in this scenario. And when it comes to like CVMs in a specific as that, like three-party elements of that secure cyberspace, having actively supported, for instance, the UN Directory of Points of Contact, could have contributed to working groups to proactively prevent and do exercise on this scenario, but also to assess the scenario as it happened and then afterwards. So had USA, for instance, embraced these norms, it may have established those joint protocols for incident response with neighboring states and engaged in vulnerability exchange framework and accelerated its own pending legislation on cybersecurity. Also, when you collaborate with other states and have that network, in this case in particular, and this is something that we could reflect also from Chile, having taken quite a while to have our own national cyber policy, it took almost like a decade in the works, also data protection, to have those you could say peer collaboration between states, not only from cybersecurity, but also, politicians, right? To signal each other on how to be at top level and have that peer-on-peer assessment in different scenarios. Because when you think about legislation, for instance, in this case, you need to have politicians on board. You need to have them understand the complexities, but also the urgency to have the appropriate legal frameworks established before you get this sort of vulnerabilities happen. Because afterwards, the consequences, you need to have the team, as Serge mentioned, you need to have the team ready beforehand. Afterwards, you will have to deal with the consequences and learn from those lessons. But you're never going to go back to the pre-vulnerability scenario, as our keynote speaker mentioned, right? So the norms implementation, but also to have that very open, very constructive, and very widespread implications and understanding of the norm implementation frameworks within your national policies is also an exercise that needs to be done by states at all levels, not only in the cybersecurity community, because the implications are widespread and go well beyond ICTs. Thank you.
Thank you, Caterina. A very comprehensive overview of the efforts that states are doing to implement the framework of responsible state behaviors. And of course, you pointed to key capabilities that states should have to properly implement, for example, the norms or CBMs. And thinking about the current scenario, we identified, and they're coming up quite often, a couple of norms in particular, including supply chain security, protection of critical infrastructure. I don't want to go back again to vulnerability disclosure. We covered it quite extensively. So if we think about these norms, and I'm going to Eva now, what capabilities should a state have to protect the perimeter of critical infrastructure adequately? And I'm thinking about policy structure, people and skill, but even technology. Over to you, Eva. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just to start off by saying, when it comes to, responsibility has to go with capability, of course, because if one is lacking, then the other will not really function. And I just want to point out, like at every stage, I don't think it's less about who plays a big or small role. If every actor played their role, it would be more efficient. So it's not about like who has a bigger role or who has a smaller role, but I think all actors, when they actually play their role, and this is, when it comes to now that policy capability, that's where this is defined. And I think these policy capabilities should really be clear on the roles of and responsibilities of all actors, and whether it's the government, whether it's the private critical infrastructure operators, whether it's the researchers and all that. This is the policies should actually frame this clearly, and also it's very important to have policies that incorporate security by design. We had this at the beginning of the session, in the introduction and the first panel. And also, the same policy should provide clarity in the supply chain security requirements, what is needed in terms of protecting the critical infrastructure, for example. And we've talked about this simulation threat exercises. It's the policies that have to mandate them. They shouldn't be optional. And also the requirement of just certification and compliance. These are some of the things that a comprehensive policy should cover. In the case of URSA, maybe in terms of resources, because it's a low mid-income country, this is where the public-private partnership would have benefited the country in terms of having policies that actually define that partnership and what's the comparative advantage of each and utilizing each. Then there's the structural capabilities, and as you've mentioned, we've talked a lot about SATs and the computer security incident response teams. In this case, when I was just looking at the scenario, maybe there were not enough resources to have an established one, but maybe an option would have been having liaisons within the already existing ministries, the high-risk ministries, for example, energy, water, just having liaisons there before they can establish a full SAT, just to enhance that workforce. And having also investing in skilled analysts and incident responders, specific also to critical infrastructure threats. And I know for us as a country, we've really now invested in a lot of training when it comes to cloud systems and also incidents of that sort. And also, this may not necessarily apply to the USA situation, but looking at the threat type, which was polymorphic hardware, maybe it's important to look into a different kind of antivirus tools, because we saw this was actually embedded in the software updates and it spread really quickly. So processes, we've talked a lot about that. I won't get so much into that. One thing I want to highlight is more about communication to the public. This should be, there should be a designated, government representative who actually communicates what's happening, and the caution people should take without getting very technical, so that some of these things could be mitigated and not spread and create that kind of panic and people trying to find solutions on their own independently. And then when it comes to the legal capabilities, of course I did mention there needs to be regulation around the cloud environment in terms of protection of national security data, and the supply chain security software development practices, where you actually require by law certifications and from third parties. So in general, those are the capabilities I was thinking of.
Thank you, Eva, for such detailed list of capabilities. Then, of course, each state would choose and define and outline what they would think suit best their own context in terms of implementing the capabilities. But I particularly appreciated what you mentioned at the beginning, that every actor should play their role. And this gives me a good opportunity to ask to Serge about the role of CSIRTs. We all know that they moved to be just a first responder to having more proactive roles and conducting more proactive activities in protecting networks. So I would like you to ask if you can just give us a brief overview of how the role of CSIRTs evolved in the last years in terms of protecting critical infrastructure, in particular the perimeter, and also what is their role when it comes to hybrid cloud environment. Thank you.
These are really hard questions. I mean, the incident responders and CSIRTs learned that preventing fires is way better than extinguishing fires, even though maybe extinguishing is a lot more fun, but that's a different discussion. And so typically CSIRTs work with what we call constituencies. Think of them as customers. Different teams have different constituencies. The National CERT obviously, most of the time, has either government as its constituents or critical infrastructures. Things vary. But what the cloud has done is that it starts blurring this kind of boundary. I no longer know as an incident responder, am I now responsible for this, or is it the cloud provider's responsibility? And I think we shouldn't spend too much energy in trying to resolve whose fault it is, because that's what these discussions usually end up with. But we should start thinking of this as a shared responsibility, a shared boundary, where we have the same interests. But there's a challenge, and that challenge is scale. Who here in the room doesn't use Microsoft? See, no one. So Microsoft cannot possibly, or any of the hyperscalers, cannot possibly have a one-to-one relationship to its constituency, to its customers, because there's way too many about these. So CSIRTs, during an incident, will probably build the bridge between a hyperscaler and the affected customer. Because, again, an incident typically is not happening in the cloud or happening at the customer. It's somewhere in between, and it waddles back and forth. If you look at all the big ransomware cases, they usually come in through somebody who falls for a phishing mail, and that's a fact. If you can't deal with phishing, it's not the user's fault, it's your fault. Your text that is wrong. But then it swaps over, or seeps over to the cloud, and then things become really, really difficult. So I think what we need to do is what CSIRTs need to do is that they need to get cloud ready, so to speak. They need to be able to build these bridges. They need to have enough cloud understanding to actually figure out what's happening in the cloud part, because you can't just shovel everything to the hyperscaler and say it's their problem. That's just not, that's too simple. It's equally simplistic to say, the problem is too big, you're not going to do anything. The poor cloud providers, that's not cutting it either. From first sight, what we see as two challenges, really big challenges, is first of all, we see the big hyperscalers withdrawing from the cybersecurity communities. They don't show up at our conferences anymore. They don't contribute anymore. That is a problem because remember, you don't have the time during the game to build up the team. That needs to be there before. So this really is a call for the big tech companies to come back and to talk to the smaller organizations. And the other challenge I see is that the increasing polarization in the world starts affecting C-suites. The UNGG said don't politicize incident response, but it seems modern day diplomats forgot about that. And this is a challenge. If we can no longer talk to a company just because it sits in the wrong country, then we have a problem.
Thank you very much, Serge. Some food for thoughts there. Thank you for sharing your perspective on this issue. And I would like to step back from, we really kind of focus into the nitty-gritty of who does what. And I would like to zoom out a bit to ask both Catalina and Eva their experiences in dealing with the support received by regional organizations and their capacity building programs to better contextualize the capacity building intervention based on states' needs. And so asking you what initiatives exist in your respective regions that are particularly relevant for capabilities to protect critical infrastructure at the perimeter. And so basically preventing a breach of the perimeter during an attempted intrusion. Maybe we can start with Catalina and then Eva.
Sure. On regional initiatives, so I have my full list as an OS member state and also representative to the organization, national representative. I would like to reference that we have been working very diligently with the Organization of American States, especially on regional capacity building mechanisms. We do believe and see as results that they are very instrumental in localizing international frameworks. For instance, the norms of the UN framework in like local, regional experiences, how to be very practical in nature, but also like concrete in its implementation. So localizing international frameworks and also advancing on regional trust. Because maybe when we go into the global scenario, it comes in with all the geopoliticals and very complex scenarios that are currently happening. Maybe when we address it regionally, we can establish certain partnerships that elsewhere we couldn't. So I think that is one of the elements where regional organizations play a key role. Particularly for Chile, we have participated in the cybersecurity program from SICTE OAS, and they have supported us in technical, tailored assistance for our national cyber strategies development and also policy, the development and interconnection of national certs via the Certs of Americas network, simulations and tabletop exercises, focusing on critical infrastructure vulnerabilities as well. They also participate, and through the OAS, we have the participation, for instance, in the open-ended working group Women in Cybersecurity Fellowship, and they have been contributing in the inclusive of cyber policy, gender cybersecurity policies in their design. Also, we have been part of the US working group on CVMs in cyberspace since 2018. The region has currently 11 CVMs, one specifically addressing gender, for instance. This group has adopted, as I said, 11 CVMs, including the promotion of transparency in national strategies, the establishment of regional points of contact, and vulnerability exchange of best practices on critical infrastructure protection. All these experiences show that regional cooperation allows for capacity building tailored to local regulatory contexts and also cultural elements that are key to understand and address when designing capacity building programs, a common understanding of threats and the interoperable mitigation tools that we have, trust building that enhances both technical and political cooperation, and so just to wrap up, I mean, perimeter defenses is no longer like to reflect a firewall or an access point thing. It's a web of human decisions. I think that all my colleagues from the panel have mentioned this. So the institutional readiness, the legal frameworks, and trust are key elements that go from the global, the regional, but also the national aspects that need to be addressed, the national ecosystem that needs to be developed into a cybersecurity culture that is of shared responsibilities. So in that sense, Chile believes that the real cyber resilience is built through inclusive governance, regional solidarity, and the commitment to transparency and regional responsible behavior.
Thank you. Thank you. I just have to pass the floor to Eva.
Okay, thank you, Samuela. And I mean, I could not overemphasize the importance of localizing international frameworks, and that's why actually these regional approaches are really key. So for Africa, there's the Africa Union Cybersecurity Strategy, which is primarily aimed at establishing a continental framework for cybersecurity, of course with a lot of focus on creating cyber awareness and building capacity for different countries in the region. And then there are existing regional computer emergency response team cross-border collaboration frameworks, which allows, for example, countries within the East Africa region to the SATs within the different countries to cooperate regionally at a cross-border approach. And then, of course, we have the AU Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, also known as the Malabo Convention, which also focuses on data protection regulations. And there's the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa 2020 to 2030, which was endorsed by the African Union as a roadmap for digital development for Africa. And we're also part of the Smart Africa Alliance, which is a partnership of African states focused on sustainable ICT development and also really laying out blueprints for example, for critical infrastructure protection and cross-border planning and cooperation. And then there's the Africa Cyber Capacity Building Coordination Committee, which I think, whose model, as I mentioned earlier, on identifying actors and which actors to collaborate on, whether it's governments, partners, and regional organizations. It really encourages contextualized Africa-led approaches and also increased investments, encouraging countries to really invest in cyber, and also different regional economic communities really integrating cyber-related initiatives in their work is part of the things we are doing regionally.
Thank you very much to both of you. Yes, definitely there is a lot happening at the regional level. We heard from Africa and the US, but I'm aware also of many other regions working closely with their member states to properly implement, for example, the framework of responsible state behavior. I can just think of the recently launched ASEAN checklist for implementing the frameworks. Sergio, I'd like to come back to you because the scenario prompts us to think of, and also you stressed it before, the importance of time before the intrusion gets too deep into the network. And I know that first together, and again, this is the importance of cooperating with other actors, you set up and launched with the Institute for Science and Technology and Shadow Server the Victim Notification Initiative, which aimed to share time-sensitive information about the intrusion with the victim. Can you tell us more about this initiative and how does it work in practice?
Yes, thanks. So The idea is really simple. Quite often you have an intrusion and somebody discovers that intrusion. It's typically not the victim. Sadly, most of the intrusions are not discovered by the victim. But in the case of a ransomware, maybe a cloud provider that sees, hey, somebody's exfiltrating lots of data into the cloud, or that hints to a ransomware attack. And then the victim has still some time, sometimes we're talking about 30 minutes or so, before the encryption or the destruction starts. So the idea is simple. If we can get the information to the victim in a very short time, the victim can disconnect from the network, it can protect itself. This really works quite well on a small scale. We tried this out. We had a couple of 100,000 IP addresses in the trial. All friends and family, we knew how to do this. But again, the tricky thing is scale. So now we suddenly have to start, if you want to roll this out to the entire planet, we have to talk to organizations that are very, very immature. They're not immature because they're kind of don't care. It's what a friend of mine, Wendy Nasser, calls they're living below the security poverty line. These are organizations that don't have the resources to buy super expensive security tools and hire Silicon Valley salary type instance responders. So I did a check in Zurich. There's a large hyperscaler, and the average salary of a security responder there is $240,000 a year. Not many people can afford that. So we have a scaling issue, and again, I think we can overcome this, but it needs a lot of work. It needs what I mentioned before, building up security communities where you have a national CSIRT, you have sectorial CSIRTs, you have make it bigger players that work together, exchange information, and if somebody's hit, actually go and help there and do this. Every company has an internet service provider, so it's maybe the ISP or it's a cyber insurance company that needs to be on board. But again, this is hard work, and it's a lot more than just building up a database of email addresses, emergency email addresses, and things like this. It has to do a lot with culture, and thanks, Carolina. You remember me. It's these things. You cannot take the things you do here and transplant them one-to-one to Latin America or Africa, because people are different, societies are different, communities are different. So we have to adapt this. Shadow Server and FIRST work very hard on doing this. FIRST runs a big community and capacity building program in Africa, thanks to some money we get, but it's by no way enough. And we always struggle with maintaining kind of maintaining this over a long time. Carolina mentioned that it took her 10 or 12 years to build up something in one country. That's the time scales. We're not talking about a technical training you deliver in 2 days or something like that. I think we can do it. We have to be mindful of cultural differences. FIRST very much prefers to work with local people, local experts, and these experts exist everywhere. I don't buy this notion of, oh, we have to tell the global south how to do things. They know how to do things. We have to empower them to be able to do them. And I think that's where we are. And when it comes to the victim notification problem, we've moved away from this building up databasing, because that's easy, to starting to think how we can scale this globally.
Thank you, Serge. And in the interest of time, I'm slightly moving to the Q&A session. And I saw that there is a question on the platform about the impact of AI on the problems or in the context of protection of critical infrastructure. And this made me also think of the fact that the Palo Alto Networks offer AI-powered solutions to protect the networks. So I would like to ask to either how AI is changing how cloud providers can defend their services.
Okay, thanks for the question. Look, we can have a whole conference on AI, right? We've had plenty of conferences on AI already. Let me just very quickly do a quick definition of AI, because I think it's a very loosely used term, right? Like zero trust and a few others. So our definition is the following. AI is not new, right? It's been around for more than 5 decades. Fundamentally, what AI that we have known in the market for is machine learning, right? It's very advanced forms of machine learning, takes vast amounts of data, and can basically tell you what is going on. That's been the case for many, decades at this point. But what's really changed over the course of the last couple of years is the introduction of deep learning. So what deep learning does is it actually tells you why it's happening. So if machine learning will tell you the what, deep learning tells you the why. And then, of course, in the last 2 years, what's really changed is generative AI. So here you now have these LLMs that are essentially telling you how to fix it. So you've got the what, you've got the why, and now you have the how. With the combination of the three, Palo Alto, and to answer your question now, has been really focused in the last couple of years of introducing something called precision AI. And we've embedded that precision AI inside of our tools, whether it's a firewall, which we were traditionally known for, or inside of a security operations center, or inside of a cloud-formed platform that allows you to do different forms of security. And when I think about how AI has changed, we have to consider both the defender community and the attacker community are also benefiting, right? So when you consider things like, and I think Serge talked about this, the speed of response and versus the speed of the attack, we're seeing massive increases when it comes to the speed of the attack. We're seeing the attackers actually are able to infiltrate and exfiltrate data in what used to be on average 3 to 4 days, has now come down to less than 1 hour in some of the more recent attacks that we've seen. Average time for an organization, mid to large size organization, to be able to detect an incident, 6 days. Right? So there's a massive inflection point that's been crossed. And I think, as deary as it sounds, AI is actually helping the attacker community. But now to go back to the original question, I don't think the defenders have a disadvantage. I really do believe, and again, I'm not going to give a whole Palo Alto pitch here, but I do believe there are vendors out there, like a Palo Alto, that have implemented the combination of machine learning and deep learning and generative AI to actually help customers, to actually speed up their security response times. Our own security operations center, many of our customers, for example, is now able to detect with almost near certainty that something is happening within, on average, between 12 to 14 minutes. Right? Our SOC is less than 60 seconds. So to answer your question, where I think CSPs need to focus on is really 3 things. Number one, the outcome of AI needs to be real-time and autonomous. They need to move away from this traditional way of thinking that they can deploy point solutions on the cloud, one to protect the workload, one to protect the CASB service, or one to protect the SaaS service, and so on, and actually think about it from a platform-based approach. They need to embed tools like precision AI inside of their capabilities to be able to get the real-time and autonomous outcomes. And I think ultimately what it will do is it will enhance their situational awareness when it comes to both the types of breaches that could potentially exist, as well as the ability to respond to those breaches when they happen.
Thank you very much, Haider. Quite impressive that you cut the time of noticing something wrong in the network to 12 to 14 minutes. That's really impressive, and I'm sure it's going to decrease again over time. There is a question that has been getting quite popularity, and so I am diligently doing my moderator role. I'm going to ask it. It talks about, is asking about minimum technical or policy baseline that you would recommend. So I guess the question is open to all the panelists. So what kind of technical or policy baselines would you recommend for countries with limited resources to secure endpoints and, I would say, perimeter in critical infrastructure? So maybe we can start with our member state representative. Maybe Eva, would you like to go first this time? And then Catalina, and then open also to Haider and Serge.
Okay, thank you, Samuela. Yes, again, I appreciate the fact that this was case study based, and so it allows for room to really show us what are the minimum a country would need. And I think I mentioned this earlier in terms of just having coordination coordination and having a national response framework in place, and also like utilizing tools. I know there is out there in terms of using open source tools, but they are available, and at the minimum, they offer, you know, like facilities for incident response training that are free. So at the minimum, I think any country should be able to have an established response framework that is proactive, that is comprehensive, and that is more of an anticipatory instead of a reactionary mechanism.
Thank you.
Yes, so it's tricky to think about a minimum because you should aim for the state of the art and try to learn to standardize that we are only as strong as our weakest link, so that minimum needs to be reassessed in a timely manner, and keep on looking at your own frameworks continuously. So in that sense, I mentioned that we took almost 10 years to pass our cyber law that creates our cyber agency, but in the midst, we had 2 national cybersecurity policies in between. So the lessons learned there were very important to address the minimums, and also to incorporate the lessons learned from other countries as well. So for developing countries, you could also see the examples of other nations and how they have updated their framework. We actually use the lessons learned from the UK as well in their NHS incident for our framework, and also the collaborations that need to be met. But as a minimum, I will say that you will need to have hopefully an agency or an actor that takes care of this, because you need to have a concrete technical counterpart in order to collaborate with other states that do have that, to have active collaboration with private sector operators and the exchange of threat intelligence, and provide cybersecurity guidance. For that, you need somewhat of a basic framework, specific agreements, reinforcement of legal mandates. So key provisions that you need to have are mandatory incident notification for critical infrastructure incidents that must be reported to the cybersecurity incidents to your national CERT in a defined time frame that needs to be defined. Cyber risk management plans, public and private entities must implement mitigation plans, and including regular cybersecurity audits. That also needs to be as a minimum. Supply chain security. Technology providers must meet integrity requirements, such as verifying software updates. That also needs to be in your minimal framework. Technical standards. You need, hopefully, laws that define the minimum cybersecurity standards for key sectors. Critical sectors need to be identified, and also promote the adoption of international frameworks like ISO regulation and a cybersecurity framework, and also try to establish necessary public-private cooperations. The frameworks encourage strategic alliance among government, private industry, academia, multi-stakeholders. Those are I think the minimum elements that you need to have implemented beforehand in order to have the team set up, so when the incidents happen, you have a ready network to respond.
Thank you. Serge, over to you.
So I would underline what most of the speakers say. I think you need a basis, and that's good governance. You cannot just have a couple of nerds that save the world. So that works in Hollywood movies where a teenager and his dog save the world, but it doesn't work in real life. So, and I really mean this good governance thing. This includes cyber diplomats, this includes law enforcement. You kind of need to have the same ideas. And as you mentioned it, you need a cybersecurity strategy that everybody can stand behind that. I also agree very much with Eva. You don't need kind of to hire 500 people to Silicon Valley salaries. You can start with a few, I would say a handful of people, that are dedicated. I think states need to become a little more creative to attract talent. So maybe you can compete in terms of salary, but you certainly can compete in terms of interesting work. And keep that in mind. I also support kind of investing into free and open source tools because you can actually adapt these to your needs. That's a lot harder with commercial tools. But again, it depends what you have, and if you have talented young people that can actually spend time on working with these tools, then that's good. If you don't have that, maybe a commercial solution is your thing. As for threat intelligence and all of these things, I just want to remind you that Shadow Server gives this away for free to everybody, every country. Most countries on their planet get something between 75 to 90% of their threat intel from Shadow Server, one of the most underfunded organizations on the planet. In terms of networks, you can't do this solo. We talked the team sports thing, so join first. This doesn't cost you an arm and a leg. We find solutions if you don't have the money. But again, it's build up the team. So in short, have a strategy, know what you want, and start small and grow.
Thank you. Last but not least, Haider, over to you.
No, I think the responses were quite comprehensive. I think the way I would summarize it is really just to say 2 or 3 things, which is number one, you are not alone. So you can benchmark and you can share best practices, and you can actually listen to best practices that other organizations your size are doing, and obviously frameworks and policies is one aspect of that. But number 2, be brilliant at the basics. Right? Understand that at the very least we need to, the majority of the time we come in as Unit 42, which is Palo Alto's arm for incident response. When we come in and we actually run these exercises, the majority of the time that we find why attackers have been so successful is because the customer, in this case, or the victim, has not been strong at just getting the basics right? So just be brilliant at the basics, understand what they are, make sure you're deploying that. And number 3, I would probably just add, again, going back to the topic of AI, because I love it so much, use it as a teammate. You know, AI can help you scale, and using the right level of automation, I think AI can scale and actually be a friend and can help, right? So make sure you're using that.
Thank you to all of you, and I just would like to do a bit of shameless self-promotion. At UNIDIR, we conducted research exactly on foundational cyber capacity building, cyber capabilities. So I do invite you to check our website, where you will find these reports that do have a list of capabilities to implement the framework of responsible state behavior. With that, I would like to conclude the panel with just drawing some key takeaways. We learned that the protection of the perimeter is a multi-stakeholder effort, especially when critical infrastructure are involved and when it comes to a hybrid cloud environment. We also learned that time is essential. Prompt detection and quick reactions are crucial, but not only reaction, even proactive solutions and approaches. And that AI solution can enhance defenders' capabilities to effectively counter intrusions attempt really on time. And then also that the UN framework of responsible state behavior is very relevant. It helps member states to identify recommendations that can make a significant difference in protecting the network perimeter. And finally, that regional organizations, non-governmental organizations like FIRST can really make a difference in helping member states strengthening their fences, if we keep using the metaphor, around the critical infrastructure networks and systems. With that, I would like to ask you to join me in a round of applause to our distinguished panelists. And for those of you who are in Geneva, we will serve a light lunch right after the session outside conference room 23. And see you in an hour sharp. Thank you.
I hope you had a good lunch break, and thank you for engaging with us during the morning session. We had a lot of questions, and as I mentioned, it's often the case, or it's always the case, that we have more questions than time to answer them. But if we didn't manage to get to your questions, please do feel free to contact us, and we will be very happy to try at least our best to address those in writing. So we've explored in the morning what happened outside the perimeter, on the perimeter, and now we are inside the perimeter. The third session will focus on inside the network perimeter, preventing cascading effects across essential services. So let's go back to the region of dystopia to understand a little bit more what happened there. Once inside the perimeter, the attackers used administrative access to critical infrastructure networks, embedding malware across industrial control systems. The attackers exploited poor segmentation between URSA's critical systems and the cloud environment, while outdated monitoring and lack of anomaly detection prevented critical infrastructure operators from detecting and containing the breach. Today is the day the network failed. In the water treatment sector, the malware manipulated supervisory control and data acquisition systems, altering predefined thresholds for chemical dosing. Control valves regulating chlorine levels in potable water supplies were overridden, resulting in unsafe concentrations of chemicals in the water distribution network. Concurrently, at wastewater treatment facilities, outflow control mechanisms were disrupted, causing untreated sewage and industrial waste to be discharged into Lake Proxima, exposing communities across the region to contaminated water. Another attack vector was the compromise of the global navigation satellite system receivers, which provide essential positioning, navigation, and timing data across various sectors. The lack of redundant fail-safes for GNSS receivers in URSA made position, navigation, and timing-dependent systems highly vulnerable. The energy sector was among the first to experience disruption. Power grids rely on precise timing signals to synchronize generation, transmission, and distribution systems. The malware introduced timestamps inaccuracies, gradually desynchronizing grid operations. Automated load bearing failed, causing frequency instabilities and voltage fluctuations. This triggered cascading failures and prolonged blackouts in URSA and parts of Malin, which shared interconnected infrastructure. Without reliable real-time data, operators struggled to stabilize the network. The aviation sector faced disruptions due to corrupted geolocation data in air traffic control systems. Aircraft navigation depends on accurate satellite data for positioning, sequencing, and altitude alignment. The malware introduced geospatial inconsistencies, leading to navigation errors and conflicting course corrections from air traffic controllers, struggling with unreliable data. This confusion, combined with human error, contributed to a mid-air collision as two aircrafts, guided by faulty positional inputs, failed to avoid each other. Additional flights operations were severely affected, forcing groundings and diversions across multiple airports. Transportation and traffic management systems failed due to corrupted GNSS data. Train signal systems received misaligned inputs, causing unscheduled stoppages and derailments. Automated road traffic management lost synchronization, leading to widespread congestion and road accidents, overwhelming emergency services. Meanwhile, airborne logistic networks, heavily reliant on autonomous drone deliveries, suffered critical malfunctions. We're almost there. With navigation systems feeding inaccurate location data, drones lost stability mid-flight, veering off course and plummeting to the ground. Reports of collisions with buildings, other infrastructure, and pedestrians emerged across urban centers, further straining emergency response. At this stage, the attackers successfully introduced multi-sectoral disruptions by exploding interdependencies within dystopia's critical systems. So quite a lot has happened the day the network failed. And I will now be very happy to introduce my colleague Lenka, who will be moderating the third panel that is really, as I said, focusing on how could all of this have been prevented from happening to start with. Lenka, over to you.
Thank you, Giacomo, and welcome everyone to our third panel, Inside the Perimeter, Preventing Cascading Effects Across Essential Services. So in our scenario, we now moved beyond the breach. The perimeter, the outer layer of defenses, has been crossed. The perpetrators are inside. What began as a supply chain compromise has escalated into systemic disruption. Malware has spread through critical infrastructure from aviation and energy sectors, also into transportation networks. This is no longer about keeping attackers out, it's about what happens when they are already in. Today we'll build on the dystopia scenario and hear from a diverse panel of experts to explore how we can prevent cascading failures once critical systems are compromised. This session will be followed by a short audience Q&A, and as with the previous panels, we'll be using Slido to collect questions, both from the room and online. So allow me to briefly introduce our panelists. On my immediate right, Ms. Itabelen Chabana, Chief Information Security Officer at the Global Fund. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Ms. Rania Taukebri, Senior Team Leader and Business Manager at ACODIS. Rania is also working on projects of European Space Agency and Airbus. Welcome, Rania. Mr. Andrew Lee, Vice President of Government Affairs and Global Cyber Threat Intelligence Strategist at ESSET. Great to have you. And last but not least, Mr. Tilina Disaniaka, a Project Manager at Sri Lanka CERT-CC. Very glad to have you here with us. So let's begin with how interdependencies between sectors can amplify the impact of a breach. The attackers exploited interdependencies within dystopia's critical systems. How can states and operators conduct pre-incident mapping of interdependencies and plan for shared resilience strategies? Itabelen, do you want to kick us off?
First of all, thank you very much for having me. I'm quite excited with the vast stakeholders that we have. It's very refreshing for me to hear governments and nation states taking part in these conversations and leading discussions around not only policy making, but towards implementation. In our scenario, there are quite a few things that we always preach that should be in place. First of all, there can be interdependencies between systems, but it's very important to micro-segment as much as possible. Rather than having a large network where everything just flows, it's very important to have each zone as micro as we possibly can, being filtered, for example, with technology, having each segment with its own firewall, for example, so that even attacker, like in this case, have compromised the web tier. It should not be so easy to flow into SCADA controllers. There should be a segmentation firewall somewhere in between to ensure that such lateral movement is not as easy as it was seemingly in our scenario. This doesn't only prevent, but it also buys time to be able to detect and to respond. There is another concept of continuous authentication or continuous identity gateways that we can put in place. This is to say, if I'm able to get access to this tier or to this part of the network or to this segment within a large network, it should not necessarily mean that I can transfer my access or gain access to the next segment. For each of the segments, there should be policies, technical policies to authenticate me to say, now you're moving from one segment to the next. And this can be either on a device level or on a user level. What should, even if this is still within URSA, we should have, a previous speaker in another session talked about zero trust concept. It should not be implied that trust, once you're in, it should not be implied that you can go to the next one. At every stage or every block of access, there should be controls to ensure that you authenticate, identify yourself in order to move to the next segment. In this scenario, a threat actor got access to admin privileges. There's a concept of just-in-time privilege escalation. We should not have all the time administrative access for everything that we're doing within infrastructure and within network. If I'm going to do maintenance or upgrades or apply a patch, this administrative access should only be issued within a maintenance window, so that not all the time I can just log onto a server or log onto infrastructure and do administrative tasks. So for all critical or high-level critical infrastructure or VMs, this high-level access should be narrowed and pre-approved only for certain time intervals that we call maintenance windows. The other thing is trying to ensure that we can detect lateral movement when we're moving. We normally say you're moving east to west because you're moving within. There should be endpoint protection in place to know what's normal. I don't think it's always the case that you can move from all critical infrastructure within 1 minute or within 1 hour. That is not a normal. So we should have tuned our endpoint protection to be able to detect when an abnormal activity happens. In this instance, somebody updating all critical infrastructure or deploying software of all critical infrastructure within a short amount of time. I think I should cover it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Tilina, would you like to add anything from your side, please?
Hello everyone, good afternoon. So it is after lunchtime, so thank you all. So actually now we are, inside the perimeter. So from the third perspective side, so actually the one thing is that, the dystopia scenario now already, the escalated quickly, right? So actually what we saw in this dystopia scenario is kind of not a cyber attack, but it is a kind of, the systematic failure. Why? Because, there's kind of an invisible connection between sectors. If you remember the scenario, water system relied on GPS timing, okay? Aviation depends on telecom links, and kind of hospital actually couldn't operate when power and, the cloud service went down. So these interdependencies were not understood in this kind of, in map, right? So what actually first we have to kind of, the first step is visibility, right? So we should understand, actually if we don't understand, actually what we can protect, right? So first we have to, get the understanding of this visibility, then actually states must work with, the operators to map our digital and physical interdependencies. This is both I need to highlight because it is physically and the digital as well. So when we are looking at the hidden enablers behind these scenarios, if we go to in technical terms, we can actually see authentication services, DNS, and the cloud hosting, those kind of and also maintenance contracts. So these are very, very critical. But so mapping is not only the thing. So it is a kind of a first starting point. But we don't need a kind of the shared resilient strategies. What she mentioned actually. So for example, if actually what happened, the telecom, the outages happen. So what actually payment system, affecting how actually we are facing this kind of scenario. Then actually telecom regulator, the central bank, and the major operators should co-develop this kind of failover protocols, and the like local cash-in and the SMS-based transaction, or sometimes we can go for the line modes as well to face this kind of scenario. So and another point that I need to highlight here. We need to move from the individual to collective incident plan. Instead, the every operators normally what actually we experience is doing kind of a drill or simulation, the individually. But in this kind of scenario, we have to think and we actually work as the joint simulation, and we should experience before this kind of scenario. And this exercise, sometimes we can identify actually for the questions like actually who notifies whom, right? And what happens when multiple sectors are impacted, like the dystopia scenario. So in this scenario, we need to have a kind of a shared comms, that's mean communications as well. And also, the public messaging. So this is the very, very critical point that we need to highlight. Otherwise, the public is going to be a kind of, the situation that certain national level, what we are facing in this kind of scenario. And finally, what she also highlighted here about, the national interdependency frameworks, and this is about actually policy. It is a kind of a national level, and it is more, the interdependency framework. It is similar to, the business continuity standards, and where, the critical operators and certs here we can, act as a kind of, the center point, and, the aggregating this kind of information and identifying system weak points. All this information can be, the share among all of these parties. And finally, what I need to highlight here about, the regional exposure. In this dystopia scenario, we see that GNS as the global navigation satellite system, the providers actually it is affecting for the airlines and also drones and a lot of services in this scenario. So part of this mapping actually we should include the external trust chain. The trust is a kind of a word that nowadays is talking. So this trust should be there. So in summarizing, these points, so we can actually understanding about the interdependency is not one-time activity. It should be a kind of a continuous, the collaborative and, it kind of a group effort. And having, the earlier and this kind of scenario, we are experiencing isolated risk management, but we have to shift to kind of shared resilience. Because in a crisis like dystopia, is the failure one becomes the failure so many things. So I think we can continue.
Thank you so much to Lina. And Naranja, can I ask you, coming from the space industry, could you summarize a few points from your end as well, ideally in 3 minutes?
Thank you, Leka. Thank you for the introduction, and I'm happy to be with you here today. Well, coming from the space sector, the good news is that we try to study every single scenario in advance quite extensively, and one of the things that makes space a little bit particular is that we try to create an entire documentation of risk assessments from A to Z, considering all kind of worst-case scenarios. In such cases, actually, I'm not gonna align exactly what happens out there in space because it's a little bit different. First of all, the most important layer for us is to make it quite structured and a little bit more real time. So we try to intervene in quite a real-time intervention, or let's say within a very short period of time. First of all, it's important to understand which line you need to activate, means who need to intervene. So the stakeholders or people intervening should be clear, depending on the scenario that you have. The second thing, you need to understand what my colleague mentioned, what kind of interdependency you have. If you talk just about interdependencies here, there is different kind of interdependencies. Of course, there is a physical one, like mentioned. There is a cyber one. There is operational ones, logical ones, etc. So it depends on what kind of interdependency you need to activate or need to concentrate on. Afterwards, of course, there is different kind of mapping analysis, and the mapping analysis here are also quite diverse. So the different kind of analysis also here, probably the most important one are the network analysis. So how the network is structured, what are the linked network to, what can be affected if this network doesn't work, if there is any kind of redundancy activated to it, if there is any kind of other a network that you need to activate in case it's shut down or you need to shut it down. Afterwards comes something very interesting. It's data sharing and collection. It's not as simple as it sounds. The data sharing and collection, there should be always a certain link, a certain channel that should be secure, confidential,
and sometimes we forget about it, we just activate it in case of crisis, but it's important to have it, in which you do have a very important data sharing between the sectors or intersectors and between the different systems that can be affected by the issue or the matter of the cyber threat, basically. And of course, the thing is that it's a little bit not very static situation, it's quite dynamic. Each time you have different kind of factors, you have different kind of algorithms, you have different kind of very smart cyber attackers, so you need to understand to adapt yourself to the kind of new software adapted. So you need to understand what kind of software you have, what kind of solution you need to have, what kind of intervention you need to have to the new kind of used technologies. Not only about algorithms, sometimes we talk even about new kind of technologies and systems. Now we talk about the neural-based systems. It's a very smart one that you cannot even intervene on. We don't know even how to react to it, so you need to know and understand what kind of technology is used there. The second thing, we come up to the resilience phase. The resilience phase here relies on all the factors that I mentioned here. Of course, here we should be having very smart algorithms, AI-based or machine learning-based, of course, it's going to solve the issue we have. But here it needs a very good understanding, again, on the joint forces. Here you need to know, for example, if we have nuclear energy conjuncted with the satellite data, you need to understand that this layer should be the first focus or the first phase you need to concentrate on. And only the experts in this sector should be intervening at that time. Because here we talk about just intervening in a very short period of time. So you need to understand well who should be intervening. Then, of course, there is what we call a very redundancy. I think it has been mentioned several times today. And the backup plans. So the redundancy is a critical, very important and basic design that should be in any kind of, most kind of space systems. Here, when we talk about space stations, I think you all know the International Space Station. So the International Space Station is based on a certain interesting design, modular one, different blocks, and also every block is linked to the other, but it can be cut from the other as well. And at the same time, there is what we call a system of redundancy, hot, cold redundancy. You don't need to know the details, but here redundancy is a very important system to allow to shut down a system, to allow the other A and B, so you shut down A to allow the B working, which is a very simple tool, but it's also very essential to keep astronauts alive in the space station. And that's also very important, and we can use it for the existing technology on Earth. And of course, as well, there is a kind of what we call the recovery plan. So after doing the segmentation, like my colleague mentioned, and understanding where the issue is, you need to come up with quite an interesting process of recovery. So for the recovery, there is also during the phase of designing any kind of system, either it is software or hardware, there is something called a recovery system included in the design itself, so that allows the system to recover itself after having any kind of shot during a short period of time or during use the other B, let's say the second redundant system that is mentioned to it. So here, sometimes you will be obliged to get rid of the entire system to allow the others to rest, to live. And the other phase is basically to try to create or make an intervention of a complete other network or complete other technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Andrew, could you please elaborate on what are the latest solutions to detect or prevent lateral movements or privilege escalation inside the network? And could you also please briefly explain what do we mean by privilege escalation and a lateral movement? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your kind invitation, and thank you for us all of your attention. I think I'd just like to back up a tiny bit and just take a minute to look at how these kind of things unfold. So we're now talking about us being inside the perimeter where something's actually happening, and we're in a disaster situation. We're in the worst case scenario right now. But I think we have to understand that with cyber attacks, typically on a scale of attack that we're talking about, there's been a tremendous amount of planning by the adversary before that. So they've done their homework, and usually they've pre-positioned on the network. So they all have key assets in place ready to perform the larger scale attack that they have. These things don't just happen where suddenly somebody breaches something and then they're all over the network and everything's down and everything's falling apart. In typical circumstances, they will have been in place, they will have had assets in place for months ahead of the actual attack. And there's some key techniques that they use. One of them is, first of all, trying to find weak and vulnerable access. So they will try to look for accounts that have a certain amount of privilege, and this is what we call by privilege escalation attacks. It may even go through several stages. They'll first of all just find an account that will let them in, give them basic access. Then they'll look around and see what are the other accounts that I might be able to see on the network. What are the other things that I can find to then try to take over some of them. Maybe they have weak passwords. They can do a brute force attack and get the passwords and so on and so on. These are the things that then lead them to be able to implant other assets on the network, whether they want to have remote access tools and that thing. But the other thing is that you have to understand that they're not always just bringing malware. They're using techniques like living off the land. That is, they find vulnerabilities that already exist on the network. Within the system that they're looking at, they may find an unpatched vulnerability that they can then exploit further and use to gain further access, to gain access to systems or to cause disruption to systems. Then the other technique is that there's called bring your own vulnerability, where they'll actually deliver something that has already the vulnerability in it. It might be a DLL with a legitimate program that they have a known vulnerability in that, and they'll replace that one with their DLL. And the system doesn't know any different because it just thinks it's the same file, and your endpoint antivirus isn't really going to pick that up unless it's specifically looking for vulnerabilities. So in that way, they're able to gradually penetrate into the system. And then when you're into the system, once they have everything pre-positioned, then they can start to deploy those assets on a larger scale. And we've seen this in large-scale attacks against, for instance, the energy sector, where you do see them using those systems to then traverse across, and in some cases, traversing from the IT network into the OT network. And unfortunately, when you're talking about OT, very often it's quite simple because the administrators of the SCADA networks simply have scripts on their machine which has inline passwords, and it's all plain text. So all bets are off at that point. So to come back to some of the technologies, and we've already heard some really good things about strategies and about how to make sure plans are in place. But I think the first thing that you can really do, and what organizations can do, is enable other authentication methods. So we've already heard about some of those, but I would also suggest two-factor authentication as being a bare minimum technology that can be implemented to actually avoid some of these privilege escalations. Secondly, of course, extended detection and response, or as I like to think of it, detection and remediation, so that you have actually a system that can respond to anomalies happening on the network. Typically, these are powered, as my colleague from Palo Alto has already mentioned today, it's powered by deep machine learning and techniques for understanding what normal looks like, and then being able to remediate or alert based on some of those anomalies. And then another really important factor of it is cyber threat intelligence in terms of being able to ingest the sort of data where other companies and where other cybersecurity practitioners, cybersecurity companies, in some cases open source materials like Shadow Server, are able to ingest all of those feeds and all of that data and information and be able to use that in real time to block and to make sure your defenses are up to date. So I'll leave it there for just now.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Andrew. Itabel, I'm moving to you. In our scenario, attackers exploited poor segmentation between ORSA's critical systems and the cloud environment. What internal network security solutions can help to contain the attackers once they're inside? Of course. So in our scenario, attackers exploited poor segmentation between Ursa's critical systems and the cloud environment? What internal network security solutions can help contain attackers once they're inside?
I think I was asking again because I felt like it's a similar question to what I've answered before about ensuring segmentation, ensuring that if I have access to something or to one critical platform, I can't move to another. Maybe I'll make a scenario of an almost real-life example where segmentation was important. Seemingly, in some national infrastructure, there was a breach to it was a telecom. There was a breach to their primary infrastructure, right? We are talking about having redundancy, having redundant systems to ensure that if this one is breached, the other one will act as backup, and you have a backup. And in this, most of the time, as an engineer or a network administrator, it makes your life easy if your admin access on production is the same admin access you can use on your DR, right? And once credentials have been compromised for the production, it means it doesn't matter whether or not you have a DR, because if they've had time to be within your infrastructure for months, like Andrew has just mentioned, most of the time these people have had time to study your network. It means you can't respond by going onto your fallback or onto your DR. So it's important to say, yes, I do have a recovery site, but the same access, or it should be a different access that you can use to recover. Because most of the time when you're attacked, it's the first thing to do. You shut down the compromised, and then you recover somewhere. The minute you detect, you shut down, then you can recover and have continuity on the other side. But if you have access that can move you around, it's not going to be possible. So if you have administrative access that you can use to recover, most of the time it works.
Thank you so much. So Tilina, the scenario describes unscheduled stoppages and derailments in train systems due to misaligned GNSS data. What role should infrastructure regulators play in ensuring operators have tested contingency protocols and redundancy plans?
Right. So just, now the attackers already in the perimeter, every second is, the counting. That means we are actually with kind of a ticking bomb, right? So in this scenario, so national certs become the, the kind of a critical coordination point. Actually, we have to, we can't actually, improvise in this, this kind of a middle crisis. But if we have, the kind of well-defined, pre-aggregate, the playbooks or kind of a coordination mechanisms actually with critical infrastructure operators, and the unique nature of this kind of each sector, then actually we can, go for kind of, the first, as the first step, our incident response playbooks. Okay, and the need to clearly outline what action to take at the different stages of in this kind of attack. And if I go for an the kind of example, we here talk about kind of lateral movements, right? And how actually we are going to isolate system without bringing down their services. If just thinking about what happened if power is gone. Right? We have to sometimes we cannot continue our system services. In this kind of scenario, what actually what kind of the steps that we need to take, and actually who exactly is responsible for each kind of the action. So we have to first identify these kind of things, and we have to include in our the response playbooks. And if we think about the coordination. In this kind of a national level scenario, the coordination is the key point, right? Lack of structured communication channels. So without the structured communication, there will be the kind of a lot of emails, just kind of a hotline calls. There's a lot of things. So if we can identify these key points, the coordination, and if we can go beyond that, if we identify secure and real-time communication mechanism without having the email or just kind of a normal communication, it is very critical at this kind of situation. And also we need to embed kind of a joint crisis simulation exercise. So then actually whatever the operators, they can actually get into these kind of the exercises and the simulation across this kind of attacks before they experiencing in this kind of a national level or crisis level situation. So what actually in dystopia scenario, we see that actually in URSA, there are water, power, and the aviation affected simultaneously, right? So in this kind of situation, we actually having kind of a very critical situation. So how actually in this situation the communication with leadership level, right? So, and another point that I need to highlight is the national vulnerabilities disclosure policy. Once identify this kind of vulnerabilities, and in today morning sessions also we talk about 0-day things, and in this kind of cloud scenario, what actually the information or the whatever the discovered the patching or whatever updates, that how we actually going to get into this kind of policies, that how to handle these discoveries in this kind of a scenario. And actually the transparency required the both national and with the regional parties, because cloud service providers not only inside the state, they are actually connecting with from other states as well. So that's why we have a kind of a national vulnerability disclosure kind of a policy. And when actually search handling as a point, actually we can get into all others with the kind of a cross-border trust and cooperation in this kind of a scenario. So if I'm going to summarize what actually my key points here, it is about we are having a kind of a playbook, and it should be a kind of a shareable and the integrating into all the sectors and the borders. Then actually we can the prepare and have a kind of a peace time. The more resilient we will be when the worst happens. Okay.
Thank you, Tilinga. So you talk about what kind of coordination mechanism or incident playbooks should national service have in place with CI operators to reduce the impact of the system compromise. Moving to you, Rania, do you think you could describe when multiple sectors are disrupted simultaneously and the interdependencies amplify the damage? In space and other high assurance systems, what engineering risk or risk mitigation practices can be adapted to terrestrial critical infrastructure to minimize the cascading effects? So take the examples from the space industry to the terrestrial critical infrastructure.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for your question. All right. So here, when I will still speak from space perspective, and I'm going to make the same analogy to all the terrestrial premises here. So for space, actually, we don't only have malicious cyber threats. We don't have only bad guys wanting to interrupt our system. We have consider other elements like interferences or not very smart guys interrupting the system, or some other elements caused by solar, wind, environmental issues, different kind of scenarios that can give our system the incapacity to process properly or to make a short interruption during a certain critical time during the mission. And we cannot afford stopping a mission or making people out of communication with the ground segment. So here, again, all systems, most of the systems in space are built in a way to consider all these elements. Again, we consider quite a lot risk assessments as a basic element before building any kind of system and before making any kind of mission. So for the system, for the risk assessments, we try to consider the creation of the systems based on certain modeling or on certain architecture. We consider different kind of tools to allow the building of the system from scratch. We consider something called model-based system engineering or system of a system. So these are terms that you don't need to be familiar with, but these are just terms that we consider or tools we need to consider from the beginning, which means we try to consider every single threat. We try to understand how our system will react based to this. Then we consider again the redundancy and the diversity. So we need to have different pathways of communication and different pathways of intercommunication in the system itself, in the subsystem itself. And we try to fragment or to segment a little bit the system to allow its dependency or communication through different pathways and also its interruption when we need to interrupt it. Then afterwards we have what we call the fault tolerance. So the fault tolerance is also something you consider quite simple, but this allows the system to recover itself, to consider the error while having a complete segment of communication, a binary mode or whatever. So you understand already your data, you consider the fault existing, and you recover itself by itself. So either it's on software base or on the system or the kind of embedded system that you already have. And of course, what's very important to consider here is the monitoring of the anomaly detection. And here I rely a lot on the new tools we have, the AI-based tools that are quite efficient, even though I'm still a little bit suspicious with AI, so we cannot know how it's going to be at the end, but we rely a lot, to be very fair, on autonomous systems for detection of errors, because this is the fastest way we have so far. And even for our guys on the ground segments, they even use this one. So the communication between ground segment and space happens this way. I've heard a very interesting word from Andrew today, is vulnerabilities. For space, there is different kind of vulnerabilities, and the weakest point is a point in which our attacker will get in, for sure. So here in space, we have different kind of nodes. We have space segment, we have ground segment, and we have the data in the middle. So unfortunately, the weakest segment for us is the ground segment. Means any physical asset you have that people can have access to. This has the biggest probability that people will get access to. So here we try to use different kind of architectures to allow the communication properly between these three nodes and to allow the communication between the satellites with other satellites. So we try to recover in a certain way to adapt ourselves to existing vulnerabilities that we could not solve at a certain period of time. And meanwhile, of course, we try to create new emergent technologies, new kind of communication. We now talk about quantum communication and different other ones. So this is a matter of intervening on time. Then at the end, of course, we have an entire process of verification, simulation, and this, of course, happens before any incident happens. We sometimes don't consider it too much while building a project because we are so excited to make the project happen. So we don't consider all kind of scenarios happening. Space, third of the time, we have a design. 2/3 of the time, we have validation, verification, and simulation. Simulation is very important, especially for this kind of scenarios. So we need to consider a cross-sector method, and also considering the dependencies between these sectors, because this is, of course, will amplify the issue we have. So taking enough time while having our system implemented to create this kind of simulations and to create this kind of scenarios and understand how the interconnections happen in operational perspective, in cyber perspective, and physical perspective, it's crucial to make any system work. And of course, at the end, we have this protocol of communication and coordination. This should be happening through different kind of organisms, different kind of governmental, non-governmental, and also private sector that should play. It's very important because this kind of communication either is going to help to avoid these issues or is going to even amplify the problem. And maybe one last point, human factor can be a very good strength point in our communication, as it can be the weakest point in the communication. You need to have well-trained people, otherwise your system, even if it's the smartest system you have, it will not properly function. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. That's a very, very strong point. We are now moving to the second segment. Ita Beleng, I have a question for you on how attackers move across system after gaining access. In your experience, what resilience strategies, technical or organizational, are most effective in preparing for such breaches, especially in life-critical sectors?
First of all, as a CISO, we always need to be balancing having the stringent or the tightest security controls versus allowing for continuity. For an example, imagine in the health sector, if you have a total fail-safe close, if there's a breach, but then you're running hospitals at the end, somewhere within your infrastructure where there are life-threatening medications that still have to run, or that still have to be administered. It means we must always have fail-open mechanisms that can always assist, that we don't stop life-critical missions, even in crisis. But also, in order to be able to respond, my colleague has mentioned that there needs to be playbooks that are already put in place. Working with different stakeholders involved in one process and co-developing or co-authoring incident response playbooks, taking part in ensuring that all of us within the entire flow understand what our responsibilities are going to be, whether it's in the water sector and we need to involve utility operators, vendors, regulators. We should all know if we're going to shut down a valve because there's been a contamination, what are going to be the steps that we take afterward? What kind of alerts are we going to send out to our other counterparts in order for them to prepare? Normally this reduces our response from hours waiting for the other person to discover for themselves, but somebody else could have already alerted them that this has happened in my sector and it's possible that it's coming to you. It's also important to have information sharing and analysis organizations, and this allows that if within this sector we have identified something, we can use this already mechanisms that we have of communication between us to move or to share this kind of information to say, this is what we have identified, this is how it worked with us, in order to make sure that everybody gets ready even before they're hit. We also, one of the things that are important to do in order to have a rapid forensics is to ensure that, let's say, beforehand, we didn't, let's put a scenario where the water contamination only affected one side, right? And we have to do overrides and ensure that this is closed. We need to make sure that in our maintenance, in our response plans, we have a different mechanism that can upright or that can put back another part of infrastructure for continuity. Another important thing is we need to have simulation exercises. It's very common that in cybersecurity, we have learned all of this in the books, but we have never experienced an actual crisis. So we all know if there's a crisis, I need to do this, I need to call this, I need to close this, I need to switch something off. But if you have never taken part or have never seen it in action, it's very difficult to recover. So it's important to have continuous simulation exercises that all stakeholders are part of. So most of the time, we advise on quarterly or every 6 months to ensure that in these drills, everybody knows what to expect or what will happen in order for us to plan ahead on how we can respond. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Itabelang. So we have about 15 minutes before we move to the Q&A. So I would ask our panelists if we can stay within 3 minutes for the responses. Looking at you, Andrew, as a VP of Government Affairs and Global CPI Strategies, how can private companies better support government responders during a live internal compromise, especially when shared infrastructure or cloud environments are involved?
Thank you for the question. I think to To be brief, I think the most important thing is, Berling has already alluded to this, you need to have plans in place. You need to have pre-existing agreements with your national with your national authorities. You should have legal agreements in place so that in the case of a large-scale event that might affect national critical infrastructure, where you might need the support of a private cybersecurity practitioner or a cloud provider and so on, if you have those legal agreements, those frameworks in place, plus you have a plan of how you're going to deploy those resources, I think the public sector and private sector can work together very effectively. But you do have to have that planning phase in place, because even if you have that, and you haven't, and again, I totally agree with the point about pre-planning exercises. You know, Mike Tyson famously said, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. So you really don't want to be in a situation where a disaster is happening and the first time you're testing your plan is at that moment. So you really need to have that plan in place so that when you actually come to that, everyone understands what to do, right down to the people who are coordinating and operating the actual response team, because you don't want to bring in a private company and they start doing their own thing and start rushing around and playing with different machines and trying to shut this system or that system without having the full knowledge of really how the coordinated plan is going to go forward and how you're going to recover. And so doing those kind of coordinated exercises on a large scale frequently is really, really important.
Thank you, Andrew. So on the point of the cooperation and coordination, I'm moving to you, Telina. The scenario shows how cascading disruptions across transportation and other sectors triggered by corrupted GNSS data ultimately overwhelmed emergency services. From your experience, what mechanisms can help CERTs coordinate effectively with emergency responders during complex multi-sector cyber incidents like the one we've seen in dystopia?
Right. So actually, CERT, most of the time experience is about, most of the organizations, they have, the first kind of planning, but when it comes to actually real experience, they actually not continue this, whatever the planning or monitoring situation. So based on our experience and, according to this dystopia scenario, so it is, the one incidents can be, the effect to other sectors or other incidents as well. So we have to, the more focus on, the continuous planning and also, the continuous monitoring process. And if we come to, this kind of a transportation sector, actually, there should be a kind of, the infrastructure regulators have a kind of a central role to play here, but not in, the most of the times CERT should be involved here. But actually, those regulators can actually play a kind of a role very well in this kind of, the transportation or whatever the CI infrastructure. And also, if we actually mandate the, the kind of a testing and validation of the, the contingency protocols for this kind of CII. And also, actually, if we can request to these kind of regulators to consider about the kind of a redundancy bias, the design process, from the starting process. So that might be kind of, the mandating the use of multi-source navigating system without, the rely on kind of one source. Actually, in that scenario, we can actually have a kind of a compliance framework as well. So because where regulators, the assess how open operators test and, the, kind of, if there are any, the fallbacks or whether there are any kind of training requirement, they can actually recognize and how quickly, the switch over these systems when this kind of a scenarios happen. So I think kind of, the if we can introduce kind of annual audits or, the regular audits and, the licensing requirement and, the sector specific standard, especially this kind of a transportation, it is not about, basically it is aviation as well. And Also, we know this in software engineering side, we are always talking about kind of scenario-based stress testing. If we can actually really introduce for the cybersecurity perspective as well, then it will be more actually important in this kind of the CII sector. And actually, the most the most highlighted point here is a kind of the shared situational awareness. This is the one actually most people or most organizations lacking when this kind of scenarios happen. So in most of the time search is the reporting this kind of incidents after the happening these incidents and take some time. Sometimes it's maybe after going the kind of a big media news. So that's why initially we have to think all this scenario and we have to be prepared very well. That's mean planning and monitoring. There should be the kind of key points we need to highlight here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tilina. So before moving to back to all our speakers for some final key takeaways, I wanted to ask you, Andrew, after a cyber attack on critical services, people often worry not just about service outages, but also about how their data is handled and whether they can still trust the institutions. From your experience, what does it look like to protect privacy and rebuild digital trust during and after a major incident?
This applies to any data breach, not just one in public services. This also applies to companies. We've seen many companies when they've been breached afterwards. There is kind of a loss of public trust or customer trust. I think that the key factor in all of this is why the planning phase is so important. And planning phase also should include what are you going to say? What is your public relations plan? What is it? What are the things that you're going to communicate? Because if you don't communicate, you're not helping the narrative. You're not setting the narrative. You're allowing any kind of speculation to take hold, which may be very damaging. So if you're in that situation, as much as possible, you should have a plan of what you're going to communicate, when, how, who's going to communicate, what are they going to say, and making sure that you keep the public trust because you've been transparent and open about what's happening. And I think that's a really key element when we talk about breaches and things. That's another reason why when you work with the private sector, you really need to have framework agreements in place, legal, in some case legislative regulations in place to actually say, how are we going to handle these situations so that my data that's being handled isn't exposed. In the case of a hospital, we heard about a severe breach earlier on today, and we need to make sure that you keep the public trust, and that means being in a position where you're really the one that's setting the narrative and not just ignoring the public aspect of it.
Thank you, Andrew. So before we move to the Q&A from our audience, I wanted to ask all of you, looking back at the scenario and today's discussion, what are the key lessons or takeaways you believe are most important for improving internal cyber resilience and preventing cascading failures in the future? If I could ask you to stay within 2 minutes, it would be very helpful. Thank you. Rania, do you want to go first?
It's quite really difficult to summarize in 2 minutes, but okay, I'll go quickly. So first of all, again, it's very important to prevent, even though sometimes it's a little bit difficult when you already have the issue on board. But it's very important to understand and to know what kind of issues you might have, all kind of risks you might have, malicious or non-malicious ones, and just don't forget that it's like the non-trained people are as bad as the malicious ones. So you need to have to train everyone, every single person using your systems in any kind of sector you have. So it's important to have well-trained people. It's important to have well-modeled architectures. It's important to have well-recovered systems in case of need. It's important to consider segmentation, modeling of the architectures, and important to separate each one of the modules, if you call it that way, and to understand well where are the dependencies, and in which phase they are, in which mode they are, in order for you to intervene on time. then it's quite important to have a very early stage of detection and very well sophisticated tools. So invest a lot in the detection tools that allow you to understand where the issue is at the most critical points. And it's also very important to consider that satellites, space products in general, are very useful tools. So they are the ones that help us, actually all of us, to sustain our lives today. So we try to also invest quite a lot in satellite data, GNSS satellites, GPS satellites, and even more that come in also very soon. The Galileo one, the second generation of Galileo, is already built on the existing vulnerabilities in the previous Galileo first phase or first batch. And of course, the coordination between the sectors and understanding well which one rely on the other, it's also very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Isabella, do you want to join, please?
In the cyber community, there's already a lot of work that has been done to define standards, whether it's NIST, whether it's IEC ones. It's important in every area of work to look into this and to adapt them to an organization, or whether it's a nation state or whichever environment you're working on, not only to take as is, but to examine the culture of the organization you're protecting, and to customize the standards to best match your environment. There's another value also to be gained in having dashboards and reporting to executive councils. This helps them see what's actually on the ground. It helps them, measuring things like how long will it take time for us to detect, measuring how long it will take for us to recover should a certain incident occur. Helps to see where investments can go into cybersecurity to improve all of these KPIs that can help us not only respond, but to be able to recover faster than the threat actors. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew?
Thank you. My co-panelists have already covered, really, I think, the main important points. I think, just to reiterate, to understand the interdependencies between you and your supply chain, the constituency that you serve, whether it's customers or whether you're a customer of somebody else and you're buying parts from, or you're buying services from them. And also understand what is your threat surface, what are the vulnerabilities that you really need to take care of, right through from systems which aren't so critical, right through to the most critical systems where you might even want to air gap those systems and have your own its own set of security controls even within that, so that in a case of a disaster, certain services just don't go down.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and over to you, Tilina.
Thank you, Lenka. So actually, all mentioned points, but I would like to add more. So when we understand the interdependency, we have to first understanding, and then actually we have to map with this whatever the understanding before any kind of a crisis hits. And the coordination must be actually planned and also not improvised, right? And one of the colleagues mentioned that training people, that is more critical, and giving a kind of a training and awareness for the top of the people is very challenging, and sometimes it is actually not happening. This is where we actually should be more focused, because we know it is a newcomer or it is existing employee, we can actually the plan and give kind of training. But when dealing with the top people, it is a kind of another scenario that we have to address, because from third perspective side, we are actually experiencing when after the happening this kind of incidents. And also actually cyber resilience is not a kind of the technical issues. It is a kind of the governance issues, what actually it is about policy and what kind of strategies and the governance mechanism that we are in place. And also we need to actually put people at the center of the cyber resilience, because our people are the kind of the first focus point here. And also actually with it is kind of resilience, and it is if we can go, the risks, if we can mitigate the risk levels, that will be more important. So, and also we have to continue the kind of joint exercises and also cross-border activities. So those are points that I would like to highlight here.
Thank you to all of you. We received 2 questions I would like to quickly pose to our panelists. The first one could be answered to any of you. How can countries with low cyber maturity coordinate response actions to avoid cascading impact across critical sectors? And the second one is addressed to you, Isabella. As CISO, how do you communicate the need for cyber resilience to non-technical leadership when incidents haven't yet happened, but risks are growing? So please, anyone who would like to answer the first question. Andrew, please go ahead.
I think one really important step that any nation could take is to actually, first of all, build, if you don't have a computer emergency response team, CERT, and then reach out to the international CERT community and start working with them to understand from them what are their best practices, how have they created their plans, how have they worked with their nation states to actually to set up their cyber defences. So I think it's a good investment of your time to work with the international CERT community.
Thank you. Would anyone else would like to add anything? Tilina, Rania, please go ahead.
Well, I think this is not only addressed to governments, but to all kind of international sorts of institutions. Having maturity in this topic requires, again, that you know well the technology you have, the scenarios you have, that you understand very well the threats, and you know very well how to answer them. Without having the entire, almost 90% or the entire map on it, you don't afford using the term maturity, because maturity requires that you know very well how the technology works, that it is able to be resilient to any kind of threat, which is a very hard situation. And also what Andrew mentioned here is that you already use the existing scenarios in your favor, and you know very well that you cannot have all the kind of exercises. You cannot see everything from one perspective, so you need to see all perspectives, all kind of exercises happened so far, address it yourself, and reuse it for your own exercise or your own case in order to make it happen. I'm going to make very short examples. So probably most of you don't know that we are using right now an exercise for planetary defense. So using planetary defense is like when a asteroid comes by, it doesn't kill us, so we are safe. So the first time we do this, it was only last year. So we cannot afford using the term, we have maturity against planetary defense. It's same applied for the sector. We will be able to make it if we have a proper, robust technology, well-trained people, and we have very good communication between sectors or across sectors and between governments. Without this, we don't have a maturity. It's a very severe, let's say, big term to be used.
Isabella, would you like to respond to the question on how to communicate the need for cyber resilience to non-technical leadership?
Yes. Coming from a technical background, it's quite a struggle sometimes to talk to people who don't understand, which is what one of my worries coming here, like how am I going to say something not too much of a jargon. But first of all, cyber risk, as a CISO, you need to communicate that cyber risk is not an IT or technology problem. It's a business problem. There's risks involved with cyber risks. Whether something has happened or not, we need to be able to communicate that there's potential risk and how do we mitigate that. There's reputation involved. Should you suffer a cyber attack and not be able to recover, this is something that leadership needs to take care of. There is also regulatory compliance for most of the industries, where we are held to certain standards that we're supposed to abide by. So whether or not something has happened, there's always potential for this to occur, and it's something that business leaders need to look into to ensure it doesn't happen. Another way to communicate is there are tools that can help you to measure the threat landscape. So you can leverage or benchmark with other organizations with the same industry, whether it's in health or in energy. we already know, we can already map the type of attacks or threats that you're facing if you're operating in this industry, and it's something that's easier to communicate to business leaders. Another thing is cyber resilience is not only preventing to be attacked, but it's also making sure that we understand how can we recover and proceed with business even if we are breached. So this is something I believe any leadership or anybody in leadership can be able to understand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So today we heard that mapping interdependencies is essential to preventing cascading failures. Systemic disruptions often arise from hidden connections between sectors. States and operators must proactively map these interdependencies, conduct joint simulations, and co-develop resilient strategies, especially when critical systems rely on shared infrastructure like the GNSS, cloud, or communication services. We heard that strengthening internal defenses is just as important as protecting the perimeter. Once attackers are inside, internal cyber hygiene becomes critical. Panelists emphasize the need for zero-trust architectures, network segmentation, identity governance, and continuous monitoring. We heard that effective incident response depends on coordination even before the crisis begins. We heard that cross-sector collaboration is a necessity, and we also briefly touched upon about the framework of responsible state behavior in cyberspace, specifically Norm E. And as our panelists mentioned, we need to put people at the center of our cyber resilience. So thank you all very much to our audience, but also I would ask you for applause to our distinguished speakers on the panel.
Thank you very much, Lenka and panelists. We're now going to break for half hour, and we'll be reconvening at 3:15 p.m. Geneva time. Thank you. 2 panels back to back. So there won't be another break after this. So I do hope that you took full advantage of the one you just had. After we've done our journey from outside the perimeter, on the perimeter, and inside the perimeter, the 4th session of this conference is taking us beyond the perimeter, from a national crisis to a regional response. So for the last time today, let's go back to the region of dystopia and learn more about what is happening beyond the perimeter. Lacking institutional arrangements to coordinate response, URSA's Computer Emergency Response Team had to convene an emergency meeting and sets up an ad hoc crisis management task force with government agencies to deliberate on containment, recovery, and response measures to the ongoing cyber incident. URSA's recently established National Cybersecurity Agency, pertinent law enforcement and intelligence agencies and officials from the Ministries of Security, Justice and Defense and Foreign Affairs attended this meeting. Some weeks later, as URSA's CERT attempts to mitigate ongoing failures across sectors and determine the root cause of the operation, a cybersecurity firm assessing the incident publishes a report revealing that the malware allegedly used for the cyber operation shows many similarities to a malware previously technically attributed to a cyber group with strong links to the country of Cosmos. Upon information sharing through their designated technical points of contacts, URSA's Computer Emergency Response Team, in cooperation with its counterparts in Virgo and Centaurus, traces the origins of the operation to the territory of Cosmos. URSA's authorities call for a dedicated meeting to address potential legal and/or diplomatic actions based on the current findings. URSA's also convenes a regional meeting with counterparts from Virgo, Centaurus, Myling, and Cetus to discuss a potential collective course of action. And with that, I'm very happy to give the floor to my colleague Dominique, who will be moderating this 4th panel and introduce our panelists. Dominique, over to you.
Thank you very much. Giacomo, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, welcome to this 4th panel and good afternoon. Thank you for joining and for staying for this session of the Cyber Stability Conference Beyond the Perimeter from National Crisis to Regional Response. So throughout the conference, we have been discussing issues related to the 3 layers of the intrusion path that you have in the table, copies on the table today. From responsible vulnerability disclosure to protection of the network's perimeter and the importance of internal segmentation and cyber-resilient infrastructure, as we have just discussed in the previous panel, specifically when we are talking about critical infrastructure. This panel will not focus in one of the layers of the intrusion path, but would rather address broader considerations regarding the cyber incident response and recovery. In a world where cyber threats may evolve faster than defenses, the need for dialogue between the technical, the legal, the policy experts and practitioners, it's imperative to address these issues. And this is why we have this very varied panel today to address these different issues. As we have seen from the fictional scenario in the region of dystopia, cybersecurity is also a societal challenge and a policy, legal, and institutional concern. And the idea of this panel is to reflect on this multidisciplinary reality by addressing the cross-cutting issues pertaining incident preparedness, response, and recovery. We will thus delve deep into essential aspects such as policy, legal, and institutional frameworks to build effective incident response and recovery schemes, discuss incident characterization and responses, be them legal or diplomatic, and address the role of confidence-building measures in national, regional, and international cooperation. And we will, of course, do this by building upon existing frameworks and good practices, and in particular, the different pillars of the UN framework for responsible state behavior. My name, as Jacob mentioned, is Dominique Steinbrecher. I'm a researcher at the cyber workstream of UNIDIR's Security and Technology Program, and I have the honor to be the moderator for this panel Beyond the Perimeter. I am delighted to be joined by a panel of exceptional experts who will bring diverse and complementary perspectives to the table, from legal, diplomatic, policy, and incident response experts to representatives of regional organizations. Today we are joined at my far right by Ms. Athena Matalavea, Principal Cyber Incident Response Coordinator and Analyst at the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology of Samoa, Dr. Andras Kastelits, Senior Researcher at the Security and Technology Program of UNIDIR. At my right as well, Ms. Marta Pelechova, Cyber Affairs and Cyber Diplomacy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic. At my left, Ms. Emanuela Darkwa, Senior Manager at International Cooperation in the Cyber Security Authority of Ghana. And last but not least, at my far left, Ms. Alison August-Treppel, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism of the Organization of American States. Before I give the floor to the speakers, let me share that this panel will also be structured as an interactive moderated discussion. And towards the end of the panel, we will hold a 15 minutes Q&A session, as we have done with previous panels. So please do submit your questions using the Slido application, using the QR code that you are going to be seeing in the screen, or have also been seeing in the screen before, or you have in your tables with you today. So that being said, let me start the conversation. And for that, I would like to turn to Athena Matalavea first, to discuss a little bit on the side of the institutional frameworks available. So, Athena, we have seen that in ERSA, no centralized institutional framework or arrangements were in place to coordinate an effective response to the cybersecurity incident that we have been analyzing throughout the day. The state response was more reactive after the incident has occurred, and this has been highlighted by previous panels as well. So in your view and your experience, what policy and institutional measures and structures could have facilitated preparedness, effective response and recovery from a major cyber incident like the one occurred in dystopia, and in particularly those involving critical infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you, Dominique. And before, I would like to acknowledge and thank you, UNIDIR, for the invitation to participate in this panel. With regards to institutional measures as well as policies, a thing to consider really is with critical infrastructure, what does it entail? It is absolutely vital, and time is the essence. So having particular frameworks in place is quite important, and I think that is something that has been reiterated a lot, and elements have been provided in previous panels. So for example, like the NIST 2.0 framework, also information security standards, those are quite integral and to be included in a lot of the national preparation strategies. So risk assessment is a very important part of that, assessing what risks there are in terms of critical infrastructure. There's, assessing what vulnerabilities that certain critical infrastructure may be vulnerable to, and from there it can devolve into sector-specific risks, as we can see in the scenario that we have here today. Governance mechanisms is also a very important area to consider. For example, what are the roles and responsibilities when it comes to coordinating response? Who is going to be responding? Escalation pathways, communication plans. Again, these are all elements that have been brought into the discussion, and they're quite important elements with regards to having them institutionalized. We have compliance to certain security policies. For example, and if I take it back to my own national experience, we have certain information security policies and several standards that government should be applying in their own institutions. And these standards include vulnerability patching. They also include what malicious code standards, how do you respond to certain incidents and things like that. So these policies are quite important in order to respond effectively, and also to be able to be in a preparedness stage. So taking into account the policy side, the technology side is also quite important. It requires a lot of investment into being able to visibly see across the networks, for example, threat detection, endpoint security, those sort of things that is quite vital, security tooling, being able to understand the techniques and tactics that are used. Again, this is part of the capacity building nature of having it in your response team. So, you know, all these elements that we have, especially making sure that our employees are aware and they're training for scenarios should it happen. It's testing our response plans. So these sort of institutional measures are integral, and it's this what do you call it, coordination, as well as interdependencies between process, technology, and people. These are all elements that are required to be able to effectively respond to certain incidences should they occur, especially if we take into consideration critical infrastructure. They have more stringent policies or standards to apply to. And these are something that it should be taken into account when we look into how we respond to incidences. I also want to take particular note over bilateral agreements as well as international cooperation within our national incident response plan, especially for if we take into account the scenario, a small middle income country with various shared infrastructure. So what does that mean for the internal capacity? Are we looking into agreements with the CERTs, international CERTs? Are we looking into more public-private partnership? All these sort of things must be included in our national incident response plan. And I just want to take it back into a national experience, our own experience, is that coming from a Pacific Island country, we do have other risks, such as climate change, for example. This embeds cybersecurity on top of a much more international, or it's something that's more of a regional concern. And having access to certain capacities that allow us to grow, as well as to not so much depend, but it's to build that internal capacity so that we can respond to incident ourselves. So again, the importance of having these agreements as well as cooperation between states should be embedded within the government mechanisms as well as within the policies. It's a very important stance to make that international cooperation is important, especially if cybersecurity lines are so blurred. So that is a little bit of what I can offer in terms of institutional arrangements as well as policies in place.
Thank you very much, Athena, for sharing these insights in terms of process, technology, and people, and also the link to the need to capacity building and cooperation, in particular for small countries to sort of be able to develop the process, technologies, and people for an effective incident response and recovery. Now, focusing on a broader normative perspective of cyber resilience, we know, for example, that in the case of ERSA, its National Cybersecurity Agency submitted a draft legislation on critical infrastructure protection, but political disputes prevented progress in the adoption of these and other measures in this regard. So I now want to turn to Marta Pelechova. Because of your legal expertise, I would like to ask, what legal frameworks do you think could have facilitated preparedness, effective response, and recovery from a major cyber incident such as the one occurred in dystopia? And what legal measures could particularly enhance cyber resilience of critical infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominic, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here in Geneva, and especially at this very interesting conference. Speaking about legal frameworks, I must say I consider it crucially important, and not only because I'm a lawyer, but because it's true. We need legal frameworks to know what we should do, where are our limits, and what we are not able to do, and what we are not allowed to do. And when we are considering this specific scenario, I think in this situation there should have been several types of legal frameworks in place to prevent and to better respond to such a situation. I would like to mention 4 of them. The first type of legislation would be the one that would try to prevent these incidents from happening. That means the cybersecurity legislation, which sets the standards of cybersecurity, the minimum standards that everyone should adhere to, all of them, all the actors that are involved. So the general cybersecurity requirements. Also, there should be cybersecurity requirements specific to individual sectors. For example, we've seen there have been various sectors concerned, for example, health sector, energy, transportation, and other sectors. So that all should have cyber-specific requirements, cybersecurity requirements stipulated in legislation. And when we are speaking especially about critical infrastructure, that of course has to have even stricter rules and stricter regulations, and must be even more or better or closely adhered to than other parts of life of society, because it is more vulnerable and can have more dangerous consequences. And it has to be, such requirements have to be adhered to not only by those who operate the infrastructure and who use them, but also by suppliers, service providers, vendors. So, for example, there have to be liability clauses for cases of negligence. There have to be strict timelines to report such incidents. That was already mentioned in some previous panel. There have to be risk-based assessments, security by design principles, regular audits and compliance checks, and very importantly, rules for sharing of information with private sector, so between the public sector, the governments, and the private sector. That's very important. So that is that part of prevention, sort of. Then another part of legislation which should be in place would be cyber security framework or framework of cooperation, some strategies and action plans, because it's not enough only to have defined all the cybersecurity rules, but we also need to know the roles, who does what, and when to act, and how to cooperate together. It is extremely crucial to know what is the place, the position of each institution in the channel, in the chain of when such a situation, when such an incident happens, like when everybody does what. I can give you an example. In the Czech Republic, we established our cybersecurity agency in 2017. It was established based on the Cybersecurity Act, and everything seemed perfect. But until something serious happened, and that was one major cyber attack to a big Czech hospital in the second largest city of the Czech Republic, which caused severe damage, luckily not to lives of any people, not to any patients, but it was a very serious problem. So, and then what happened when this incident occurred, or it was more than an incident, it was a real serious situation, the representatives of this cybersecurity agency came to the place and immediately tried to restore the normal situation, to stop the incident from happening so that everything should operate as normal, which is, of course, what they should do. But nobody informed the police. So when the police only knew about it from the news. The police president was accidentally watching the news, and then he saw that, oh my God, something happened in this biggest hospital. So what's going on? And then he called the police troops to go there. But by the time they arrived there, most of the evidence was already destroyed by the cybersecurity agency. And of course, it was not like a bad will from the cybersecurity agency, but they just acted without informing the police. So I'm saying that just to demonstrate that it's really important to have this strategy and this framework of cooperation, that to know who acts when and how, what they should do. It's crucially important. So, and then another type of legislation that needs to be in place is criminal law, to have sufficient national criminal law to stipulate, to know what is crime, what is not crime, what is legal, what is illegal, to specify what is like, for example, like interference with computer system, interference with data, to know what we can do, what we cannot do. Also sufficient sanctions and international cooperation. And then last part of the legislation, or last type of legislation that I would like to mention is international legislation, of course, because now we are speaking about a hypothetical scenario which involves more countries. We have heard that all these countries are members of the United Nations and parties to all the existing conventions, United Nations conventions, which are now effective. But at the moment, we do not have any UN convention which concerns specifically cybercrime yet. We heard in the morning that there was one just recently negotiated and adopted by the General Assembly at the end of last year, but it's not in place yet. So by now, we have to work with what we have. By now, we would use as a legal basis for international cooperation either the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, UNTOC, or we would have to use some bilateral or regional agreements. So in this situation, I don't know if these countries are members to Budapest Convention of Council of Europe, but if not, there would definitely have to be a regional memorandum of understanding or some regional or bilateral agreements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta, for providing this overview of normative frameworks that should be in place in your view in order to enhance cyber response and recovery in general cyber resilience. And I think the last point on international law is a perfect way to turn to the next speaker in the panel. And the member states have agreed that international law applies in cyberspace and continue to discuss how it applies, including through the development of national positions. So the question is, how does international law, as one of the main pillars of the framework, contribute to enhancing a secure, stable, accessible, and peaceful ICT environment? Thanks.
Thank you, Dominique. I'm not going to thank you for inviting me to this panel, but I'm nonetheless very grateful to be here. One thing that I think is important to note at the start is that states have been studying and discussing how international law applies since basically 2009, with a view of promoting common understanding how this international law applies to cyberspace. And this is the concept that I wish to focus in the next 3-4 minutes on. And I think it's important to discuss this today because international law, or how international law applies, will remain an important element of the regular institutional dialogue that is about to be established post the current OEWG in 2025. So particularly July 2025. So states have agreed that these common understandings of how international law applies to space, that they're important particularly to promote an open, secure, stable, accessible, and peaceful ICT environment. I quoted that. And I thought it may be useful to sort of unpack how international law can aid the goals of open, secure, stable, accessible, and peaceful ICT environment. And I have three points here that I noted. In the interest of time, I'll limit myself to these three only. First, I think international law can aid stability through the protection of critical infrastructure. Now, we've spoken about, or the scenario rather, spoke about surface water contamination, drinking water contamination. I think we had grid failures and prolonged blackouts. Some airplanes crashed and so on and so forth. But at the center of all this is critical infrastructure. That's basically it. And international law as such doesn't really protect directly critical infrastructure or doesn't have any provisions that would protect critical infrastructure. Particularly so because what critical infrastructure is depends on a national or potentially regional context. But nonetheless, if we read through different national positions, so national positions that states have taken or advanced, how international law applies to cyberspace, you'll see that critical infrastructure is quite an important element of these national positions. Particularly, some states would argue, for example, that penetrating the networks of critical infrastructure can potentially lead to the violation of prohibition of intervention. Some states talk about more generally violation of sovereignty, while there's at least one regional position that speaks specifically about the fact that penetrating networks of other states, critical infrastructure, that is, can indeed potentially lead to the violation of the use of force. I think that spectrum of these positions is quite important, and I think advancing common understanding on how these principles, so sovereignty, non-intervention, and use of force, how do they apply to cyberspace would potentially aid the stability and protection of critical infrastructure, which is at the center of our scenario. Next, I think developing common understanding of how international law of peaceful settlement of disputes, in the name of it, could potentially provide for greater peace in the ICT environment. We've seen at the very end of scenario, if you read it carefully, it speaks about the fact that URSA's authorities called for a regional meeting. Didn't really meant to involve Cosmos yet, but I think that seems to be a natural progression of these regional discussions. And in the spirit of that, I think adding to the common understanding, or getting closer to the common understanding of how international law of peaceful settlement of disputes applies to cyberspace would probably be beneficial. And I think there's quite a lot of potential challenges in this that states haven't really tapped in yet. My thinking mostly goes to the question of countermeasures within the context of peaceful settlement of disputes, yes or no, are they allowed or they're not allowed. How does the principle of good faith apply to peaceful settlement of disputes? What are the legitimate expectations vis-a-vis the voluntary norms of responsible state behavior that we discussed? To what extent does the duty of confidentiality apply to the process of peaceful settlement of disputes, and this very traditional obligation that is embedded in the said law? And then lastly, I think the principle of non-aggravation, and how does that play out in cyber domain? I think that is also one of the challenges the state should perhaps discuss in this context. The third point is the question or the secure, stable, and peaceful ICT environment. And I think given that we do not have a technical attribution, or a technical attribution only points at the territory and not necessarily the natural person or the organization or potentially even the government. If you read the scenario once again, the Cosmos hasn't been really or the cyber operation rather hasn't been really attributed to Cosmos. In this sense, I think the principle of due diligence warrants further investigation and further discussion among states in order to ensure its potential to promote accountability in the event where non-state actors are involved in cyber operations against nation states, particularly so of magnitude that we've seen today. Now, going back to the common understandings, not a lot of states have already expressed their national views on how international law applies to cyberspace. We have 33 national positions and 2 regional positions as of now that are public, at least. We're familiar with the content, but I think there's much more to do. And I'm very proud that UNIDIR has been doing quite a bit in this regard. As you know, the current OAWG said that sharing national positions could actually indeed contribute to the building of common understanding. So not only discussions in a room in New York once every couple of months, but also sharing their national positions. And I think that is quite important. UNIDIR has been very, very active in this field. We've been conducting a number of confidence building and capacity building, particularly capacity building activities, different scenario-based exercises. We also published a number of relevant research reports, but also technical reports. One that specifically comes to mind is the compendium of good practices of how to develop national position that talks more about a process of developing in the utility, not so much the content that I tried to address. So with that, I think I've run out of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy, and I think we will come back to the question on attribution in a couple of minutes, but that's a very interesting point, and thank you also for sharing the views and the work with regards to national positions on how international law applies in cyberspace. I would like to turn now to Emanuela. And as we discussed, ERSA did not have a national cybersecurity strategy or other national policies in place, including for the designation and protection of critical infrastructure at the moment when the incident occurred. So in your view, what policy frameworks are key to enhance preparedness and incident response and recovery? And how would the implementation of the UN framework for responsible state behavior support cyber resilience in this regard? Thanks.
Well, first and foremost, thank you very much to UNIDIR for the opportunity to participate in this session. I think this is my second time being part of this conversation. This is the first time ever we've started with a scenario, and I think that is very unique, and it gives us an amazing reference point for the discussions. So back to your question, I think first and foremost, in general, having a policy framework, I believe, gives room for different institutions and different organizations within the national ecosystem to work effectively. So for example, whether you have a critical information infrastructure team, whether you have a national CERT, or whatever the structure looks like within your respective government, ensuring that you have policy frameworks that give them room to even work in a manner that will be beneficial to the country is very important. So you see in the story that was given to us that the strategy was not possible because of lack of political understanding or some political tension. And that brings me to the second point of ensuring that before you are even able to set up a very robust policy framework, you need to have political will. And I think one area of political will is ensuring that those at the top understand the need for these measures. You see the escalation of scenarios. It starts first with just subtle disruptions in flights and such, and then it escalates to more major issues like crashes in mid-air. And when people at the top, or when the political owners or the policyholders understand the need to have these frameworks in place, then you can begin your implementation process. Because in as much as smaller organizations, civil society, stakeholders would want to have all these structures in place, I think without political will, you basically be fighting a losing battle. So that is another important aspect. And then beyond having your policies, having your strategies, and having your legislation, as some of my colleagues have already mentioned, I think directives are also another way that you can enforce some of these political policies and legislation that are in place. So in Ghana, for example, beyond the National Cybersecurity Act, beyond the cybersecurity policy and strategy, we also have certain directives that address key issues. We have the Critical Information Infrastructure Directive, and within this directive, you have sections 35 to 40 that address issues regarding CI, designation of CI, what the CI owners are even supposed to do when there's an incident. And like Andrea said, sometimes you would have to look within your local context to identify what CI could even mean for you. You see that in some sectors, you would have certain sectors that will be unique to certain countries. In Ghana, for example, one of the designated areas is mining, because it's a major sector in the Ghanaian industry for a country that mines gold, that mines all these resources. Crashing such a system can be so, can affect our national ecosystem very severely. You're talking about jobs, resources, income, your GDP. So looking at your national context and then deciding how you are going to designate would be very important, and that can be done through directives. And again, this all goes back to political will, because if your national leaders are not passionate or are not involved in these processes, that becomes very difficult. Then that brings me to my last point. For all this to happen, for political will to even be possible, for policy strategies, directives to even be in place, I think conversations at the multilateral level can play a very key role. Seeing what other countries are doing, seeing the countries that are implementing frameworks, seeing the multilateral processes that are ongoing, bring certain attention to key issues, because we can all agree that there are multiple processes going on all the time. However, when you attend sessions like the OAWG, in the past we had the GGE, and all these other processes, you're able to engage your colleagues, ministers, presidents, and understand what your priorities as a nation should be, making them understand that something like this is not just going to affect certain regions, it's affecting all of us collectively. So how do we work together in a manner that is very cohesive, that ensures that we are all putting in place the right measures such that I can work with another country should an incident even occur in the first place. So if you look at the norms for responsible state behavior, it gives you at least a starting point. For most countries, there's also the question of where do we start? Do we start with building a set? Should we draft the policy, then build a national set? Should we build a national set and then work with them to draft the policy? So having your norms, having in place certain key items that you can at least look at to ask yourself, where do we start and where are we going, can help in helping you have your policy direction. So if you look at the CBMs under the implementation of the framework for responsible state behavior, for example, you have information sharing, you have identifying a POC, trickle that down to your national level. If you identify that, okay, we need to have a POC within our ecosystem, then you ask yourself, where does the POC sit? Then you have to backtrack a little bit. Does it sit within the national set? Is there even a national set in the first place? So I think having all these frameworks, having all these norms can give you a starting point at the national level to see what will be international best practice, what does it look like, and how can we work in our national context or in our local context to start to even draft those processes.
Thank you very much, Emanuela, for providing a little bit more granularity on this policy aspect and sharing the experience of Ghana with the different directives beyond the general policy framework, including national cybersecurity strategies, among other. I think this is a very good example to reflect upon. So considering the different measures and practices that we have been discussing with these first questions, I would like now to turn to Alison Treppel and ask you, what role can regional organizations play in assisting member states in strengthening preparedness, effective response, and recovery from major cyber incidents, including those involving critical infrastructure, and in particular the different measures that we have been discussing throughout the panel so far? Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Dominique. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks so much to UNIDIR for the invitation to speak. A pleasure to support our UNIDIR colleagues. They've been good friends and partners through the years. And because I don't often get a chance to speak here, I would like to thank Giacomo and acknowledge the intrusion path framework. At the OAS, we also work hard to ensure that the policymakers and the technical practitioners speak the same language. And so we celebrate the UNIDIR intrusion path framework. And also the format for today's meeting. I'm sorry I missed the earlier panels, but I think, like Emanuela mentioned, I think this format is really innovative, and I know all of us here, I see lots of familiar faces, do a lot of cyber events, and so it gets difficult to come up with some creative ideas. So congratulations on this format and dystopia. So let me jump into regional organizations. I should preface it by saying, again, many of you know, I am a long-serving international civil servant. I believe deeply in the power of multilateralism, particularly for advancing a peace and security agenda, including cybersecurity. And regional organizations really take the opportunity to bring that down on a more somewhat granular level, where we have oftentimes a shared history, a common culture, and oftentimes share the same language or languages. And so it is this closeness, if you will, that allows for us to support our member states in addressing the fact that what we all know here, cyber incidents, do not know borders. Rarely are they limited within a national border, like so clearly illustrated with Ursa and Malin in this fictional example. In particular, regional organizations such as the OAS, and I understand Catalina from Chile gave a more additional details on the role of the OAS earlier, so I won't go into that. But I can say that regional organizations such as the OAS can play a pivotal role in helping to strengthen not just national, but regional preparedness and resiliency, in fostering effective responses and supporting rapid recovery. Today, I will say years ago, we talked a lot about prevention. We don't really say prevention anymore. That seems inevitable. We talk more about preparedness and resiliency. And I think we can all agree that preparedness is absolutely fundamental. And here, because I'm at the end of this panel, I'm just going to have to echo a lot of what my fellow panelists said. All of the elements, the certs, the international law, the policy frameworks, these are all critical elements for ensuring greater preparedness and resiliency. Certainly, cybersecurity strategies are a critical element of that, where a regional organization, for example, can help a nation or nations develop their national cybersecurity strategy and foster that exchange of information, the exchange of, let's just call them effective practices, what has worked in other countries, how could we help you develop your own strategy? And of course, just as critical, in addition to having a plan or a roadmap, are making sure that you have the national capacities. Again, you want to ensure that you are prepared before the incident hits, not after. And so here again, when we talk about capacity development training, this is where regional organizations and other partners can provide, I think, useful inputs. So training, for example, for policymakers, fostering cyber diplomats today, especially when we talk about international law and cyberspace, making sure that you have practiced diplomats who can negotiate international law and help translate that into their national domain. This is an area that regional organizations can help with. Capacity building for incident response teams as well, ensuring that they have the technical skills, the hardware, ensuring that their incident response team, their CERT, complies with international standards. These are all areas in which a regional organization can help bolster not just one nation, but a series of nations' preparedness and skills. And then, of course, should the inevitable happen and an incident or attack occurs, clearly it's in everyone's best interest to ensure that there are rapid and coordinated responses. And this is where, again, having a regional organization, and I can't speak for all regional organizations, I see some others are in the room. Hi, Sylvia. At least in the OAS, for instance, we manage a regional directory of both policymakers and technical practitioners of certs. And so if there's an incident and you, you don't happen to know who your counterpart is in a neighboring country, you can contact your regional organization. We help facilitate that information exchange to help ensure that the response, again, is agile. And this is where diplomatic efforts can really help support stronger regional response capabilities. And then finally, in terms of post-crisis recovery, certainly this also requires strong regional cooperation, which is grounded in international norms and legal frameworks, and my colleague just spoke to that, so I won't go into any greater detail, but again here, this is where a regional organization such as the OAS can take international law that's developed at the UN level or higher and help translate that, if you will, into practical, actionable advice and guidance for a particular region. So I think I will stop at this
and just make sure I will build on some additional details perhaps in the follow-on questions.
Thank you very much, Alison, for sharing your insights on the pivotal role of regional organizations, both on national and regional resilience. And we were talking about incidents such as the hypothetical one in dystopia. We see the impact at the regional level as well. So these were very enlightening in terms of supporting CSIRTs, supporting coordinated responses, supporting the translation of, international standards to more actionable practices, and regional cooperation overall. So thank you very much. So going to our second round of questions, I would like to now turn back to Marta and come back to our legal and policy aspects of cyber incidents. And from the scenario, we read that a cybersecurity firm assessing the incident in URSA publishes a report revealing that the malware allegedly used for this specific incident has similarities to a malware previously technically attributed to a cyber group with strong links with one of the states in the region, and that a joint investigation by several states of dystopia also traces back the origins of the operation to a territory of this same state. So with these facts in mind, how could an incident like the one that occurred in dystopia be characterized under existing normative and legal frameworks, and what elements of the framework for responsible state behavior would be relevant to consider in terms of attribution of a cyber incident? Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question. So given these indications and evidence that we have that you mentioned, I think that we would also first try to see whether we are able to technically or even legally attribute this incident to some specific state. Technical attribution, of course, is a bit easier because we rely on technical evidence. We would have to undergo investigation on a national level, and we see that there has also been some investigation on international level. So, and that, of course, requires coordination. But if we have technical evidence, I think we would be able to technically attribute this to that given state. We could also try to legally attribute this incident or this attack to that given state, but that's much more difficult and much more tricky, I would say, because that would mean that that state would have to be held responsible under international law. There would have to be clear evidence of some control of that state, some intent or acknowledgement of that thing happening. So it would be much more difficult. But very theoretically, under international law, we could state that it is an internationally wrongful act, as we say. So that means an act which breaches international law. So we could say that it is an act which breached sovereignty of that state, or that breached the principle of non-intervention into internal or external affairs of another state, or which used force, because even cyber force is considered as force, or any other. There are many other elements, and it could trigger some countermeasures, which was already mentioned before. But this would be really much more difficult, and it is also highly political and does not really happen that often as technical attribution. It would also depend on circumstances, on timing, intent, motivation, and many factors. So we can all imagine how difficult it would be to go into that stage. We would really need clear evidence before being able to legally attribute. So I'm not sure, even though we have many casualties, many victims, maybe we would go that way in this case, but I'm still not sure we would go there at this stage, because at this stage, at least what we know, I don't think from the legal point of view that we have enough evidence to do this legal attribution. So, but what we would be able to do is to characterize this incident as a breach of those non-binding norms of responsible state behavior in cyberspace, which we've been discussing all day long. So, for example, that the state breached these international laws, international norms, by not prohibiting the use of ICTs on its territory, which intentionally damages the critical infrastructure, or by supporting malicious cyber activities by non-state actors on its territory, or by refusing to investigate such activities operating from its territory. So because these norms although not binding, they should be a basis for states to not knowingly allow on their territory any activities which are harmful for the society, including cyber activities. And also that these norms state that states must cooperate or should cooperate in prosecution and attribution of these cases. This is also related to the principle of due diligence, which means that every state every state has an obligation to act against unlawful activities which it is aware of or should be reasonably expected to be aware of, or something like that. And it means that, or in the Czech Republic position, it can have several connotations, it's a broad aspect, but the Czech Republic position is that we do not want to limit the human rights and fundamental freedoms by exercising the due diligence principles. It means that we are seeing this as an obligation of conduct. We do, because if we make preventive monitoring, or if we include preventive monitoring of activities in cyberspace in this due diligence, it can be very intrusive, and we do not see it as a right balance with the human rights and fundamental freedoms. So, but this is one thing that, coming back to the question, this is one thing that it could be characterized as that's the breach of non-binding norms. Also, if we are not able to make technical or legal attribution, we could characterize it, or definitely such an event or incident would be characterized as a crime, as a cross-border crime, international crime, and I would say there were even more crimes committed, so not just a cyber crime, which would be like unlawful interference with computer systems or interference with computer data and all these types of cyber crime, but then they resulted in many other crimes. So I'm sure this would also be type of that characterization, and that also that would involve cooperation of law enforcement authorities, also cross-border, and that would also touch the issue of human rights and fundamental freedoms, when the law enforcement authorities of one state would have to investigate something directly in another state that could also be seen as some interference with human rights and fundamental freedoms in the other state. So that all has to be seen in balance. So, but coming back to the question, just the mere fact that malware was previously attributed to some, technically attributed to some group, cyber group, which has some links to some territory of some state, that cannot constitute a liability of that state, because that state, because it can be done by a non-state actor, the state does not have to be aware of it. And also, it can even be more complicated that territory of the other state is used by another state, just to make it more difficult. So, to sum up, what we could do is that we could do either technical attribution. We could say that the non-binding norms were breached. We could definitely say that cybercrime and other crimes happened, and we could try to gather more evidence if we could do legal attribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marta. I think that's perfect to the next question that I have for Randy. So on top of attribution, an internationally wrongful act, as Marta said a couple of minutes ago, requires that the conduct breaches an international obligation of that state. So in this regard, what international law rules and principles would be, in your view, relevant in the situation of dystopia? And what legal or diplomatic action could be available to URSA or other states in the region under international law? And I would appreciate if you could keep the interventions a little bit shorter than 5 minutes, given we're running a little bit behind. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. There's a couple of things that I want to say, in addition to what Marta was explaining in relation to the violation of primary rules, and then also touch upon the secondary rules that pertain to the international law of state responsibility. But I'll start with the assumption, and I think it's a fair assumption. I think URSA would like to, or would likely wish for this cyber operation to stop, and would like to, I assume, rebuild the material and legal relationship that existed, or situation that existed before. And this is where the utility, I suppose, of international law of state responsibility comes into play after the primary obligations have been violated. Now, regardless of what these were, was this a violation of non-intervention, was this actual use of force, or was it a violation of the principle or obligations that stem from the principle of due diligence? That is basically immaterial here. But I think it's important to note two secondary obligations that stem from international law of state responsibility that are binding upon the state that has been recognized as internationally responsible after a mere fact of our cyber operation, for example. And this is the obligation of cessation and non-repetition, and the obligation of reparation. And these correspond to the desires, I suppose, of URSA to restore legal, and then on the other hand, also the material relationship. In this case, whichever state is responsible, let's say for the sake of the argument that Cosmos is responsible, even though I fully agree that the attribution in this particular case is absolutely not certain and far from clear, at least from the evidence that we have listed in the scenario. But nonetheless, in this case, Cosmos would have to stop with a cyber operation or stop cyber operation if it's acting in non-diligent way, and would have to provide some sort of, I guess, guarantees or promises of non-repetition. Of non-repetition, in our case, that would be of diligent behavior in the future. So that's something that Cosmos would have to do. On the other hand, when it comes to reparation, so to restore the material relationship that it existed before, in this case, URSA would have every right to request, in our case, Cosmos, to wipe out any material consequences that occurred because of this cyber operation. Obviously, it cannot unclash the two airplanes that we discussed or that were discussed in the scenario, but nonetheless, there are other measures that exist in order to restore this material relationship, and that includes also compensation, so monetary compensation for the damages that occurred during the cyber operation. Now, one thing that this question was probably leading to is the regional response of the affected countries, not only URSA but also the others, so Virgo, Centaurus, Malin, and Ceres. These countries have intention of meeting and planning the regional response or joint response, whatever that may be. But at least according to the language, I think that probably assumes that these countries are indeed planning of taking countermeasures. And in our case, if we're talking about the joint response, those would be collective countermeasures. Now, some states have raised this issue in the OEWG and their national positions. I believe there are only 2 countries until now that issued that took the position on this in their national positions. But I think it's still a very contentious concept of international law generally, in general doctrine, let alone in cyber domain. So I don't want to go into details, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions related to that. Thank you.
Thank you very There it goes. Thank you very much, Andy, for those additional views in terms of international law and the different aspects of our international wrongful acts. So I would like now to turn to Athena again. In our scenario, once the effects of the incident materialize in URSA, the CERT called an emergency meeting and set up an ad hoc crisis management task force to deal with the incident that included several national authorities, in particular the Cybersecurity Agency, a couple of ministries and law enforcement and intelligence agencies. So in your view, who are the key stakeholders that would need to be involved in national coordination schemes for incident response and recovery? And could coordination frameworks between government agencies and other stakeholders, such as critical infrastructure operators, if not part of the government, and the private sector, enhance cyber resilience of critical infrastructure? Thank you. Also, if you can keep the intervention a little bit shorter, would highly appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. So, in short, in the interest of time, yes, a lot of the stakeholders that have already been presented in our scenario are considered the key stakeholders. So we have foreign relations, we have those that are involved in law enforcement. We have legal representatives. We also have the National Cybersecurity Agency. I think only in addition to this is the consideration of, and this really depends and varies in different countries and different jurisdictions, where would the critical infrastructure be coordinated in terms of the national level. That would be a critical key stakeholder to have in this national response, especially if we're considering incident response from a critical infrastructure point of view. With regards to coordination mechanisms, now we're talking about the private sector as well as critical infrastructure operators. A lot of these coordination mechanisms are particularly important for incident response, in the sense that, you know, there's a saying, if there's too many cooks in a kitchen, it will spoil the broth. So having detailed protocols and processes and procedures in terms of incident response is quite important, especially if it comes to the national level. And in the case of the scenario that we have here, where we have regional impact, and there is a lot of room for error and lost time in trying to figure out how to properly respond to the scenario. So definitely coordination mechanisms become quite important with all sectors, and, you know, moving on different levels of government. And for instance, you know, if in our own experience, you know, there are certain categorization of incidents, and that depending on what it is, will move on to different coordination mechanisms. And having that detailed, having everyone understand what their roles and responsibilities are should an incident occur is quite important for a coordinated and structured response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Athena. And since we're talking about coordination mechanisms and following up from the previous question, I would like now to turn to Emanuela and discuss a little bit this aspect of the scenario that shows information sharing schemes put in place at the regional level, but also we see that cross-border cybersecurity governance were widely or generally absent in this region and potentially delaying the cooperation in these particular incidents. So in your experience, how can national, regional, and international cooperation contribute to cyber incident response and recovery? And how would the implementation of the framework, again, in particular norms pertaining to cooperation and assistance, support cyber resilience? Thanks.
Thank you very much for such a great question. So you mentioned three aspects: national, regional, international. I'll try to summarize it as effortlessly as I can. So I think you see, again, back to the scenario that it was reported by a firm that such an incident had been in a similar country, and that is the starting point for the conversation, that if there were already mechanisms in place for both countries, or even for just countries across the region, to have some information sharing mechanisms, they probably could have put in place some measures, if not to prevent the incident. Like my colleague said, prevention is no longer a conversation, but at least to be able to bounce back as quickly as possible, or to have some robust measures in place to ensure that they're able to recover. Some of the difficulties with implementing norms or having information sharing mechanisms is ensuring that national capacity is built across board. So, for example, if you want to implement a CBM of identifying a POC for sharing incidents or cooperating to address incidences, if a country has a national set and your neighboring country does not have a national set in place, it's very unbalanced. So you have to ensure that these implementation mechanisms, you are also building the capacity of the national sets to be able to keep up with all the conversations that are going on at the regional and the international level. For example, Ghana is ratified the Budapest Convention, so we are part of the 24/7 network. But then you will find that some of the issues that happen in the region are more unique to, let's say, the ECOWAS region, more so than maybe Ghana and a country in Europe. So in as much as we are putting in place all these measures, ratifying conventions, engaging in multilateral processes, hopefully we would ratify the United Nations Conventions on Cybercrime when that is time, we have to ensure that our neighbors are also building their capacity at this level. So I'll stream it down to ECOWAS and some of the work that we were doing recently to try and tie my points together. You realize that at the ECOWAS level, we were putting in place measures to implement CBMs and also have an information sharing mechanism. So before coming here, when I was looking at the conversation, I spoke to one of my points of contact who is part of this process, and I told him that, first and foremost, do you understand why we are doing this? He said, of course, you know, it's important, information sharing, blah, blah. I told him, do you know that is a CBM, and this is part of the efforts at the CBM to implement CBMs? And he said, first of all, what is a CBM? So I explained it to him, and I told him that by doing this, we are doing this. So when I work at the international cooperation level, it's important for me to ensure that those at the technical level also understand the importance of what they are doing. Then I asked the next question, do you think your colleagues at the regional level understand what we are doing? And he said, well, there were different people. I think some of them do, some of them don't. And I asked him that, so if you have an incident right now, do you think if we reach out to the different POCs, they would understand the conversation? And the answer I like that he gave was that he said, a year ago, probably not, but I think now we would, because there have been conversations that have been sustained over time. So ensuring that the people at the technical level, the technical coordinators of these information sharing mechanisms understand what is going on at the international level can bring more value to your process. However, if there's a separation of tasks such that you have, let's say in some countries, you have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs engaging at the diplomatic level, and then you have the agencies implementing CBMs or implementing some of these information sharing platforms, they need to connect what is happening to bring more value to the work that they're doing to ensure that they are able to be more efficient. And when they understand that in general, the norms will help them in capacity building, norms will help them build trust, build understanding, build channels of communication, I think it brings more value to ensuring that they implement it with more aggressiveness, for lack of a better word, or they implement it in a way that they understand that we are not just going to be reactive, but we need to be proactive.
Thank you very much, Emanuela. That is very interesting. And talking about information sharing and channels of communication and other confidence building measures that you have mentioned during your intervention, I would like to turn now and to finalize our panel session before we go to very briefly to the Q&A to Alison to ask. So in the OAS experience, how can confidence building measures enhance cyber incident response and recovery? And if you would like to share a bit of the work of the OAS in this regard, the regional level. Thank you.
There we go. Thanks so much, and thanks again to Emanuela. She, I think, gave a good intro to the topic and the importance of having conversations and communication around this in the regional context. The bottom line is, and I could probably end my intervention right here, is they're incredibly important. A confidence building measure is all about developing trust and a trusted relationship. I mean, I've often said events such as this, meetings like this, are a confidence building measure because we are human beings. We are not robots yet, right? We're moving into AI. But we still need interaction. We are not going to exchange information, particularly critical or sensitive information, with someone we don't know. It just doesn't happen. And so a confidence building measure is the framework, if you will, for obligating countries to speak together. And so I can talk mostly about what the OAS has done for the past 8 years. We have a working group on confidence building measures. And there are 11 approved confidence building measures today. They are as broad as we agree to share information to as specific as we agree to create a cybersecurity schema. And within that, there's quite a range of information. But if I had to just highlight quickly 4 key elements. One is that, in fact, a confidence building measure can establish a trusted communication platform. And so we do, I referenced it in my previous intervention, we have a directory of contacts, of confidence building measures contacts. If there is an incident, someone can be contacted 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I know we actually do ping tests. So we reach out, occasionally we'll call at 3 o'clock in the morning to see if someone answers the phone. It works, it happens. And sometimes you need to help bridge these contacts through this directory. We also, through the CBMs, want to encourage greater transparency. I don't think there's any shame anymore in a cyber incident. It's going to happen to everyone at some fact. There's no need to hide the information. We want to encourage the sharing of information, the openness, because that will allow your neighbor or neighbors to bolster their defenses. Share the information about the incident that might help benefit others, and hopefully at the same time significantly limit the damage both at the national and regional level. A good way to do this, we have found, is through practical exercises or tabletop exercises. Again, you never want to wait until the incident happens. Let's practice and make sure we know what to do when the situation arises. Do we know who our contacts are? Do we know how to facilitate the communication? What are the roles and responsibilities? What decisions need to be taken? What are the steps that need to be taken? These have all proven to be extremely effective. Confidence building measures are also extremely important for reducing miscalculations, preventing diplomatic escalations. Cyber incidents can be state actors, non-state actors. Again, we want to make sure here that there's no speculation or no uncertainty. So again, having a confidence building measure can provide, not all the time, but oftentimes the transparency that is needed to take effective decision making and help support regional and international stability at the same time. And then finally, again, I'm speaking mostly about the OAS's confidence building measures, but they are directly aligned with those that have been taken at the UN level, including the UN Open-Ended Working Group. And so here, one good example of how international and regional confidence building measures can be aligned is through the points of contact database. And so we are making sure that our databases are aligned and that they are ideally the same, or at least in coordination. And so it sounds like there's some good opportunities here to also strengthen the cross-regional cooperation through confidence building measures, including through ECOWAS, ASEAN, African Union. So again, I think I went longer than I wanted to, but if I had to, I would say confidence building measure is perhaps the most critical element for enhancing cyber stability, both at the regional and international levels.
Thank you so much for your insights and also on the alignment of regional CBMs and global CBMs, as we have discussed before. So we are finalizing the panel discussion, and the idea was to have a couple of minutes for Q&A. As anticipated, we have 2 minutes for this, so I'm gonna just pick those questions that have been submitted to Slido and that have more votes. So we are fair to our the people that submitted the question, but also those who voted. So there are 2 main questions that have a lot of votes, and I will maybe post the questions to all the panelists and give you 30 seconds if you want to share your views in this regard. So the first question is, how can small countries join regional cyber crisis simulation to improve real-world coordination and response? And we discussed a little bit on small countries at the beginning of the session. And the second question is, what should developing countries or less resource states do proactively and reactively to basically enhance cyber resilience? Anyone wants to take the floor with quick reactions to these 2 questions? We acknowledge that we also have a lot of questions on international law since the beginning of the conference, but in the interest of time, we will prioritize those with more votes. Yes, please, Alison, go ahead.
Quickly again, just another plug for regional organizations here. This is, in fact, the beauty of a regional organization. Your membership can vary from an extremely small island state to a large country the size of a continent. the support that we provide is equal. Maybe we're not reaching as many people at the same time, but again, here I would argue that if there are smaller or lesser developed economies, or maybe those who are just recently starting out in their cybersecurity efforts, or need assistance in drafting a strategy or in setting up a CERT, reach out to your regional organization, assuming that your country belongs to one or has the ability to participate in one. Again, we provide support to all of our member states equally.
Thank you very much. Yes, please go ahead.
So I think building on what Alyson has said, regional organizations is important because you need networks to address cybersecurity issues. In Ghana's example, when we were putting in place a lot of measures to address cybersecurity issues, one of the things that we prioritized was partnerships, regional blocs and partnerships, through ratification of conventions, joining networks, joining coalitions. I think it's one of the ways through which you can also learn quickly, learn efficiently, and learn from as many experts as possible. For example, even at the regional level, we have the African Network for Cybersecurity Authorities, you have ECOWAS, you have AU, you have a lot of institutions and a lot of regional blocs that are putting in place a lot of measures. And one of the ways that they are also able to work well is that they are able to work with larger bodies to conduct regional cyber drills and conduct all these simulation exercises. The second question was what developing countries should do to enhance cyber resilience. I think first and foremost, like has been said, across the entire panel, you have to start with your frameworks, you have to start with your policy and with your legislation. And that can only happen when there's political will and when you are also able to work across board, across governments in countries that have different sides of the coin, bringing all of them to the table, bringing your stakeholders to the table, all those who are involved in cybersecurity policies or legislation to give you ideas and to help you draft those policies.
Thank you very much, Emanuela. Athena, you would like to take the floor? Thanks.
I think these two questions are absolutely great, and I thank everyone that voted for it. And in particular, because I come from Pacific Island countries, so I'm more or less than 200,000 population. So this in itself is the very core of what we try from our perspective as the national CERT, is that yes, we do need regional organizations to reach out to in order to build this internal capacity, not just with national cyber security strategies, but also with capacity building and the resources to do so itself. Also, in addition, regional cooperation within our own Pacific region has been decisively quite helpful. And I would like to give an example, like, for example, when we host major events, like the Commonwealth Heads of Government, for example, it is that regional response, especially from our more developed partners such as Australia and New Zealand, that help to really lift the cyber capacity within the country to be able to support such major events. And notwithstanding our regional CERTs themselves, responding to the call that this is the kind of not just uplift but also surge capacity. So it really does lie within regional international cooperation to be able to really not just respond to incidences but to rapidly build capacity within country to do so. And echoing with a lot of the sentiments that have already been said, yes, it starts with the understanding that cybersecurity is something for everyone. It's not just for technical personnel. It needs to be recognized that cybersecurity is in the fabric of all that we need to do at the moment, especially with how digital transformation is happening. And perhaps that understanding is further articulated to management or even to political will through scenario-based and testing of global points of contact, for example, whether diplomatically or technically. So these are all things that we have to consider. But yes, it's definitely something that's worth to consider for small countries, really emphasizing that international cooperation. Thank you.
Yes, if we could give you 30 seconds, that would be great. But please go ahead.
Yes, so thank you very much for the question. I would just like to reiterate that capacity building is crucial, and any country which wants to build and enhance cyber resilience should not hesitate and ask for more training and sharing of experience. We are also, the Czech Republic is also not a big country, and we also offer capacity building program called CyberVac, but where we share our experience and good and bad practice. There are other countries who do that. So, and we also offer simulation exercises. So do not hesitate to look up any trainings that are available online. Thank you.
I hope that cyber stability conferences are also capacity building exercises, not only confidence building exercises. So to those posting those questions, see you next year, hopefully.
Thank you very much, Andy. I also have a lot of pages of notes and would like to give a long key takeaway speech. But in the interest of time, just wanted to highlight two key things. Just restating from the keynote speech this morning, governance structures matter, and preparation and continuity planning is indeed everything. And we have discussed that through the adoption and update of key policies, the adoption of appropriate legal frameworks, the establishment of clear institutional structure and procedures, including cyber accountability and coordination among all relevant stakeholders. We have also discussed the importance of cooperation at all levels and the key role played by confidence building measures. We have also reaffirmed the role played by regional organizations and sub-regional organizations in enhancing and supporting member states in the development of these effective frameworks and institutional structures, as well as establishing avenues for collaboration and cooperation. Lastly, but certainly not least, let me just highlight that the implementation of the UN Framework for Responsible State Behavior supports directly these efforts in ensuring cyber resilience. And we have underscored that through the panel by discussing different norms, including those of cooperation and assistance, those on the protection of critical infrastructure, on attribution, on due diligence, among others, all the way to the application of international law and confidence building measures. So as we conclude with this very engaging discussion, and sorry for going a little bit further in the minutes allocated to our panel, I would like to thank you again for to our esteemed panelists for sharing your invaluable insights and actionable perspectives to this conference, and the audience for your engagement on all the questions that we received, and I apologize that we could not address them all. So join me in a final applause to this panel, and moving to the next and final panel of the conference.
Thank you, Dominique, and to all our speakers, thank you again for sharing your expertise. I do invite you to not move as we just reconfigure the stage here for the last panel of the day. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but I promise we will release you right on time as the program says we will. So please just bear with us 1 minute as we reconfigure the stage, and then we will continue right away. Thank you. All right, if I can please invite our panelists to take a seat at the stage and our guests to regain their seats. I think we are ready to start. All right, I think we are ready to make a start. Colleagues in the room, if you can please take your seat. So we are now, we're going to be leaving the region of, the fictional region of dystopia and come back into the real world for the last session of the day. But I think our journey within dystopia was really helpful in trying to unpack the complexities that are associated with managing a cyber incident, as well as building cyber resilience at the national and regional level. So this last panel of the day is, the title is Advancing Collective Cyber Resilience Through Diplomacy. So what we're going to try to do in this panel is try to bring at least some of the key themes that have emerged over the course of the day and bring them back into the context of current negotiations and ideally where we're going to go next. And with that, I'm very happy to hand over the moderation of this last panel to my colleague Andrea. Andrea, please.
Thank you very much, Giacomo, and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us for this panel discussion on advancing collective cyber resilience through diplomacy. So as Giacomo has already said, throughout the day we've explored a number of challenges presented by the increasingly complex cyber threats, particularly those that are targeting critical infrastructure and impacting societal stability. So for this last panel, we're going to sort of move a little bit away from that and hopefully, as has come through today, it's not all doom and gloom, and we haven't just been considering the challenges, but actually using our sort of benefit of hindsight through our hypothetical scenario to consider solutions and mitigations in today's complex cyber threats. So for this last panel, both today and for this year's Cyber Stability Conference, we're going to shift away from that retrospective analysis, take a bit of a step back and take a more future-focused perspective at the macro level. So as Giacomo alluded to, this session we'll zoom out and examine the broader international picture, specifically focusing on how diplomacy, multilateral engagement and global cooperation can support efforts to close digital divides, to build capacity and to strengthen our collective resilience. So as we all know, cyber threats do not respect borders, and as such, neither can our responses. So to close out today's discussions, we will consider how diplomatic tools can help reduce risks of escalation, foster trust among states, and support inclusive and action-oriented mechanisms like the proposed UN Permanent Mechanism on International ICT Security. As has been alluded to earlier today, this discussion comes at a really critical juncture. States are gearing up towards the final substantive session of the Cyber Open-Ended Working Group and are seeking to agree on a pathway towards a future permanent mechanism to continue these really vital discussions on ICT security. We're very fortunate today to be joined by an excellent panel of experts who bring national, regional and multi-stakeholder perspectives to this really important discussion. So I'm honoured to be joined here today on my far right, Mr. Diego Brazioli, who is the Special Envoy for Cyberspace for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Italy. Directly on my right, we have Ms. Anne-Marie Bizzatu, the Executive Director of ICT for Peace Foundation. Immediately on my left, we have Ms. Joanna Lahai, who is the Director of International Engagement and Capacity Building Office in the United States State Department's Digital Policy Bureau. And on the far left, we have Ms. Larissa Schneider-Kalza, who is the head of the Cyber Defense and Security Division at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. We are running a little bit behind schedule, and this session was scheduled to be slightly shorter than the others. Nevertheless, we will proceed to try and have approximately 40 minutes of moderated panel discussion, and then hopefully we will leave a little bit of time at the end for some questions. So as for all the other sessions today, please feel free to put your questions into Slido, and we will do our very best to at least address a couple of them before the conclusion of the session. So I will move to the questions for the panel, and I will start to my immediate left to Joanna. So if you could please start us off with sharing the US perspective on how international cooperation can promote collective resilience in the face of increasingly complex cyber threats.
All right, I think that did it. Good afternoon, everyone. And first, let me offer my thanks to UNIDIR for hosting today's discussion and for this panel and including the United States on it. Equally, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. Normally, a colleague of mine is the one who gets the pleasure to sit with the UNIDIR community and talk about these complex challenges. So it's a pleasure to be able to sit here and meet most of you. You know, I think just to start us off, both for the question, but perhaps even for the panel, and it sounds like it sort of piggybacks off the last discussion, but just taking a sense of sort of what's the context in which we are seeking international cooperation. You know, it's clear to us that cyber threats are what threaten our national and economic security of all states around the world. And these threats are evolving, they're complex, they don't respect national borders, and they're diverse, so they're state-sponsored and criminal, non-state. But it's this environment that creates the imperative for our mutual security and benefit that our approach involves international cooperation. It requires partnerships, and it requires cyber diplomacy. In the United States, and when we position ourselves to deal with these threats, we do this with partners, and we bring all tools of statecraft to bear to counter and mitigate these cyber threats. In our toolkit, our toolbox that we work with partners on, we work on issues of attribution. We deploy tools of diplomacy and economic influence. We work with law enforcement. We actively work on cyber operations, and we strive to build the necessary cyber capacity building around the world. With this context, then that brings us to sort of what is then the role of cyber diplomacy or international collaboration within this context. First, it's clear that international collaboration is what sustains the international pressure on the perpetrators of malicious cyber activity. This is important both in the time frame, short, medium, and long term, that sustained pressure. Now, we do this multilaterally. We work in the multilateral fora, using it as a stage to be able to engage with others and deter those bad actors. I think this is clear in the benefits of this have been clear in the UN First Committee in terms of the UN processes that have been so important in establishing the voluntary, non-binding framework of responsible state behavior, as well as the work ongoing in different regions to build confidence-building measures. In the short term and medium term, we are leveraging those bilateral partnerships through cyber diplomacy in order to increase the collective capability so that we can share information, share best practices, and apply strategies. We strengthen our coordinated response. This helps us increase the resilience of our nations and have swift recoveries. And doing this, all of this raises the collective bar for cybersecurity. It's through cyber diplomacy that we are able to execute on these partnerships in multilateral fora or bilaterally. In whole, the international collaboration for us amplifies the U.S. commitment to basically protect our national security and economic interests and we do that in the spirit of partnership with others. Thank you very much, Joanna. That's a really useful way to sort of set the scene for our panel. I would now like to turn to Diego. So from your perspective as the Special Envoy for Cyberspace, how can multilateral diplomatic tools help to build trust in cyberspace and to manage the risks of escalation, especially as cyber threats grow in complexity and scope?
Thank you very much, Andrea, and thanks to UNIDIR for organizing this very important event. I think we all became aware that dystopia, this exercise that we had together, was a stark reminder of how a single vulnerability can develop into a massive weakness, affecting not only the digital infrastructure, but the whole of the society, the whole of a country, and many countries. Actually, we're facing, as you mentioned, a very developing phenomenon growing dramatically. According to some studies, it has been evaluated that if we measure the cost of cybercrime, this would make cybercrime the third largest economy in the world after US and China, reaching very soon $10 trillion of cost. So we're talking about a huge phenomenon. And while I was trying to follow this full day, very rich in inputs, a word came to my mind to summarize what everything is about. And the word is trust. Trust and mutual trust is very important. It's actually probably the most valuable currency that we have as states, as governments, but also a very fragile asset, and we have to protect it from cyber threats in a very comprehensive way. And this is precisely where multilateral diplomacy becomes, we believe, indispensable, because it provides the necessary framework and the regulatory principles to foster predictability, reduce misperceptions, prompt shared responsibility in the cyber domain. And we see many examples of multilateral diplomacy, and I'm glad that this conference takes place here in Geneva, which is the heart of multilateralism. Multilateralism that we see, if you want, we're facing maybe not the best season of multilateralism in those days, but the fact that we're here discussing together about our tools to face those threats is very significant. We see the work, and it has been mentioned, of the UN Open-Ended Working Group, and we believe that it's a very important exercise to de-escalate cyber tensions. And as far as Italy is concerned, we strongly support the development of a future permanent UN mechanism to ensure ICT security, because we see it as a unique opportunity to institutionalize trust building and inclusive dialogue. At regional level, the European Union is well equipped with the Cyber Solidarity Act, with the European Cybersecurity Alert System, with the cybersecurity emergency mechanisms, all systems that try to put together different points of view of different countries and to come to a common ground. Multilateral diplomacy, and again this has been mentioned, is very important for shaping a collective approach to responsible behavior in cyberspace. And the UN framework for norms on responsible state behavior in cyberspace is a very good exercise, we believe. It's voluntary, non-binding, but yet gives the direction, gives the line that we have to follow in the future. In particular, we find, I think we all agree that Norm 1 about cooperation on security, Norm 4 about cooperation to stop crime and terrorism, and Norm 8 responding to assistance requests are directly relevant to cyber crisis prevention and response. And also Norm 10 concerns the responsible reporting of ICT vulnerabilities, which can help reduce systemic risks that we see growing. And in order to tackle that, we need a proactive approach. Also, we have the framework of the OSCE, which illustrates in a very good way how practical non-binding tools can help building trust, increase transparency, and foster multi-stakeholder engagement. So let me say that, and I think I'm entitled to say that after 40 years in the Foreign Service, I'm probably the oldest among all of you, multilateral diplomacy is essential. It's very important because other than war is the only way that humanity has found a system to run international relations and to tackle general problems. During our presidency of the G7 last year, Italy reaffirmed strongly the primacy of international law, including humanitarian law and human rights law, that applies, we believe, fully in cyberspace. Let me go also a little bit beyond trust. Of course, multilateral diplomacy aims at building mutual trust, but is also building the conditions to prevent cyber escalation in the first place, shaping through the inclusion of rules, non-binding norms, directions, an inclusive and resilient digital ecosystem. So I think I see many cyber ambassadors and many colleagues around this in this room. I think we should be proud of this dimension, and we should continue to pursue that. And for that, we thank UNIDIR for this opportunity today.
Thank you very much for those remarks, and I particularly liked your comment around mutual trust being one of the most valuable but also fragile assets. And you've led us neatly into an understanding of the importance of multilateralism and diplomacy and in shaping a collective approach, including through the framework of responsible state behaviour in cyberspace. That segues nicely into our next question, which I will direct towards Anne-Marie. So as we could see in the scenario that has been the topic of most of today's discussion, cyber incidents, particularly those affecting critical infrastructure, can have devastating impacts on human lives and on societies. So I'm interested to get your perspectives on how diplomatic efforts, including under a future permanent mechanism, can build global cyber resilience and ensure greater protection for people and for societies. And if you could also tack on to that sort of a second part of the question, which is what is the role of the multi-stakeholder community in fostering this kind of resilience and supporting the implementation of the UN framework of responsible state behaviour?
Thank you so much, Andrea, and it really is a privilege to be here and to participate in this discussion. I think I'm the only non-state stakeholder on this panel, so I'm also quite keen to provide that multi-stakeholder approach and how I think it's very important so that we can help to build that resilience in cyberspace that we're trying to do. But first of all, to go to the first part of your question is how these diplomatic efforts and how this aim to create this permanent action-oriented mechanism that is supposed to help us be more resilient, how can that really help that? And I do think that the normative framework is an excellent place to start, as well as how international law applies, as we talked about in the previous plan. But what that really means is taking those norms, those kind of high-level norms, and also those international legal privilege, standards and obligations, and translating them into concrete action. What does that really mean? So like if I go to the norms and I talk about cooperation, first of all, it's the C, or however you want to call these norms, but the one about international cooperation, about how it's important for states on a multilateral level to cooperate. We need that's clear, and there have been some efforts to do that, but I think that an effective permanent mechanism can help facilitate that cooperation. The point of contact directory, for example, is one of the ways to do this, and it's a way to help
you can imagine in this scenario, if we had some type of regional or international body that was helping to at least provide tools so that states could work better together, that they would have been able to respond more effectively. But I also think that in terms of the things like, to protect your critical infrastructure to a point where it's more robust, and the mechanism can help develop the tools so that states know exactly what does that mean? What does it mean in terms of regulation? What kind of security standards need to be developed and implemented? How do you really do this? Not just talk about it in some type of, what kind of standards? How often do you need to test it? What are the kinds of efforts that you need to do to make sure that your systems are as robust as possible? And then if there are breaches, to have clear plans of action, of response, how you respond to those incidents, again, to mitigate the damage. In terms of the non-state contribution, this is a little bit my passion project. So I think that the non-state stakeholder community, particularly in this area, is so key. And if we're going to have an effective independent or an effective international mechanism, we need to have real meaningful, joined up, empowered non-state actors. Now, taking a little step back, in this particular area, most of cyber, what we call ICTs, have been developed, are even controlled by private sector actors. And in a way, so the territory of cyberspace is one in which very much large areas of control over it are held by private sector actors. Companies that are developing this technology, we have, of course, the technical community that are developing the standards for how these technologies work and interoperate together. And then also we have the users who are impacted and who are sometimes some of the biggest parts of the threat in this ecosystem. We also heard that in an earlier panel about how if we as users are one of the biggest vectors for a lot of attacks. And that's why I think civil society is actually a key actor that perhaps is not appreciated as much as it should be. And I know I'm speaking as a civil society actor, and perhaps I'm biased in that way. But I think that one of the things that civil society can do is actually bring that voice from the ground of what are these technologies doing? What are the impacts? And if there are policies, if there are frameworks that are put in place to try to mitigate that types of, the negative impacts, are they working? Are they having unintended consequences? Are they perhaps not working in a community because they haven't been adapted for that particular cultural or linguistic context? That's a feedback mechanism that I think that for these policies, for states, for companies who are implementing, developing, overseeing these technologies need to have that voice so they really understand what is happening, what are the impacts of their actions. So I guess what I'm called for is we need to really articulate what do these norms and laws mean in actual practice? What does this mean in terms of the types of technologies we're implementing, how we're testing it? Like, let's get down to brass tacks. And then we need to have the way that each actor in their particular sphere of influence and control, under international law we would say effective control, what each stakeholder can do so that they can work together to facilitate and create that type of more resilient, more secure cyberspace. So thanks.
Thank you, Anne-Marie, and it's excellent to have your multi-stakeholder perspective on this panel, and particularly to highlight the importance and the excellent perspectives and skills, particularly at that technical level, that non-state actors can bring to these discussions. And particularly your comments, I'd like to revisit them later on in the panel around how to focus on translating some of these higher level norms and frameworks into more sort of concrete, actionable concepts that states can implement. We're going to shift slightly back to kind of the multilateral landscape again for this next question, which is for you, Larissa. And I think everyone here has highlighted, and not only just on this panel, but in the panels that have preceded it, the importance of taking a multilateral approach to cyberspace, So I would be interested if you can please share Brazil's perspective on how to increase involvement by developing countries, particularly those in the global south, in multilateral discussions on cybersecurity.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you very much to UNIDIR for both hosting this conference and for the invitation to take part in this panel. Well, regarding your question, I think before we get to how, I think it's important to just highlight why, though I think most of us agree. But I was looking at some of the Slido questions throughout the day, and many of the questions were related to, well, all of this sounds very sophisticated. How can developing countries be expected to implement these policies, these measures? So involving them in these debates is crucial. First, because, well, I think one of the now oldest cliches in cyber debates is that we're only as strong as our weakest link. So if you really want to have a resilient cyber structure, we need all countries, all stakeholders to be involved in implementing those measures. And one of the reasons we also need developing voices in these debates is precisely to make sure both that all countries, including developing ones, are duly engaged in the process regarding the implementation of these norms, but also so that they can shape the drafting, the formulation of norms, of understandings, agreements that we make in the cybersphere to ensure that those also take into account the particularities of the context surrounding developing countries. I think it's important to highlight that we have actually made some progress in this regard. I think the switch a little over 5 years ago from the GGE to the OEWG format was actually quite important in ensuring that a much larger number of countries, but particularly developing ones, started engaging more substantively with these issues. And of course, but nevertheless, even though we have many more delegations now who have national positions, who have been making statements on cyber, there is still much to be done. And so it's important in a way to enable the participation of developing countries on two fronts. On the one hand, to ensure that delegations from developing countries are substantively able to engage so that they have the necessary expertise to take part in cyber negotiations, but also from a more practical standpoint to also ensure that they are actually able to be present in the room, in the environments where those negotiations are taking place, which can be a limitation in many cases. So when we're talking about substance, of course, capacity building is paramount. It's important, so it's very important to make sure that, now that we're talking mostly about multilateral debates, so mostly diplomats and other government officials that are more involved on the policy side of things, it's important to make sure that they do have the expertise to be able to duly engage in these processes and in this context, the many fellowships, the many courses that have been taking place promoted by UNIDIR, by many other countries, by the OAS, speaking to our regional experience, have been really important in increasing that more substantive participation, increasing the quality of that representation, in really making sure that more developing countries start being really significant stakeholders in these debates. But of course, capacity building also entails more, let's say, technical issues. So we've spoken earlier, the need to close the digital divide. So that is essential for that engagement also in the multilateral sphere, which of course also would involve knowledge sharing, transfers of technology, which are also paramount. And of course, from the other side of things, we do need to ensure that we have a diversity of voices in debates. So we have talked quite a bit just now about the importance of engaging other stakeholders in debates, and that is extremely important. But inclusivity also means having a diverse number, and type of countries in those debates as well. So those need to be seen as complementary and not in opposition to each other. And so many things have been discussed in that regard. For instance, using more hybrid meeting options so that delegations can connect remotely. And while I view that that can be one tool for that, it can't be the only way to try to increase that inclusivity, because the truth of the matter is, when we're talking about hybrid scenarios, those who are actually in person tend to have a more meaningful participation, a more meaningful engagement than those who are just following online from far away. So it's important to also find ways to make sure that those delegations can actually be in the room, to also make those connections. We have spoken throughout the day on our fictional scenario on the importance of diplomatic channels to reduce tensions, to try to solve these situations. And of course, while the directories are extremely important, building those trusting relationships through in-person contacts is very key, especially in very tense situations. So this space and many others in which we gather stakeholders from across the world are very important in ensuring that. And one other thing also is the issue of keeping the number of meetings manageable to the delegations of developing countries and other small delegations, really. This discussion has been playing out as we talk about our future mechanism, how many thematic groups we're going to have, how many meetings we're going to have per year. So that is extremely important. The larger the number of mechanisms we have, the more difficult it is for delegations with more limited resources to adequately follow and be present. And this also means for us to really keeping the debates as much as possible to those established multilateral bodies. So mainly the UN, but of course, established regional organizations. Because while we value many other initiatives in terms of how much they can promote debates in certain ways, the truth is it's much more difficult for smaller delegations to be present in all those mechanisms. And so we must be really mindful to ensure that we value our multilateral space and that we allow, because they're really important, not just due to the collective agreements that are reached, but precisely for the promotion of these understandings, and because they take place in a very equal footing. So it's really important from the perspective of a developing country that we really try to keep our debates and fostering agreements as much as possible within that multilateral sphere, and to also be mindful not to just try to get a multilateral space to just rubber stamp something that was discussed and agreed outside of the UN. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larissa, and that was really great to have you unpick not just the why it's important to have these developing country perspectives, but also some sort of concrete perspectives on how to try and draw in those voices and how they can contribute to the multilateral discussions and the development of frameworks, including the framework for responsible state behaviour in cyberspace, and how some of these could be taken into consideration as states contemplate the pathway forward towards the future permanent mechanism. So we'll now go to a second round of questions. We are still running a little bit behind time, so I would kindly ask the panel to try and keep their remarks concise so that we can hopefully indulge some of the questions that have come in through Slido. So I will turn to you now, Joanna, for another question in which goes to, I guess, what we've just been talking about in terms of the central role that the future permanent mechanism can play, both in implementing the UN framework for responsible state behaviour, but building that sort of trust and security and stability in cyberspace more broadly. Of course, we can acknowledge that there are still a number of divergent views regarding sort of the best way forward for this future permanent mechanism, including its sort of role, structure and modalities, which are all sort of hinging on the next session in July. But in that vein, it would be great if you could please, from your perspective, talk us through how a future UN permanent mechanism can strengthen states' incident preparedness and response capabilities. Thank you.
Sure. In the spirit of brevity, I guess I would just say, the issues that we are facing in cyberspace are cross-cutting issues, and it's for that reason when we think about a future mechanism, we believe we need a cross-cutting mechanism. We're advocating to do so through dedicated thematic groups because we believe that provides all of us the practical, cross-cutting, issue-focused conversations that are necessary to build the trust and provide the information sharing that will ultimately build that resilience, that collective resilience to which we seek. There are some states who, for example, are advocating for a thematic group on resilience. If we think about that, that would provide us the opportunity to talk about, well, what are the different cyber threats that we're needing to be resilient to? And then where are the vulnerabilities, right, that are undermining it? And then what are the practices that we can be putting in place to recover? That's resilience, right? But that's an example of how a thematic group can be used to foster those practical conversations. Lastly, I would just note, piggybacking off of Anne-Marie's points, as we think about a future mechanism, we do believe it's really important that it provides us the opportunity through these thematic groups to bring in and engage with private sector and other stakeholders. Particularly, we have a lot of U.S. private sector companies that are relevant to the conversation. These groups would offer you and us the opportunity to engage with them, both to benefit from their expertise, but also to share information. And all of this, that conversation, their expertise, that dialogue, ultimately delivers the resilience we're seeking, particularly on critical infrastructure, as was the focus of today's discussion. And so as we look to a future mechanism, we believe thematic groups would offer us that focused conversation with the relevant stakeholders.
Thank you very much for your remarks in that regard in terms of how we might, or some of the US perspectives in terms of how we can get the most out of a future permanent mechanism. So we're going to move back slightly to this concept of, which has come up quite a bit in the comments to date about really operationalizing some of these higher level frameworks at a more concrete level. And you touched on this earlier, Anne-Marie, and so I'm going to ask you to expand a little bit more on some of your earlier remarks, and in particular how frameworks such as ICT for Peace's Boots to Bytes toolkit can help states move beyond these high-level norms and translate these into concrete, practical frameworks for implementation. And if you can also touch on what role capacity building can play in supporting this implementation, particularly in developing countries.
Is it on? Yes. So thank you so much for that question, Andrea. And I want to just talk a little bit then about the From Boots on the Ground to Bytes and Cyberspace Toolkit. This is a toolkit that ICT for Peace developed under a Swiss government mandate to provide concrete recommendations for human rights respecting ways of using technology by private security companies. Now this may seem a little bit out there, but it's an area that we focused on private security companies because it's an area that Switzerland it's an important priority for Switzerland and some of the previous work they've done. It's also an area in which I've worked quite a bit. But more generally, even if the focus of this toolkit were private security companies who capture and store and use a lot of information and a lot of data, really the practices in this toolkit, which is over 600 pages long, I just will point that, and is quite detailed for how to handle, how to capture, how to store, how to secure, how to destroy, how do you use information in a way that is more respectful of security, human security as well. And so I think the toolkit, while really 80% of it could be applied to any company or any organization that is capturing a lot of information, even governmental organizations. It goes to principles that have been recognized to some degree within the cybersecurity communities as best practices, but it really looks at them through a human rights lens. And I think if we're trying to say, how do we apply international law? How do we translate international law to cyberspace? That's exactly kind of what this toolkit is trying to do. It's trying to translate how we use technology in a way that is respectful of, for example, human rights and international law. I mean, it's like, what kind of technologies do you actually implement? What kind of security standards do you implement? How do you do it? What are the resources that are required? What are the best practices or good practices for how we use technology? So it's a technical document, but it's a technical document that aims to really make that transformation of how we use technologies in ways that respect international frameworks. And, you know, just some of the principles that are in there that go on, that's like data minimization, capturing the least amount of information that you need to accomplish something that is legal or ethical to do. How to store, how to secure your data. What do you do? Do you sell it to people? Under what conditions? Many, many things. And then if you're attacked, how should you have secured, especially particularly sensitive information to, for example, limit the kinds of damage that could be? So this is a really complicated, I'm giving a spotlight talk on Wednesday from 1:15 to 1:45 at the CICG. If you're here for that, you can come and learn more about the toolkit and the technical things. But then more generally about the capacity building, again, to have, first of all, to translate what we mean by ethical, responsible use of technology into really concrete things, and then to educate us so that we know what are the actions that we take. How do we use these technologies? How do we secure them? I think it's extremely important, both of these processes. And for example, I was actually in a training this morning, another scenario-based training, where we looked at an attack that had also similarly, really devastating impacts. And through that, one of the emphasis is like, what could you have done beforehand? How could you have implemented those technologies? What kind of security levels should you be at? What kind of practices, what kind of policy, what kind of training? What could you have done so that that attack would not be so devastating? And so that's what I think is one of the key things about capacity building, and in particular, scenario-based. We have that reflection before we're actually impacted by it. And this is something that we need to figure out, and we could perhaps through an international mechanism, how we can make sure that we get it to all contexts, developing contexts as well. I do think that the regional organizations can provide a really good mechanism for this. We also work a lot with them. And just as in the previous panel, this is a way to reach many, many different actors, but we have to do it in a way that is also sensitive to particular regional needs and cultural context, linguistic differences. And so it's not a small task. It's something that really requires commitment, and really commitment from the international community, because we are as strong as our weakest link. We want to try, if we want even the big players to be resilient, have to ensure as much as possible that all players are on as even a playing field as possible. So I think I put that back to the international community, but we just need to understand what this means in concrete terms and really boil it down and then do it. So that's my answer.
Thank you very much, and I will keep on this thread of capacity building and the importance of that capacity building has in sort of building that knowledge and understanding at various levels, and particularly within developing countries. So sort of on a similar thread, Diego, the next question that I would like to pose in your direction is, from your perspective, what are some of the key challenges and opportunities in supporting developing countries in strengthening their national cybersecurity strategies? And then how can international cooperation and frameworks, such as the proposed future mechanism on ICT security, facilitate more inclusive capacity building efforts and ensure that no country is left behind in the face of evolving cyber threats?
Thank you again, Andrea. Yeah, I think what emerges from today's discussion is that cyber capacity building is not a technical exercise in itself. It's what I would define as strategic imperative to achieve sustainable development, to help sustainable development. So I see two ways of moving on, also for the future mechanism. And the word that would summarize those two ways is resistance. We should first of all resist the temptation to impose. CCB must be, I noted down, demand-driven, inclusive, always tailored to the specific needs of the partner, sustainable in the long term, because we have to face it, very often the actions of cyber capacity building are based on short-term objectives, fragmented, donor-driven. I say it from a country that engages a lot in cyber capacity building, and we tend to do that at times, and we should resist this trend. Also, it must be grounded solidly in local ownership and be aligned with national goals, respectful of human rights and fundamental freedoms, including minorities, groups, and so on. And it must be inclusive also in terms of gender sensitivity. And I say that in a panel that is composed mostly of ladies to my left. I found particularly interesting what Anne-Marie said about the importance of the multi-stakeholder approach. We try to enshrine this in our national strategy for cybersecurity, which Italy adopted in 2022, and that will be renewed in 2026. Next year, there are some specific chapters, specific actions that aim at fostering cyber capacity building, and always there is this multi-stakeholder approach. Because we have to admit that CCB is an enabler of economic growth, digital sovereignty, long-term social resilience. So it's not technical, again, but it's something that impinges and it has effects on the whole of the society. And we found some good examples of this. For example, in the ACRA call, which is a very important instrument for underlining the importance of local ownership. And in Italy, we try to develop that because, of course, we have some priority areas that are the priority areas of our foreign policy. But we try to focus very much on a specific area, which is the area in Africa that we call the area of the Mattei Plan. The Mattei Plan is a non-predatory, cooperative, inclusive form of cooperation with some specific countries in Africa, where at the end of the day, we try always to keep in mind the golden rule of international relations, which is international law. And I think if we abide by that, we are already on the good path for developing a sustainable, solid, and coherent activity of cyber capacity.
Thank you very much for your perspectives on cyber capacity building and some of the key elements that need to be fed into capacity building, particularly in the long term, to ensure that it's sustainable and demand-driven. So we have our final question before we try and reserve a little bit of time for Q&A. So Larissa, this last question is for you, and it draws on some of the synergies from the panel before, where we were talking about regional organisations, their role, and sort of bringing in regional perspectives to some of these multilateral discussions and the role of diplomacy. So the question for you is, how do you see Brazil's role in ensuring that regional cooperation, particularly in Latin America, is integrated into the proposed future permanent UN mechanism? And what lessons can be drawn from regional organisations to help bridge regional perspectives with broader global efforts to strengthen international cooperation on cybersecurity? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, from Brazil's standpoint, I think really the key is to ensure that our regional efforts, which have always been a priority for us, that they help promote and that they complement the initiatives that take place at a global stage. So Brazil has been very focused on those regional initiatives, particularly within the OAS. And well, Catalina and Alison herself have already talked quite a bit about the work that the working group on CBMs has done and many of the programs that the OAS has promoted. In our case, also through Mercosur, which has a cybersecurity commission and which has also been helpful in fostering greater dialogue across the region. Regional organizations can be extremely useful in adapting the implementation of many of the norms and agreements that we reach globally to the specific context of that region. Of course, while no region is fully homogeneous, they tend to share many similarities, face some of the same challenges. And so in that way, regional organizations are uniquely positioned to ensure a more tailored implementation of the norms that they agree on in the multilateral sphere. Of course, it's also they're also a very important space, on the other hand, for regions to further develop their positions, to sometimes go beyond what we agree at the multilateral stage when there is the necessary consensus to do so. And they are also a very useful space for the coordination between those delegations regarding those debates that are taking place multilaterally. So for instance, through both the formal and informal engagement within Latin American countries, some common priorities within the UN Open Air Working Group have very clearly emerged, and that has been shown in some joint working papers, statements. They're not let's say they're not by the entire region, but they are by a substantive number of countries of the region. And those regional organizations have helped foster the greater cooperation. And I think one final point that is very important as well is that, well, there is a diversity within all regions. That is the case of Latin America as well. And this means that we're constantly both learning from other countries and also sometimes sharing good practices and helping them. So for instance, in the case of Brazil, we have really looked, for instance, to Chile, which has recently published national cybersecurity legislation and established a national cybersecurity agency, which we're in the process right now of discussing and hopefully establishing. But on the other hand, Brazil was the first Latin American country to publish a national position on the application of international law to cyberspace. And so we have shared our experience drafting that national position in the hopes that it might help other countries in the region also draft theirs. So it is very much a give and take process. We really learn from others as much as we teach, and that has been extremely valuable, particularly as we're learning strategies from countries that face very similar challenges to our own, and sometimes their experiences can be a lot more helpful for us in developing our own strategies. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing those perspectives, particularly on the importance and the role that regional perspectives and regional organisations can play. We are running a little bit late, so unfortunately we're not going to be able to tackle too many of the questions, but I would like to at least take one of the questions that has come up on the Slido. And this draws from some of the comments that you were making earlier, Diego, about capacity building. So I might direct this to you in the first instance, but then open up to the rest of the panel if you have any further remarks. And the question is how capacity building efforts should be developed to follow the OEWG principles and ensure that they are tailored to national realities. So if you have any additional remarks, Diego, and then if the other panelists can let me know if you would like to respond.
Yes, we would find extremely useful to continue engaging in dialogue, because we see dialogue as a real value and a real asset. The more we deal with this issue, the more we understand that it's mutual sharing of information, sharing of good practices, sharing of different perspectives. That's why even on some specific aspects, we like to engage in some substantial dialogue on other countries that are far away from the framework, for example, of the European Union, which is, if you allow me, the similarities like the swimming pool where a country like Italy, which is a founding member of the European Union, swims easily. We have to look beyond and to look at other regions, other countries, other cultures, which are quite far away from us. I want to give you just an example. During the last session of the Open-Ended Working Group in February, we as Italy decided to organize a side event on the quantum dimension of cybersecurity and the future developments with a country of the Mattei plan, specifically Ghana. And we found it extremely useful because we receive a lot of information about the way they see new innovative technologies and as possible enablers of cybersecurity. So occasions like this one today, occasions to be in contact with all partners is very important, and the multi-stakeholder approach, especially when we talk about new technologies, is very important to have not only the private sector and the public sector, academia, the civil society, representatives of minority groups, and so on and so on.
Thank you very much. I will give the other panelists 30 seconds if you would, Anne-Marie, if you would like to add a couple of quick remarks.
I would just reiterate to involve civil society, particularly ones who are on the ground, local civil society groups in different countries, in different contexts, who are seeing how technologies are actually hitting, what the impacts are. One of the big challenges for civil society is financing, and so I think that should be a priority. We need to have a way of actually ensuring that civil society can participate in this. And I would also put out maybe something to have a network where we could bring together really small local civil society groups together to hear from the ground how the things are working and what the capacity building needs are in those regions so we can make them adapted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments from this side of the table if you'd like to make any final comments on the question? Yep, Larissa? Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I think I would also just like to highlight the importance of the UN and other international organizations, including regional ones, playing a greater role in capacity building. In our experience, the initiatives that are usually organized or implemented through either the UN or regional organizations such as the OAS have had a much better track record in terms of being much more collaborative in really adapting to the demands of the recipient countries. We, for instance, were recipients of 2 OAS initiatives last year on international law and on ransomware that have been highly successful. And it was a really iterative process that really took into account the specifics of the Brazilian context throughout the entire process. So we very much think that international organizations can be very helpful in ensuring those principles are more closely followed.
I appreciate you going first, Larissa, because my point was just going to echo a point you made earlier. So you provided me the opportunity to ride your wave. I was just going to reemphasize what Larissa, I think, wisely intervened in her last question, but it was really that role of the regional organizations. As the United States, we have the pleasure of participating in a number. And I think what it does is those regional organizations, as you correctly noted, really helps with bringing the conversations from the UN into a local context, the regional context. There's been great efforts made in Latin America with the help of the OAS, and the OSCE, and the ASEAN Regional Forum to really practically think as neighbors, as shared security stakeholders around the broader discussions that are being discussed globally, and what that implementation looks like and what capacities are required as part of that implementation, given normally at a local level, a more common context in terms of resources and national realities. So I just wanted to foot stomp Larissa's original point around the practical use of regional organizations in our alignment to UN discussions.
Thank you very much. Well, that brings us to the end of the time that we have, well, probably 10 minutes over the time that we had for this last panel, but it's been such an excellent, rich discussion. So thank you, Giacomo, in particular, for allowing us a little bit of flexibility in the timing as we finish. I think we've heard it many times today, reiterated again in almost every panel and in many different forms, but I think it continues to hold true that cybersecurity is a team sport, and accordingly that this panel has particularly emphasised the importance of needing to work together and the role that diplomacy plays in this endeavour, particularly in terms of building trust, strengthening resilience and reducing the risks of escalation. I think it's also come out quite strongly that multilateral processes within the UN remain uniquely relevant, I guess not least because of their inherent inclusivity and reach, but also their neutrality. I have the same challenge that all panels have had today in trying to wrap up so much excellent discussion and summarise it in just a couple of quick points. But I guess if I could just touch on three kind of key takeaways that I got from this panel in particular was in terms of looking forward, particularly as states are working towards agreeing a future permanent mechanism, a couple of the key takeaways were the importance of translating these high-level norms and frameworks into concrete and actionable guidance for operationalising the responsible state behaviour in cyberspace. Secondly, it's also, as came through in these last couple of points about capacity building, the importance of capacity building, but not just any capacity building, it's how we do that capacity building and making sure that's being done with a long-term perspective, sort of on a needs-based approach and taking into account the particular context of the recipient countries. And thirdly, just the importance of incorporating multi-stakeholder perspectives and the role that they have and the insights and technical knowledge that they can bring to these discussions that are really vital for progressing these really important discussions on ICT security. So if I could ask you all to please join me in thanking our panel for their excellent discussion, and then I will pass over to Giacomo to do some concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you to all our panelists for bringing to a very successful conclusion this long but very interesting day. I promise you I will be brief because you've been with us here in the room, or more than 500 people have been following us online over the course of the day. So thank you also for those of you that took the time to connect. I will start actually. I will use to structure this very brief concluding remarks. An analogy that Andrea just mentioned now, but it's been with us since this morning, which is that cyber resilience is a team sport. So just indulge me as I take us through a few steps here. So if cyber resilience is a team sport, I would say is a sport where participating is probably not enough. It's a sport where we cannot afford anything less than winning. We need to win. So if cyber resilience is a sport, how can we win? Well, the first thing to win is we need to know what are the rules of the game. And this includes knowing what are the international and regional and national regulatory frameworks that apply to the cyberspace. How does international law apply? Is it sufficient? What are the norms? How do they apply, etc. But beyond that, also, what are some of the technologies being used? What are some of the industry and technology standards that exist that are actually shaping the way in which the ICT domain is implemented? The second step after knowing the rules of the game is we need to know who our teammates are. Within the government and different departments, industry, CERTs, academia, civil society, the security community, other governments or regional organizations. Who are they and what are their roles? It's key if you want to be successful that we build a very well-developed understanding of who are our teammates. The third step is we need to know our adversary. Our adversary is made of a combination of external factors. The cyber threat landscape is constantly evolving, both in terms of actors, in terms of technologies. But we've learned today, since the very beginning with our excellent keynote, how sometimes internal shortcoming are our worst enemy. So there's the enemy outside and there's the enemy within. And we should be very critical in assessing our own internal readiness and preparedness. Once we know who our adversary is, we need to prepare the game plan, right? And the game plan includes strategies, cyber strategies, policies, processes, procedures, technologies, skills. So we really need, we need to be prepared, and we have to prepare a game plan. And of course, like in sports, we're not always playing against the same team. So the cyber threat landscape is evolving, and as the cyber threat landscape is evolving, so has to do our game plan. So the game plan has to change, has to be constantly revised and reviewed and improved. And I'm almost there. Fifth, we need to practice the game plan. So having it there and just show the world how great it is not going to cut it. It's not sufficient. We have to continuously practice to learn how to play as a team. Because you've often heard the expression practice makes perfect. I actually think that that's not probably the case. Practice makes perfect could make us self-indulgent in a way. I think practice makes progress, that's for sure. So we need to practice to keep progressing and becoming better and better, knowing that the body is constantly moving, and therefore we have to accept that in a way we're always playing catch-up, but we need to progress in that regard. And the last point is that once we've practiced, we actually have to play the game. So we need to get in there, we need to do, I think, and doing is not just putting in practice everything that we've learned and we've practiced once the emergency arrives, but also actively engage in discussions at all levels, at the political level, at the technical level, at the civil society level, to really put in practice and do, focus on the doing more than the talking when it comes to all of the different elements that we discussed. So I do hope that this kind of a 6-step pathway, in a way, does somewhat justice in summarizing the great discussions we had. So all is left to do for now is just to tell you what the next steps are. The whole event is available already on our social media channels. So if you have missed some of the panels or you want to go back and listen to some of them again, you can do that right away. We will also be preparing a short summary report that will be published in the coming weeks. Of course, it's not going to be a full conference proceeding because that will be a 300 pages manuscript, but more kind of a key highlights that emerged from every panel. And now I would just like to have a semi-long list of thanks that I really want to do. I want to start by thanking all of you, the audience here in the room and online, for engaging with us throughout the day. It's been great to measure your engagement. We're really sorry we couldn't go over all of the questions, but I can tell you that many of the questions that you've asked, I was actually reflecting that there will be great research questions for us to look into as a research program. So we'll definitely follow up on those. I would like to thank again our sponsors, without whom this conference wouldn't be possible. The Czech Republic, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Switzerland, and Microsoft. I would like to thank all of our speakers that really took the time out of their very busy agendas to come and attend this conference and share with us their expertise. And then last but not least, and if you still have the energy for one last round of applause today, I would like you to reserve it for the amazing team that put this event together. I'm just being the emceeing, but the team that really put this together is the entire cyber team of the Security and Technology Program that I invite, if you can, if you're still in the room, to please join us on stage so you can take the last round of applause. And in particular, I also would like to thank Jessica and Ed and Helena that made it really possible behind the scenes. They didn't get the chance to speak or to moderate, but they were really those that made sure that this event could be could happen. So thank you so much, team. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, and this concludes Cyber Stability Conference 2025. See you next year. The week is still rich with many events over the course of the Geneva Cyber Week, so I hope to see many of you at other events. For those of you that are still here in the room, if you would like to join us towards the podium, we will try to take a group picture before saying goodbye. Thank you.